Welcome to the NLC. You've heard the talk, watched the scrims and seen the tweets. Streamers, LEC players, MSI champions.
Dropping the ultimate onto Yanko.
But all that matters is what you do on the Rift.
And Hurt is going to be killed by some random bloke from Hungary. MSI champion, welcome to the NLC.
There's only one league like this. So what more do you need to know? Brought to you by Arozzi, the NLC is hitting your screen right now.
And we are alive for the final online day. It's do or die for two teams yet again before we move to England, Nottingham. My name is Alexandre Maya. I will be your host today, as usual, and I'm so excited for this one. It's the final countdown before we go into a live event for the NLC. Ow! I'm excited. So let's introduce the desk for today. Wait, is it the same as yesterday? Duckling in trouble, join in.
Find
You're muted, you're
anyone
muted.
else? I'm not muted, buddy. Couldn't find anyone else, and they brought us back. I mean, like, what disaster!
Duckling,
I'm
we're
feeling
both
good.
rocking
I'm
the
feeling
glasses.
good. I'm excited. I'm rocking my OG glasses because, you know, as you get older, the eyesight definitely doesn't improve, and that's been the case for me when I've looked so much at video games on my screen. Regardless, though, I'm excited here today. I said one thing yesterday, Asha, and that was this will not be a 3-0. And that's the opinion I still stand by. It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be absolute cinema, and I'm looking forward to every moment.
What if it is a 3-0?
I don't know. Then I'll probably do something embarrassing. I'm pretty
Hey,
confident.
hold
it
on,
won't
hold on. If it is a 3-0 Arsha, what's it gonna be 3-0-4? Ah, now
Me?
put
You're
you on the
making that
spot.
to me? I never did this.
How the tables have turned.
Thank you.
Turn into the bracket so we can see where we stand. I don't know. I got confused.
Nice dodge, buddy. Nice dodge.
Bulldog Esports versus Verdant. It all comes down to this. To what? Group A, by the way.
Wow.
Just
Group A,
saying.
man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right.
Duckling.
I mean, I was on the desk for both the days of Group B, so I feel like I have a little bit more affinity to them, and I'm kind of embarrassed to see, you know, the Group B guys all falling apart. But Group A, definitely the good group. Group B, I think Jamada at the beginning of the playoffs called it the Farmers League. You know, you just farm them for free wins, and then you go on and play the real teams in Group A. Group A definitely has been the better one, and it shows, right? The top four, all comprising of teams from Group A.
It's okay.
So
we'll do a
it's
better
time to start
shuffle
the show. Tell me,
for
Trouble.
spring. We'll do a better shuffle for spring.
We'll use a different random. No, I'm kidding. With that in mind, it's time to start the show. But if you want one of these, look into what we have for you. By the way, I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere before we start this one. I've heard something yesterday. The Duckling and Trouble were being robbed of game shows.
It was true.
Yeah, that's true.
I fixed that for today. Welcome to the last online game show of Who Am I? Quote
Can I call my mom?
edition. Yes. Yes, you're allowed to call someone. I don't know.
Right.
You pick it. I'll present
Right.
the quote and you'll have to raise your hand and tell me, oh, it's Timo. I don't know if you're going to say this way. But if it is wrong, we go to the second quote. And I made this special just for you all. Last quote is when you lock in the champion. So 100% you will know by the third one.
Brother, I only play one champion. I'm screwed.
And, and sadly, I didn't
Okay.
put it in. So, yeah, let's start this one. First one. I fought and won countless battles. That's a hand. That's trouble. Hit it.
Jarvan?
So close. Actually not, but it's It's not Jarvan. It is not Jarvan. If she gets it wrong, we move on. Second quote. Jericho Swain. A raven will never kill a wolf. Big.
Wolf.
Duckling, you doubted yourself in the middle, so I'll go with trouble. That was down.
A
That was
raven
down.
will
Yeah,
never
it's
kill a wolf. Is that Kindred?
I see
think
where
so.
you think that. I see. It's not. We're getting away from the zone. And this is when you pick this champion. Stand and fight. Medardas do not suffer. Yes, Duckling.
Oh, come on!
It's Ambessa. She's racing by she's thrown up by the wolves. You know. It's the whole golden skin and everything. That's the easy. See his trouble. I've learned this after losing all of my game shows so far. Don't be fast.
All right.
Be calm.
Yeah,
be
you know
calm,
what?
be
If you have
confident.
Garen in there, just put Demacia. No one's gonna ever guess it.
Second one. The magic
That's the
calls
salty
to
loser,
me. Yes, trouble.
Veigar.
Aha! This was a trap. You fell into the trap, and it's not Veigar.
Wait, it's not?
It's not.
Oh my
He
god.
goes, the magic, it calls to me.
It
No?
calls to me.
Oh, I shouldn't swear.
Second one. Magic and steam guide me. Yes, Duckling.
Oriana?
Ah, so close. Final one. You know this. Trouble. Duckling, get ready. Victor.
Who says
Oh,
that?
come on. No. Trouble. Come on. Who
Mel?
screams? Victor.
Victor.
Victor. Come on. Chat knows this.
Oh no, Jace?
That's because
No.
no.
You got it wrong. The
That's
second
maybe the fan
champion.
fictions. I don't know about the real
It's
one.
Blitzcrank.
What have I been reading? Oh.
It's
Oh,
Blitzcrank.
yeah. Victor. Yeah,
Victor.
Yeah,
It's the meme. It's the meme.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
right,
move
you're right.
on. I have refined tastes.
You do. That's
I
cool.
play with so little sound on my League of Legends. Like, I don't hear those codes, Sasha.
Brother, I played one
Jeez.
champion. I played
Why
one
is this
champion.
song such a banger, though?
I'm screwed.
I have refined taste.
Okay, 3.
Go for
two,
the next one. Go for the next one.
Go for the next
Second
one, yeah.
quote.
It's not fun to dance through, guys.
Why
It's
so
serious business.
tense? Relax.
Oh, it's a female champion. I know that for sure.
Why?
I'm
Yes,
confident. I
trouble,
hear the
trouble,
voice in my head, but I
trouble,
can't put the
trouble.
name to it.
Evelyn?
Yeah, it's Evelyn, right? It's Evelyn.
No,
It is.
it's
I
not.
have
It's
it.
not.
I have
It's
it.
not?
I have it. I have
Okay,
it. I have
which
it.
means I'll just say it, and if you keep your hand raised, I'm gonna give it to you. I know what lurks in the shadow. Trouble!
I'll give it to Trouble.
Elise.
Elise! That's another point for Trouble. She got it.
Another? That's her first point, buddy.
That's my first point.
So it's 1-1 right now.
Yeah, it is 1-1.
4th champion.
Alright.
Fetch the rest of your team. I'll wait.
I'll wait. Oh my god.
Dude,
Oh,
I
they
hear the
know.
voice in my head, but I can't. I don't. I need to start playing with more noise in League of Legends, man. This is horrible.
I knew
feel like
the end of the quote, but I can't tell
I'll
you
wait.
who says it.
Next quote. Meet me in battle and hold nothing back.
It's. I think.
Trouble!
I don't know.
Trouble!
Is this Darius?
No, it's not. Final one. Keep in mind, okay. No quarter for the wicked. Duckling.
It's not LeBlanc, but that's the best I can think of. It's not. No, it's
I
not.
know the champ hit me with it. I knew the first quote.
It's a jungler, it's Jarvan.
Nah, that's not Jarvan. No quarter for the wicked.
It
Is that Jarvan?
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
it is. When you pick him, no quarter for the wicked. Final one! This is gonna be the decisive one!
That's a
Let the
tiebreaker.
bloodshed begin. It is the tiebreaker. Trouble Link.
Katarina?
Katarina!
No, but that's cheating though. Why do you give her one trick? She plays one champion, bro.
This means Trouble Link is gonna win this one. Duckling yet again loses another game show.
Nah, that is rigged. Why did you not put someone I play in there? Where's my Akali
Okay,
quote?
what other
Where's
quote
my
do you have
Volibear quote?
What other
You
quote do you
have-
have there?
How many quotes I have? Let the bloodshed begin. Come on, live a little while you can. And is that fear I smell?
Is that fear I smell?
That's so
Okay.
rigged, man. You put her one trick in there?
Congratulations, Trouble Link. You got
Thank you.
this point. You got another game show,
This was
Duckling.
fair and square. Yeah, that was fair and
You're
square.
not one
minus
is-
one on game shows.
I've lost all
Get
games of the
better.
split I've played. I've lost them all, Asher.
Skill issue. You know who doesn't have a skill
No,
issue?
you're
Our
rigging it
players.
against me.
So that's why we're gonna toss it to the interview. We'll be right back. Are you good, Duckling?
Easy peasy.
Came in and no name. Welcome to the interview. This will be the last interview online before we go live. So, any pressure whatsoever for today?
For me, I mean, there's a bit of pressure. Yeah, I actually really want to make it to the LAN with my team. Like we've not met in person yet, and yeah, I'm really excited to have the chance to go there.
That would be big. Came in.
Yeah, the thing is like No Name is like he's like British, you know, so he knows where Nottingham is. But I'm like the only thing I think about is like Robin Hood. I don't know, maybe it actually has something to do with it. But it's like I'm a perma thing of like being like Robin Hood in Nottingham. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but yeah, this is kind of hype. So.
My geography is not too good. I've never
Oh,
been
gosh.
to Nottingham before. I don't think I've been that far north even before. I live quite south in England, so yeah, it'll be my first
The
time
only
there.
geography you know is the jungle, right? It's the
Yeah,
jungle.
exactly.
Let's talk about what happened previously. You've met before during groups. Things have changed a lot. Cayman, I'll start with you. When you look into groups and now, what has been the most surprising factor upgraded by Verdant?
Okay, before we talk about Verdant, like Group A supremacy is crazy these days. Like,
Yes!
bro, like we were stomping Group B. Like, there's absolutely no one from Group B anymore there. So if anyone didn't see it yet, but
right.
Ruddy and Rich Gang were first and second seed. They are both out. And I think like I was kind of handshake with Verdant that they would win because we were like all a bit together. You know, Papitiro was also writing to me. The Group A has to win. And I think honestly, like I was like my stream was asking me, I was trusting that Verdant will win. I think they are honest. I mean, I don't know if this has to be like a trash talk series, but I feel like they are on a solid level, and also they have like decent players. You know, it's not like Los Ratones level, but they have decent players. I think the top 4 right now in NLC is like actually what I thought it would be, you know, like considering Ruddy Sec is out, it's like some people call me coping right now, but I think it's like this right now, yeah.
Big. No name. When you look into Bulldog, like you've met them before, what has been the most upgrading thing on Bulldog so far? What has surprised you the most in a positive way?
I don't feel like I've been particularly surprised. I think they're just kind of doing what I expect. You know, they maybe your top laner Maytek, or I don't know how you say his name really, but I think he's surprised me a bit with like his Aatrox. He's been playing very well. But I expected you and Exofang to have solid performances. So I think you're both good players. And obviously, like you just always come out with like Cassiopeia and Swain and these random picks. Like it's kind of what I expected. But yeah, I think both
Your
teams are
British
just
brother.
leveling up.
What's with your British brother Kasing? Like, did you not expect him to have a good performance,
I
or
mean,
what? Is there like some shade going on?
No, I haven't paid much attention to Kasing, to be honest. Like I haven't watched your games too in deep. Like I mean, it's easier to just go on a stream and see like, oh, this guy's 10-0 rather than, oh, this support found an engage. Like I was not watching too much the things like that.
Oh, okay.
Sing has been playing big as well. So tell me something. Okay, now for the more serious situation. Cayman, last cities, there was a lot of trash talk before the game, but when you went into the games themselves, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the usual suspects to carry the game were not that present. What happened with your game plan? Because I look at you as a hyper carry, as a beast in the mid lane. You were making some plays that could be questionable.
Wait, what do you mean? Like,
Overstepping a bit. Like, I
yeah,
remember one specifically came in. You play Ari
Okay.
underneath the top lane turret. You're getting dove, and you're like, I'm going to outplay
I was
this. You
outplaying
make a wonderful outplay. You play that wonderfully, and then you're like, you know what? I'll do it again. And you go 1v2 and you die out of no reason. So I'm just wondering whether you were like limit testing. What happened?
I mean, honestly, like 5 games, Silver Scrapes was ready. There were some things going on at that day. Like some games I was actually playing well. Some games there was not the Cayman show. There was like Cayman End. But honestly, what I would just say, like to finish that day, I think Metek played actually pretty nice. Like especially that Garen game. I think honestly, like these days, I think No Name can confirm. Like sometimes, okay, you are like going into a new team, you have good games, and then you win, and then you are like, okay, so if I have good games, we can win. But then the trust is coming actually when you have a bad game or like not a perfect game and you still win. Okay, so then you are getting like more free, you are getting more. You're more trusting in your teammates. I think this day was important. So like I had some great games before. Now Metek had great games. EXO had great games, and you know, like I honestly think that day was important. So everyone gets more confidence, and it doesn't matter if I die a bit more. Like honestly, some devs were like really bad macro plays from Radi, and I don't want to yap about my devs being like no tempo killer. But I didn't play perfect. But you know, it's always good that teammates carry, because then they are confident for next match. You know, I think now we are all confident going into Verdant. So
yeah, good to know that everybody can carry on that team, and it doesn't need to rely on you all the time. I love it. I love it. No Name yesterday. I mean, you were taking names. Jungle was only yours. Like you didn't allow anyone to play. Are you comfortable? You're gonna do the same today? When you look into the enemy jungler, yesterday you told me like, yeah, we're better individually. What do you say today?
Well, I would still, I think the same. I think, I mean, I don't see either of these junglers as a threat. Probably he's the weakest link on your team. So as long as like yesterday I needed some time in the series to warm up, but afterwards I was completely stomping him. So I think will be the same again today.
Hey, warm up before the cities, man. Warm up. So if you have to tell me, to wrap this up, if you have to tell me how the game is going to be like squad-wise, you were not that far away yesterday. No Name. What do you think is going to happen today? It's Group A though. It's different.
Yeah. Well, yesterday I said 3-0, but and maybe it would be a 3-1 if we threw a game. But today I think probably it will be a 3-1.
3-1. Okay. He's being nice. Came in. You were making the puppet like just yapping. So what do you think is gonna happen today? Give it to me. Like,
I think he didn't even say 3-1 for who. So I think he also said 3-1 for Bulldog. So I think I'm honestly, after the last time I want to do 3-2 again, so I hope like 2 games Verdant is smurfing. It's like again 5 game series, and we like take it on top. But I'm actually not sure. Like Radisek is like more resistant, and I think like sometimes Verdant players, they're like, if the game is going a bit bad, they're like a bit running it down. But I mean, we will see this later if they are mental resistant, and I hope it's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, I would enjoy 5 games. 5 games fearless is pretty fun. You get to play some spicy picks at the end. But yeah, we'll see.
Let's see what happens. Well, both teams are ready. Group A is ready to battle once again on the field. They made the best team win, and good luck to whoever goes to Nottingham. I'll see you soon. This is going to be the last one online. Verdant versus Bulldog. Okay, you heard the talk, and we're supposed to now talk about the teams and understand who they are and how they will face each other. I think this is the time to break it down. And there we go. This is the roster for both teams. Bulldog Esports versus Verdant. What's the initial take?
Initially, I want to say it's going to be a close-fought one. There are multiple different lanes I'm looking at to be the really deciding factor. I mean, if I were to start one place, I think it would probably have to be to be Verdant, right? I think they're the roster we saw yesterday. They played a very good series against the side of Rich Gang. I thought in particular, Ronaldo stepped up in a few of those games. He's very key, in my opinion, to how they play. Whereas the rest of the roster, Papetiro can also get some praise. You can praise No Name as well. He was the most consistent one.
Yes.
Many members you can point out here. I think Verdant as a whole has stepped up from the seeding stage. Obviously, 4th seed out of Group A, the second lowest, and they've definitely proved us wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we have them as most fresh in our minds as well from the series yesterday. I'm not going to say that I was 100% sold, especially that one game that they lost. They looked lost. It was so miscoordinated. And I know that, it's trouble, like they made it all the way here. Why are you pointing out the negatives? Because Bulldog Esports are so good at freaking punishing when you make mistakes like this, when you isolate yourself, when they make picks onto you. They're very good at team fighting. And I feel like Verdant is equally good in different ways. They're good at picking people off. They're good at finding picks on side lanes. And that's exactly what they did yesterday versus Rich Gang. They attacked the side lanes, they took the towers, and then they bled the vision from the side lanes into the jungle.
Yeah, they were really good yesterday. I thought they were a step above Rich Gang. I had Rich Gang in my predictions, but I was proven wrong. And I mean, in multiple highlights, I think this is one of the games that highlights Ronaldo's strength. A few quick kills on Tristana translated into a whole map lead, and they were able to play through him and snowball around him. And that was one of the things that really did impress me, because it was very clear that once Verdant had established a win condition for themselves, they knew how to use that lead and snowball it further. His Yone game, one that stood out particularly as well, having multiple good moments. And yeah, Verdant coordinated. I think Ronaldo is a key piece to that, because he was one of the pieces I was doubting most on this Verdant roster, and the group stage backed up my initial thought, but he has certainly written his wrongs from the beginning of the split, and he looks way more solid and consistent than what we saw in the beginning of the split.
I just feel like for both of these, sorry, I just feel like for both of these mid laners, they are usually the victims when it comes to that mid lane. I feel like any team that has played against Verdant, any team that's played against Bulldog Esports, they've always repeatedly ganked that mid lane. And I felt like Ronaldo had some pretty meh games yesterday to him falling over to the pressure, but he also had some impressive games yesterday. And I'm not necessarily going to pin it down to him. I feel like Verdant as a whole had a pretty good series, bringing out picks like the Tristana that we don't necessarily see that often, throwing out the Yone as well, showing sort of the versatility that you have over in the mid lane, going from the control mages to the AD carries, to the tankier mid lanes, to the bruisers, to things like Yone. I think it's great to have, especially when you're gonna go into a mid lane matchup versus Cayman.
When you look into the stats, not only the stats, but also before you continue, because I think this is gonna give you more fire, the champion pool. They don't play the same champions by far. This is so interesting, like different playstyles. Continue.
Yeah, they're very different. I think for Cayman, the big thing for me is I feel like so much of the play when Bulldog have been at their best, it's been around him. You can look at the kill participation for a fact as well. He's the most joined with his team, you can say, as a mid laner. I remember in particular just on Wednesday, his Ari game was phenomenal at finding the right flank, and that's when Bulldog look at the greatest, when Cayman is the one in this proactive role, finding the engage and being on this creative champion and, synergizing up with his team, not just being a lone wolf trying to 1v9, but rather playing into his team's strengths.
And I feel like right here, when we're looking at the champion pools in particular, to me it feels like Cayman is sort of a stabilizer for his team. He's the guy who's going to be clearing out the waves. He's the guy who's going to be following up with things like the Cassiopeia, the Aurora, the Xerath, the Hui, and things like that. He's playing the control mages on the map. Also on the other side, Ronaldo has a little bit more playmaking, a little bit more spice when it comes to his picks, like we saw with the Tristana, with the Yone being able to jump, make this plays, initiate plays for his team. I just want to stick to that one thing that Duckling said, because it also surprised me as well. Surprised me or not, Cayman is #1 mid laner when it comes to kill participation. That's not because he searches out for the fights. That's because the fight searches for him. And that's due to his jungle support playing constantly around. If I had $1 for how many times I had seen Kasing spend at least half the game around mid lane, I wouldn't be working right now. I'd be out at a beach drinking pina colada. But hey, let's cue the Kasing graphic, because he's also a very, very pivotal factor. I said he's around that mid lane. That's because he's really good at engaging fights, at creating opportunities for Bulldog Esports, and I personally believe that they really do truly rely on him to make the plays. As you can see here, his losses have primarily been on champions that they don't create opportunities for you. They don't engage that easy. On the other side, heavy, engaged champions that can go deep, that can make opportunities, that can create open fights for Bulldog Esports. That's what wins them the games.
It's interesting. You look into 2022 Casing, 2023, 2024, and now you look into the champion pool that is playing right now. It's like he used to shine on that Lulu, on the Yumi, sadly. We all have dark pasts. But it's interesting that he's now relying on these champions to provide the team so much. Tell me, Duckling, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I really like Casing. I think he's been a solid player, not just for around 10 years now, right? But in NLC as well, and now down to the NLC. He's been a defining member of our ecosystem here, and that puppet performance he put out on Wednesday was magnificent. Always at the right place at the right time, and I was so excited to see him team up with Exafang, such a young, unproven rookie, to really be a bit of a, I don't want to call it a father figure, but more of a leader and a mentor to rely upon, because you can always rely on Casing. And what I didn't expect coming into the split, but what has turned out to happen is it's not just Exafang relying on the veterancy of Casing, it is the whole team of Bulldog that just looks way better when they can rely on Casing to lead them to victory.
Makes sense. He's like the voice and brings them all together. And this team has been upgrading every single day. Another individual that we need to highlight as well. We talked about Cayman, we talked about Exafang, another broadcast Casing. But what about the top lane? We even had an interview with him where he was so happy by performing the way he's performing right now.
Hey, I'm sold. I am so sold on Miatek. He's like super young, came out of nowhere, plays primarily carries, and we literally live in EU where top laners get neutered by their teams instantly. You play Camille's, Fiora's, and they shut you down. Back on Ornn you go, back on Sion duty, play Malphite. That's not the case. Bulldog Esports trusts him to pull out the Garens, the Jaces. His Ambessa was absolutely insane. Even though they didn't end up winning that game, his Ambessa was so key to all of these teamfights they won.
Yeah, a Polish rock at the top lane for sure. And if you just look back on that mid lane, I think we highlighted those stats before, right? I mean, I'm very excited for this one. Taking a look at the top lane again, Miatek coming through the Polish scene. Obviously, Solari knows a lot about this guy. Did have a short stint at the EU Masters last chance qualifier. Didn't amount to anything special, but yeah. These were some of the quantities that now when we are so trapped in our own little bubble of the NLC, it's so nice to see some of the talent that has been brewing in other areas now wanting to come to us and showcase what they can, and Miatek is a fantastic example of that.
And I want to show primarily why the stats look so negative. Miatek is primarily a aggressive top laner, very, very easily prone to lane swaps. When somebody's going to pull out the Jace, pull out the Nard, they're most likely going to be lane swapped on if the other side has a tank. This is why his average gold and his averages in general at 14 look kind of buttered, I want to say. Because he does get lane swapped on a lot to try and keep him down from his carry potential. Talking about carry potential, wow, isn't top lane so diverse? Wow.
But it's time to jump into the first one. Fearless Trap, keep that in mind, and Best is not going to be played. Miatek is not going to get this one, at least for game one. Kalista was the high priority. We got to see Skarner yesterday. Thankfully, we're not going to see it today. And there we go, already starting off with the Jace. We know how he plays the Jace, but it could be a flex.
Potato, man.
A
So
very
it's
strong
the
denial.
Jace.
Very strong denial early on. Can go mid, and if you want to put it there, but likely will go into Miatek's hand. It's so good to get that removed early on and then end up denying that for the rest of the series. Some other obvious first pickable champions left open in the Corgi and the Vi. They'll be picked and locked in for their only game of this series. So far, strong champions coming through the draft, and makes a lot of sense from what we're seeing.
You take the Ezreal now. You have the Pope from the Jace if you want to play him with aggressive.
I feel like the Vi pick from No Name is very clever, because usually the Ezreal follows things like the Jace, and Vi is incredible at catching sort of very slippery champions like Zeri and like the Ezreal. Now, one thing that I noticed about both of these AD carries, they love their Ezreals. It's their most played champion when it comes to the entire tournament and also playoffs. So I feel like they would dive towards something like this. I love the deny from Casing, taking the Nautilus away so that the Vi doesn't have a second, sort of like same ult as hers to follow up on. So if they are looking to pick Ezreal here for Bulldog Esports, Verdant's going to have to do their homework to dive together with Vi.
And the Ezreal to start it off, but there you go. Yeah.
Brilliant prediction yet again. I mean, you were on fire with this yesterday, right? In predicting what would come through. I think the draft so far makes sense. There's not a team that in particular won it, in my opinion, but everyone should be happy with what they've gotten. Rel, another very strong and highly prioritized support champion to really tie this draft out. I mean, if you're the side of Verdant now, you want to trim out the jungle pool, make it as hard for Lulis to have an impact. But the problem is, with only one jungle banned so far, you can only really remove 2, so there will be a strong jungler slipping through the cracks here, allowing Lulis to get his hands on that.
I also feel like with champions like the Vi, Galio would make so much sense for Ronaldo in the mid lane as well. It's not necessarily another quote-unquote visible dive champion. However, his ability to ult right on top of Vi, not only does he make him a great dive buddy, it also protects Vi to live in that backline a little bit longer. I'm primarily looking for potentially that Quirky to even go down bot lane. Missy plays a plethora of champions, whether AP, AD, or in between. And I feel like for Ronaldo and Papitero, their jobs right here are to dive the backline. Great pickup on the Camille right there. And to me, that screams that the Jace is most likely going to be going topside.
Maybe a control champion in the hands of Cayman. We've seen the way. Yesterday, the way was late priority on the draft. Penton is gone. So maybe we can get to that part of champion pool of Cayman. And probably something tankier in the jungle. But is that enough AP? Because you have the Jace and the Ezreal. What's the final pick or the final ban? It's probably going to be towards Papitito, nonetheless.
Thinking of Gnar as well would be an excellent way to try and dive into the backline. Has his back and forth with Jace as well. I feel like Bulldogers are really thinking this one through. Do they want to hit mid lane? Do they want to hit the top lane? 1-on-1 is the answer right here. And can't say I like that. But hey.
I don't think it's horrible, right? If you want to go for something blind that's safe and has some engage, it's okay. But I do agree, like, the Gnar would fit in perfectly to this composition. You obviously want to get the counter pick now for Ronaldo in the mid lane, so you need to pick your top laner here. And this would just be a safe and standard choice. I do hope they change it and they go for another strong blindable top laner. Obviously not blinding into this draft, but K'Sante, we know how broken he is, right? Can do whatever they want to him, but he will always have a place in this meta. And now what excites me the most is what will Heyman be picking in this composition. Could we see an Ahri again? We saw it yesterday paired up with the Ezreal, having a lot of poke and pick potential, but hovering the Victor right now could definitely still change. It wouldn't surprise me if we see him on a mage, and the Victor it is.
I feel like Ahri is most likely going to go this side of Verdant here. Ahri, Talia, both incredible picks together with the Vi. Galio being another one. And you do have a bunch of poke. You do have AP in the likes of the in the Victor as well. So it wouldn't surprise me to see something like a Galio. Now, I do like the K'Sante lock-in here over the Sion because it provides a little bit more damage, a little bit more dive ability into the backline with ultimate. Zinzao. And I'm sort of feeling that this is going to be an Ahri coming in from Ronaldo, and I do like it. This Vi is going to need a dive buddy. I do see Rel, K'Sante, great kind of champions to dive together with Vi. You just need another champion to sort of solidify the mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, the Vi is perfect. The Vi is absolutely perfect. It's just the more you look at it, it's the obvious choice, Rob. You're completely right, and I think that needs to be the lock-in as well. It's the perfect game for it. You're able to escape. You're hard to get caught out by the Nautilus ultimate, or if you get jumped upon by a Sensao or a Jace, you can so easily just quickly Spirit Rush away to safety and reposition. But you can also go in with no name, as Trouble said. Yeah, it was the perfect pick, and they locked it in. I think not just a strong pick for Ronaldo, but also a huge denial moving forward to game 2 of 3. I think Cayman has looked incredible on it in terms of finding the flanks at the very least, and that has been denied already. I like this draft from Verdant, I'm not gonna lie. I think they've gotten a lot of power picks here. Bulldog are playing to their own style, but Verdant, if I just look straight at meta, I would favor them.
Let's see what happens within the game itself as we toss it to the first one. Casters are ready. It's gonna be Jamada, and also a surprise.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome to the NLC caster desk. I am your surprise for this evening, Middlecott, joined by Jamada, as we've got a battle of the Brits. Verdant taking on Bulldog. Jamada, we've just had the drafts come in. Game 1, so important at deciding the tempo of this series. What are you anticipating?
Yeah, Battle of the Brits, Britcast, I guess. We also get to claim that, all right? I'm expecting a lot of bloodshed, to be quite frank with you. I think both of these teams, I think particularly Verdant, have been a little bit sloppy in the macro. BDG, Bulldog, similar kind of deal, but I think the more general trend with them is that their team fighting has looked a little bit better comparatively to the rest of the pack, right? In the top 4 even. So I'm expecting a lot of setup around objectives, a lot of aggressive team fighting. Specifically, I'm looking towards Kasing. He's always been kind of the major catalyst so far for this Bulldog side. And on the Nautilus, it doesn't really get much easier to start up fights than on that champ.
Yeah, no, and I like that the graphic that the desk had where they sort of highlighted the difference in the pools of champions where Kasing wins and the pools where he doesn't. And if you want to win with this guy on your team, you need to give him a go button, and there ain't much better a go button than Nautilus.
Oh, man.
Bulldog trying to use that as they're scouting into the enemy jungle, but Verdant are going to go for a catch on the Mirtek, already having to flash away as Kasing is in the thick of things, falling low. He flashes out as well as No Name drops down. Papatiro now in the mixer. Exofang still able to dish out damage on the side. One more hit, the Mystic shot. First blood in the series to Bulldog Esports.
Said there was going to be blood and we get the craziest level 1 possible. 5-stack into 5-stack. And it's Bulldog that walk away with the kill. Goes into Ezreal's back pocket as well. Very fortunate that first blood gold got changed. Otherwise, this would be a tear off the first base. Looks like it's only going to be a glowing moat, so poor Exofeng. But off the back of that, we're also going to have Australia lanes by the looks of things. You can see Kasing and Exofeng walking up to the top side. Mishin, Obsti, Natus are looking to also match that. Very limited information as well going in to the lane swap on the jungle side. So very curious to see what exactly No Name and Lulus end up doing in terms of the pathing. I would expect just to fall clear towards their bottom lanes.
So whenever we do see Australia lanes, it always feels like one team has decided that they want to initiate a lane swap and they kind of get almost outsmarted to a certain extent. Who do you think is going to be benefiting from this being a 2v2?
Oh, I mean, I feel like getting the initial kill, right, you kind of have to look towards Exofeng and Kasing here. Ezreal as well has, I think his perspective, like the community perspective around this champion has shifted quite a lot in recent history. People are kind of recognizing that you can have pretty good lanes as the Ezreal, though Corki, of course, since his most recent rework, kind of shifted a lot more into being a much bigger lane bully. So I think it's going to be a bit 50-50. The gold definitely edging over to the Bulldog just because of that first blood, though.
Yeah, will be helping them out, and then came in there in the mid lane, utilizing some of the early power that Victor has just in his trading. That Siphon power on the Q is absolutely ridiculous. So not particularly surprised to see Ronaldo getting pushed in as continual trading in the top side. Kasing going for a hook, but as the Aftershock drops off, he is going to lose a little bit of HP. Exofeng, though, with that lethal tempo on the Ezreal, just means he can dish out so many attacks.
Such a good keystone on Ezreal, man. Just between the passive as well, you think about how much just artificial attack speed he ends up stacking. I mean, even in positions like this, just gets to walk forward.
Mishi there Valkyring away, so Kasing not quite able to connect on the hook, and that means that Lulus is potentially going to spend a little bit of time wasted in this top lane, but Mishi steps a little bit too close to the pixel brush, and Lulus will be happy getting the enemy AD carry's flash.
Yeah, he will. Fortunately for Verdant, there is teleport actually on Mishi, so going to be able to make it back to that wave. I don't think he's necessarily going to need to TP. And by the looks of things, he's actually pathing to bot lane. So looking to maybe swap out these lanes, get Papatiro back towards top side. Pappy's going to be pretty happy about this exchange. He gets to eat up this cannon wave.
Yeah.
Take a back step and then walk up towards a stacking wave. So this is definitely going to put, I feel like, Mishi in maybe a larger deficit.
Look at Obstinatus actually on the minimap. He's stuck into one of those switches. They know that he is being pinged out. Obstinatus is unaware of the situation. Exofeng's going to start it off with an auto attack. Still flash available for the rail, but I'm not sure that using it would be productive. Second kill of the game going in favor of Bulldogs.
Oh man, getting caught out there on vision sucks. Not the best thing to happen. Fortunately, the kill doesn't additionally go onto Exofeng, but going on to Ludus, it does mean that Xin Zhao's just going to have a little bit more pressure when he gets to spend that gold around the map. So not the best start in the world for Verdant. Definitely need to clean some things up. Obstinatus was maybe looking to catch out Exofeng as he was looking for a recall and have Papatiro run him down maybe. I'm not really too sure what the call is there. But either way, spotted out whilst trying to make the play.
Yeah, and I feel like any situation where you're trying to get the drop on Exofeng is always going to have the potential to get turned around on you. I've been so impressed. I think we've all been so impressed with this player coming in, and he doesn't quite get the vision. Thank you very much, observers. So, yeah, full information. Obstinatus wasn't aware and rightfully punished.
Exactly. I do wonder what the priority is going to be like around this dragon. Around the early objectives in general, I feel like Verdant, on paper, do have significantly stronger skirmishing, but with this lead accumulating for Bulldog, I imagine they're going to fancy their chances at kind of contesting everything. Which, to be fair, is kind of meta standard.
Oh, Obstinatus go for the flash, came in! One more hit, the aftershock proc will take him down. I'll tell you what, Obstinatus might have been blushing a bit after that play in top lane, starting to redeem himself here.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you called out not being able to flash in the top play when you got called out, right? You're saving it for that play. That's what's going on.
Hell yeah.
Finds his kill on Cayman. Kill credit actually does go to him, though. Doesn't find his way onto Ronaldo, so... it's not the worst thing in the world for Bulldog, especially because Cayman didn't blow his flash, so he's still going to have that if he finds himself on the end of a Vi Ahri gank in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, and especially on the Victor, right, who a load of damage, but notoriously immobile. Papatero hitting the level 6 going forward to trade onto Exofang, but with Kasing in the area, doesn't want to make any more of it. Both supports have actually been fairly active on the map, which is what you would love to see when you got a Nautilus and a Rel in the game. It feels so often like they are hamstrung in the 2v2s, and really where they have the most impact is where they turn up a lane that isn't expecting it.
Absolutely. Kasing as well. Spoken a lot about this guy over the course of the split, and I think rightfully so. So experienced, yet still having so much impact, right? I think sometimes you see a player name like Kasing who's been around forever, and not to be disrespectful to Kasing, but sometimes you think, man, how's he still here? You know, like, how's he doing it? But then you get consistent performances like what we see out of him time and time again, so very happy, and Obstinatus on the opposite end. I think I described Kasing as a catalyst for Bulldog. I think Obstinatus has been a catalyst for Verdant plenty of times too. Good and bad, though. I think there's been two very clear sides of that coin. Let's see what whether we get the angel or the devil version.
He makes things happen.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, and I'm not going to make a value judgment on that.
nah, you don't want to.
It's just what he does. We were talking about trading in terms of the early objectives. Bulldogs were able to pick up those grubs. First dragon going in favour of Verdant. So in terms of feats of strength, feats of warfare, nothing too crazy to write home in that regard. And obviously with those changes that happened a fair while ago, so it almost feels a little bit wrong to be talking about them. It's not the first blood that matters, it's the first 3 kills. Bulldogs in the advantage in that regard, but with the amount of playmaking potential that Verdant have, especially now that we're seeing No Name tick over to level 6, Ronaldo level 7, they can get kills in skirmishes very, very easily.
You know, I want to start a narrative, a dialogue, if I may.
Okay.
I think feats of strength are pointless. Oh. You know, hot take, I know. Very, very hot, fresh off the press. I just don't think they matter in pro play, like almost ever. It's so rare that, you know, those tier 3 boots are, I mean, A, purchased, unless your name is like Callista, or B, just
worth it.
Necessary.
Yeah.
Or worth it.
Yeah.
You know? Like, unless they buff up a majority of those boots, which I just don't see them doing because, like, conceptually they're kind of broken, but like in application they're not. I think feats of strength are really whatever like metric. It's more like a, hey, this team has controlled all the objectives, or hey, this team has gotten first tower, right?
Yeah, well,
without,
it's the team that's already winning wins, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they've gotten 3 of the first objectives. Well, they're probably going to win because they got 3 of the first objectives, you know?
Yeah.
Little bit of an invade there from Verdant, stealing away Lulus's blue buff. Again, we are seeing these roaming supports, but also trying to pair up a little bit with their junglers because of the amount of destruction that they can cause. In terms of the lanes, nothing crazy to write home about. No massive leads anywhere on the map. Obviously, that slight advantage in favour of Exofang, courtesy of that first blood. But really, both teams in a fairly even state as it stands.
Yeah, definitely agree. There's only about 500 gold. 600 gold between the two teams, and like you said, a lot of that coming through through Exofeng's lead. Up here, Papatira getting a little bit aggressive, doing his best to just ward off this Bulldog bot lane. So I think we're just going to keep a relatively quiet game state. We're really looking at the junglers here, specifically No Name, who's managed to find himself a whole level lead to make this play, right? He's looking at Cayman right now.
Does have the flash.
Even getting a flash. Getting a flash even is still a success, right? A minute until Dragon.
Oh, Ronaldo's going forward, and No Name isn't.
No, he is not. I think he charged up his Q in the push. He obviously didn't quite have vision of that. But still, I think makes it even funnier to see him come out, charge the
just like
charge
walks.
Q for half a second, and then just slowly walk back towards his mid laner.
Yeah, no, this is my XP actually. Or Papatira needs to be very careful here. Just locked down under tower. It's another kill for Exofeng, and those useless feats of warfare go in favor of Bulldog Esports.
Yeah, not bad. First 3 kills, secure.
Yeah.
Team that is winning has been rewarded more.
Hold on.
This is a pretty interesting collapse.
Yeah, Verdant trying to change it around a little bit. Ronaldo not going to be able to connect with the charm. And Bulldog get out of there with their lives intact. So fairly tepid early game, but Bulldog's decidedly in the advantage.
Yeah, but this might get Verdant the grubs, right? I mean, Exofeng is kind of chunked out, and they still have No Name's ult. Came into here though, and No Name might be in trouble. He might have to get out the back of the pit.
Yeah, Ronaldo having to TP to that mid lane tower. Is going to be one secured by No Name, but Bulldogs are looking to pick up the rest of them. Verdant, though, it doesn't look like they're done there. They're still trying to contest something. No Name warding off Cayman as Obstinatus goes for another engage, finds Exofeng, who just about gets away. Now the rest of the fight is going to be determined by how you can lock down. Oh! Wonderful from Kasing! The experience pays dividends. Excellent hook and a 1 fight for Bulldog.
My goodness me, just read him like a book. Q on top of the flash.
These young guns don't know. They don't know.
These young bucks don't know. Look what Kasing was raised in the trenches of the UK scene. No Name at the time he was about. I think Kasing had done his old song and dance in the NLC already, so not a bad hook at all to end that one. But Bulldog fully winning out on that exchange, right? I think they also got 2 out of 3 of the grubs. This engagement from Obstinatus isn't too bad, but then you can see No Name just never quite gets in range to cast the ultimate on Exofeng, and then top half here, take a look. Q. Just completely red.
That's why he's still playing. Because he's pretty damn good.
Yeah. Maybe if you're a good player, you get to keep playing regardless of your age, eh?
It's crazy. What a crazy, crazy concept.
You know, the same way that I say we, but like, you know, we designate like military ranks to certain players because it's funny, or like because they kind of earn it. So like there's General Umpty is like the one that. What do we give Kasing here? Like Colonel Kasing, because of the, you know, the
Colonel. I like Colonel Kasing.
I like Colonel Kasing. You know, Colonel's a very high ranking officer in the army. I'm kind of there for that. You know, leading the Bulldog nation to a potential game 1 victory so far. This game
Bulldog
anything to go
nation.
by. Yeah, I mean, look, I was gonna call them Bulldogs, but you know, there's can't do that too frequently. Get away with it once or twice. Can't do it all the time.
It's Bulldog Esports Club, and I mean, you talk about Kasing sort of being forged in the fire of the UK scene. I think that is true for Bulldogs as well, right? Bulldog Esports Club. A name that a name that more recent viewers to the NLC absolutely will not recognise, but they've been around, they've done their time, they've been forced to play with Chicklin on one of their rosters.
They've been forced to play with me on one of their rosters. Yeah, there you go.
We live in better times. We live in better times. That's all we could say. And I'll tell you what, they have come in, and I think there were mixed expectations about what this team would be able to do. Definitely
top half, I think.
Top
Most
half,
people were
think
expecting.
People have been very surprised at how well everything has just clicked together for them. I think they had a really rough seeding stage, but ever since then, it feels like this is a team just on the up and up.
Yeah, definitely so, right? And I think that's one of the things that's been really nice to see is that there has been very clear, marked improvement, you know, week to week, when looking at this Bulldog lineup. And obviously a lot of the improvement has come from their team fighting, and specifically their snap engaging. And not to wrap back around to Kasing for like the 4th time this cast, but so much of it has very clearly been off the back of his engages. And the rest of Bulldog just being there to support that, right? So it's very nice to see that step up from a roster that, like you say, most people top half for sure, but top 4 breaking into a potentially, you know, top 3 ahead of Radisak and ahead of this Verdant lineup if they can win this series to date. Maybe a little bit further than they or the community perhaps were expecting.
I think you can look at Verdant on the other side and go, well, this is an organisation that has almost taken the spot of Bulldogs in terms of the UK scene.
Branding, yeah,
when Bulldogs left, Verdant came in, and I think they have been similar in terms of what they've been able to achieve. Few Aurora Cup wins, but not really able to get it done. And Kasing flashing over the wall to find another engage. Exofeng getting fed. This is a very, very good start for Bulldog Esports Club, as that lead just continues to build over their opponents.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not quite sure what Obstinatus was there for, right? It's just not a bad timer. You wanna get set up around this objective, spawning in a couple seconds time for the Herald, sure, but why? You know, when you don't have the lane priority for it. Even Cayman managed to collapse on time. Now, speaking of being collapsed on, Miatek.
Yeah, I reckon he is dead as a dodo. CC connecting onto the tower. Papatiro with the kill. No aggro on the Cassante, and Kasing might have just fed another kill over to Verdant. Down but not out, making a play, getting a double kill on their top laner.
Yeah, and look at the opposite side for Bulldog too. Lulish was on a reset, so there's not going to be an immediate cross-map Herald. And Verdant actually know that they've got that ward on top of the Herald. They're going to look to try and pick it up now because they can see the resets coming in. Ronaldo does have TP, but no ult. Blew it on that exchange. Same thing for Papatiro, TP, no ult. I suspect that Bulldog should be able to secure this objective with relative ease. Because if Verdant do look to try and contest, no ultimates, I think it'd be a little bit risky. And you can see anyway, no name by his posturing. He's being dropped. So no real desire to fight over this objective. So this will just be the Herald going over to Bulldog, and we'll see where they can try and trade some of that gold back, right? This is kind of a delayed cross map in many ways. They can chunk out that mid lane tier 1. Or even maybe just get the gold from the bottom lane tier 1 as well. Not bad. Not bad use cases for them.
Yeah. I think that when you do have this Herald at your back, you need to look at the composition that you're going to be pushing with. I think so often you can just throw down a Herald and it doesn't really do all that much. Hold on, Cayman is going to need some fancy feet to get out of this scenario. Obstinatus popping the ult, locking him down. Papatiro punching him in the head as well. The rel is actually taking a fair bit. There's the Chaos Storm is ticking down. And Verdant just do not have enough damage to take out Cayman with a kill in the 1v2.
Yeah, TP's. Oh, whoa,
Ronaldo! Oh, that was a little bit out of nowhere.
Alright.
Bulldog, though, pushing with 4. Papatiro. He is not going to find any safety under this turret as it falls down, and the Cassante is going to be dropping in a moment's time. Shutdown gold going over to Cayman. Exofeng was accelerated. Now that Victor is starting to get ahead of the game too.
Yep, everyone on this side of Bulldog, where the gold matters, right? Ezreal up 1.3k gold, and like you said, 1.4k. 2 items on the Victor now. Starting to get to a very troubling point for Verdant, and I had some pretty big concerns around the amount of damage that this Verdant lineup was really going to be able to stack up against, you know, an Ezreal or a Victor at an important timer. And unfortunately for Verdant, so far they've not really found a strong or potent, you know, Vi-Ahri combo that's yielded them heavy returns. They weren't able to bully out Cayman in the early game either. And I feel like their time is kind of running out, you know, in that regard. Because if this snowball keeps on going on here for Bulldog, I mean, even you take a look at the state to try and contest this fight, right? Doesn't look super favorable. If I'm Verdant right now, I'm down a core item on both my carries. Contesting just looks like a bit of a horror, so I think they're gonna have to let this one go. They've even got to deal with the Herald now too. Bulldog are looking to pick up this mid lane tier 1. And given the posturing, I mean, this will just be the tower going down. They might even look for a second charge. Obstinatus on the side though. We'll keep our eyes on him for an engage, but I don't even think he's gonna find an angle.
Yeah, not really much that you can do. Papatiro pushing in the top lane. He is gonna have that TP should he need to join, but Bulldogs just able to assert themselves in the mid lane, take a couple of towers, retreat back, pick up the dragon, and if we look a little bit into the future, we've got Atakan spawning in 30 seconds, and the item differential, where it matters, is pretty significant. I'm looking at that Manamune in Exofeng's inventory. Very soon going to transform into the Mirror Mana, but for Mishi, even if he gets the gold completion, I don't think that tier's going to be stacked in time.
$270 stacks. I was actually stun locked by the fact that he's at 270 stacks.
Yeah.
What is Mishi has not been casting his spells. Maybe he bought the tier late. Hard to recall. Either way, though, like you say, Exofeng's going to have his stacked in a moment, and he's been very, very, very on point with a lot of his skirmishing and team fighting. Perhaps probably the rookie I've been most excited about throughout the majority of this split, to be frank with you. And I think he's just gotten more comfortable as the split's gone on, and that's natural. You play more games, you get a lot more confident with how you're looking to play. Especially his positioning. Really enjoyed that so far. Willingness to just step forward to get the damage out. Not something you always see out of many rookies. And now something that he definitely didn't come into the split with.
No.
A couple of times you could definitely go, you know, Exofeng, step forward. Hell, use your flash even to get, like, pick up a kill, start the snowball of the fight. As time's gone on, it feels like the Bulldog players have definitely egged him up to be himself a little bit more. I remember solo queue Draven, one trick pony. So he's definitely got the mentality. And it's been showing more recently, even off that Draven.
Yeah, I'm imagining Kasing's just sort of pushing him along on his bike going, no, 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 you can do it, you can do it. It's fine, mate. There's Lulis looking for Obstinatus, who is just about going to be able to get over the wall. Might not be to safety as he flashes away from the True Shot barrage. I do think in the NLC over recent splits, we have had a few AD carries come in and just look quite good in their first competitive splits. Obviously, there was Hido on Nord.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Last year when he went to Aegis in the LFL after an incredible first split. I think Silky Smath on Ruddy as well was a very impressive player. So there are a few of those names that have looked pretty good. Lulis then not quite going to get hit by the Cassante W, and that means that No Name is going to get locked out. And Verdant, they don't have the gold to take this fight. They might have the numbers though. Shut down onto Lewis as he's going to be falling down. Ronaldo is going to try and pick up Sing as well, but if he falls in short order, Obstinatus able to get one more back, but it's a 4 for 3 in favor of Bulldogs, and No Name is going to be lucky to escape this one. Into the shot blast, into the True Shot barrage. No escape, triple for Exofeng, and Bulldogs are stomping through game one.
Yeah, they are. Surprised the goal lead isn't bigger than it is. Fight made it look so. Take a look at the replay, and it starts off, of course, Lulis in this face check, but so much tankiness, right? Between the items, between the ultimate. And you can see here the teleport on the opposite side, the part that we didn't really track, came in. You know, not necessarily the best angle for the teleport. Well, no, I think that's unfair. Perhaps I wasn't expecting, you know, Mishi and Obstinatus to come from that angle. Still manages to trade 1-for-1, right? And keeps that Corki out of the fight. I think crucially preventing him from moving forward, getting towards the health bars of Exofeng or towards Miatek. Of course, that proves critical as clean ace, well, not clean ace, but the 5-man ace comes through.
Is there another sort of ace, Jamada?
There's just a regular ace. Clean and cleans no deaths as... No? Don't fancy it, lads?
No. I think it went badly for Verdant last time, so I think they wisely decided to back out of that situation. But obviously, as we are getting towards the 25-minute point, Baron is going to be a thing that teams are going to start to think about. Atakan hasn't been taken yet by Bulldogs, which does surprise me a little bit. Good.
No, you know what?
Yeah.
I've seen enough botched Atakan
to
setups
be
lately.
fair, yes.
And you know, I'm looking at you, Fnatic, specifically. That I think I'm good. I'm all bad setups on Atakan now right now. They can take their time, Bulldog. I've even seen teams over in LPL in Korea. Sometimes Baron goes down before Atakan. They don't touch it, bro. They've just kind of come to the conclusion. You know what? Let's not throw the game over Atakan. We've been setting up for Baron for over a decade. Yeah. We know how to do this. It's not a problem.
I love the idea. I love the idea of the competitive meta when a new epic monster is introduced. Just ignore it because you don't know what we're doing.
I think some teams need to take that advice, to be honest with you. Just kind of let it go for the time being.
Bulldog, though, in the driver's seat in this game, and I think that whilst this was predicted to be a close series, nice dodge from Lulis there. That is what people would have expected. Verdant, though, looking for something, though, as they're actually able to catch on to Lulis again and will be able to shut down the Jin Zhao. Kasing will die as well. Miatek TPing into the situation to not offer all that much,
Look at
but
Exofeng.
he's just going forward. Arcane shifting, because that's what he does again. Absolutely relentless on the Ezreal. You wouldn't think he was in an outnumbered scenario. As despite losing his jungler and his support, the two guys meant to keep him alive, Exofeng's like, nah, I fancy these odds.
Did he miss a Q?
I don't think he did, bro.
he did.
No, I don't think he did.
Oh, Ronaldo. Ronaldo has no ult. He only has flash. He could be dead here. Very reasonably. He's got TP in a few seconds.
Standing
Might
still.
just about make it up. Oh! Oh! Oh, man. Remember, the Victor ultimate has that very brief silence that works as a cancel. If that ultimate connected, Ronaldo would have been very dead. Fortunate to stay alive there.
I think Verdant are keeping themselves within touching distance.
Yeah, I think they are. I mean, I'm going to make a very brief... I mean, there's going to be an objective. I don't know if we're going to be able to fit the replay. And I would love to see that sequence of Exofeng again. If we have the time. Let's not force it. But if we have the time, because there is a dragon coming up and there's 3 objectives on the map. So I'm a little bit apprehensive about calling for a replay. We're going to do it.
Let's
we're
do
going to do it.
Let's do it.
Let's just do it. Because my oh my, was this a fantastic, you know, back end for Exofeng, because if he doesn't get all of this damage in, and, you know, with Miatek as well, it just feels like there's a very strong chance that Verdant can probably go towards the
That's a
icon,
hit.
maybe even the Baron.
That's a hit.
He
That's
doesn't
a
miss
hit.
a single one.
That's
like,
a hit.
it's just unreal, chunking out the front line of this Verdant lineup here as we come out of the replay. Verdant perhaps were looking for Cayman on that side lane, but he steps back, has a little bit of discipline, doesn't go for that next wave, understands that this is currently Verdant's strong side of the map.
And credit to them for actually being able to establish themselves in a strong part of the map. You're still down in itemization. I mean, in that 80 carry spot specifically. Mid lane, you're kind of there. Jungle, you're kind of all right. But how much do you really value those items on the Vi as opposed to something like the Ahri? She's going to get caught here by Kasing, investing the ultimate as well, paired up with Lulis, but they need to be very careful. Decham not connecting from Ronaldo. And that's the Corki going down. Enemy 80 carry off the board, and Bulldog Esports Club are straight onto the Baron.
Yeah, no flash on No Name. He's going to have to get in there with a Vault Breaker. That's going to be the only way. How can Verdant approach this? No AD carry, no damage, 6k already.
Lowish HP on Lulis though. Bulldogs looking for the turn. Backing away, Baron resetting. Skill shots missing. But that one is going to connect onto Papatero from Kasing. Not the priority target that you want. Very low HP on the Cassante. Charm connecting there onto Cayman as it's just going to be a single pit from Bulldogs at the end of things, as Obstinatus being a little bit obnoxious and interrupting Lulis's recall.
Yeah, just being annoying for the time being. Mishi is up, teleporting back here.
No,
oh,
what
Lulis!
What are you doing, bro? No. He was already at the self-service checkout in Tesco and he wasn't aware. But No Name was coming up to punch him from behind, and now Verdant can turn onto the Baron. Enemy jungler dead for 30 seconds, but still a lot of damage, a lot of poke to deal with.
Yeah, they're going to have to turn.
Oh
my god, the engage!
With a massive engage onto the back line. Kasing will be the first casualty, but there'll be a couple more. It's Holby City, the amount of bloodshed on Bulldogs right now. Exofeng rooted, pulled over the wall and shut down by Papatero. Miatek now dueling up against Sante. Is going to be able to get the kill. No Name. Thankful for that gold as that keeps him alive a little bit longer. Verdant peeling back towards the Baron, but can they do this?
I mean, surely they have to step back. I'd say surely they have to try and throw a bit of a Hail Mary here. Atacon at least, you know, but gonna step away, and all of that just off the back of finding Lulis on the back end of his recall. I do feel a little bit bad for him. He was very, very close, but look at this engage from Obstinatus. 3-man buffered out by Exofeng, and I think that's so crucial, because if he doesn't get that arcane shift out and he's caught up in that mixer, this is just a completely wiped fight. There's no overchase from Verdant. And they can just go back to the Nash very, very happily. But what an angle from us and nice, and this is what I was talking about with these engaged supports and from these support players in general, right? They have been crucial to both their team's success, respectfully. And now, speaking of, Obstinatus here with No Name looking on Miatek.
Yeah, not as much damage as you maybe like in this situation. TP going to come in to help
Baron.
out,
The Baron.
Miatek is
Screw
dodging away
this,
from
the
it.
Baron.
Yeah, Baron, the picture becomes the main screen event. You've just TP'd to bot lane whilst Baron is up. It's not a new objective. This is League of Legends 101. You just don't do that.
Oh man, I mean, they're going to have to try and keep them penned up here.
Big
That's a lot of damage from
Mishi.
Mishi.
Kasing low, he's going to invest the ultimate as Bulldog's playing a fighting retreat. Exofang, Arcane shifting forward, but his jungler is dead. Sing's next on the chopping block here as it is a Baron buff for Bulldogs. Exofang cancels his recall and is in enemy territory a little bit here. Should be fine to get on out of that.
He hit the Krugs. He hit the Krugs, so he can't reset.
Just bro, what's going on? They're not. Bro, just take these. Just take these. You're gonna lose the Atakan. Like it's free gold. Free gold.
Yeah, not bad. All right, free gold. Yeah, I like. No, he's got a Baron recall.
Nah, he's fine. He's fine.
Oh,
Wait, no.
They all stopped before the push. Oh man. Well, maybe that pick on bot lane wasn't as bad as we thought it was.
I feel like we've entered silly mode a little bit here, Jamada. What on earth is going on?
All right, so this pick here onto Miatek, I mean, I guess the timing is... I'm still not a big fan of the timing, admittedly, but they make it work. And then up here, maybe it's because Exofang's not on the Nash immediately, right? You maybe point towards that. Obstinatus caught by the hook.
Yeah, Kasing gonna get charmed in though, and kind of just eviscerated. Nautilus not really providing all those tank stats, and we've got a Baron buff on one side, we've got an Atakan buff on the other, and we've got very little in terms of gold separating these two teams.
We do now, all of a sudden. Still feel like the 5v5 is going to favor Bulldog, right? And you remember a lot of these previous exchanges have been, you know, picks into numbers disadvantages. Tier 2 gets picked up there, which is a nice additional injection of gold. But I feel like for Verdant, if they can continue to lean into the picks, right? With Ronaldo, with No Name, Fire combo, maybe an additional member there to kind of secure. As long as they're not trading too much on the other side of the map, I think they can live really, really happy with making those plays work. So just looking for that level of consistency. Looks like they're going to try and set up on the top in the mid lane for now. Pepetira pushing out the top side. Someone will catch this mid wave and then try to pen Bulldog into responding to that push up there. Blue buff being taken here. I feel like I've seen No Name take this blue buff more times than I've seen Lulas take that blue buff this game.
Yeah, the Verdant jungler engaging in a little bit of thievery, but looking for the next fight. I reckon we need to be keeping our eyes on Cayman. Papatiro here is going to be very tanky against Miatek, very tanky against Lulas and Exofang, but as you can see there, the magic damage does just cut through him. Mishi accepts his fate, will withdraw and get on out of there.
Yeah, Obstinatus sure well.
Ooh,
Never mind. That's a withdrawal, okay. Kasing's happy to give his flash for that.
Are you happy?
There's no objective on the map.
Am
I happy? Look, man, I love Raymond. That's a fellow Londoner. that's my guy, man. But not sure about the flash. There are no withdrawals available now.
Mishi? We definitely have entered silly mode.
Yeah, definitely have. I mean, he's very confident, right? He's got the 3.5 items. He's on his way to IE, by the looks of things. And we saw how much damage he did when Bulldog were trying to retreat with the Baron, right? So it's not like Verdant have fallen off a cliff in damage by any means. Corki still can have a lot to offer. But I feel like the potential rundown, right? The range is going to be a little bit annoying from Verdant if they allow themselves to be put in that kind of position. So again, it's just something we're going to have to track for the remainder of this game. How much space Exofang is allowed to really have. You were highlighting Cayman, and I definitely agree. Victor, we've seen so many times have near silent games, right? And then that final team fight, you see a massive Chaos Storm ripping through the front line into the back line. Very, very easy to see a snowball come out of that champion of Shojin, picked up by Exofeng. Still waiting on that IE from Mishi. He can't be too far away. 1,000 gold at most, and he's going to have about enough time to secure a fair chunk of that change before an objective is on the map. 90 seconds till that Baron spawns up, and that's where the next point of contention will likely be.
We've also got Dragon going to be hitting the Rift soon. That would be sold for Bulldogs if they can pick that one up. And additional slipperiness with the Cloud Soul against a composition that is all about finding picks, that is all about locking down someone quickly. Could prove decisive. I just love that. I just love that. You don't get to clear that control ward, Obstinatus.
Doesn't know what's behind it, neither. Just happily goes about his day, eating forward. But it's one of those, like, closer to safe Eve. You know what? Like, everything seems a little bit weighed in that
hold on.
There's teleport down here by Puppeteer. I don't think it's necessarily... Well, actually, it isn't. Like, look where Miatek is.
He's in the river. He is fine.
Be fine. Okay. Yeah, Edge of Night there, coming out huge. Just means that Puppeteer doesn't get to immediately ult him back or anything like that, so value achieved. Teleport feelingly wasted.
Well, that Edge of Night is going to be up in time for the Baron, is going to be up in time for the next engagement, so yeah, not really worth. Miatek is going to try and sort out this top wave a little bit before something goes down. Ronaldo pushing out the bot lane, doing a similar job, does have the teleport as the Baron has hit the Rift. Second one of the game. Last time we went to this objective, there was a whole heap of everything going on, and to be perfectly honest, I don't think either team came out with an advantage.
Yeah, you could argue maybe Verdant closing the gap a little bit in the gold overall, just because of how sequences followed, but definitely agree. There was certainly no Baron Siege. Baron now up. Dragon, 5 seconds, and like you said, Cloud Soul for Bulldog. It's just a real nice to have against the pick comp of Verdant. They definitely prioritize it a little bit more than the Baron, though. Exofeng, big chunk of health to lose out on right now, and Kasing's in a bit of an awkward position, but he isn't going to be punished for where he steps.
Ooh, Puppeteer getting out of there. Damage to do this from Verdant in the river. A lot of the tank, a lot of the engage, a little bit separated from them. Bulldogs existing as a 5-man unit as Puppeteer is going to be going into the backline, but gets knocked away. Kasing dropping low. The Pixante is just buying so much time. Whoa. Verdant winning out in the fight. Obstinatus is just about getting the ult off. Caleb flashing away on slithers of HP as Exofeng does what we've been wanting. Arcane shifting forward to pick up kills at the end of the team fight. And unless No Name can pull a rabbit out of the hat, it is Cloud Soul for Bulldog Esports, and he is dead as well. Baron now in the sights of the blue side team.
I liked the attempt here from Verdant on the re-engage and the angle that Puppeteer had specifically, trying to find his way onto the backline, but again, navigated really well by Cayman and by Exofeng, respectively. And the backline for Exa Bulldog just aren't able to be pinned down. Point blank period from Verdant, and I don't think No Name didn't get to cast his ult. Seemingly, it's up. So I'm gonna make the assumption, unless it's quite literally been used and come back up, which is certainly possible. But I don't recall seeing him use the ult anywhere. I think he was busy being chunked out by the Victor. We'll get our confirmation here either way. Verdant feeling like they had to kind of regroup, be pushed back, try to attack from the same angle, and by the looks of things, yeah, No Name doesn't get to cast his ult. Puppeteer on the backline, right? He was looking for Exofeng, but peeled off very efficiently. And came in, eats a huge chunk of damage, manages to Zonya's that final rocket, and then flash away from all of the Corky Burst, Ari as well, and then Exofeng. After all of this, all of the peeling and self-peeling, finally manages to find that aggressive angle, pick himself up the kill onto Mishi, and that's also Baron. Like we said, Cloud Soul Baron now. Very big disadvantage to be at here as Verdant. This is my big concern, Middlecott. You run into full kind of team fight comp. Your damage is always going to be acceptable, but it's about finding the ability to kind of force numbers advantages. And frankly, to me, Verdant haven't been able to do that all game.
No, not really. I mean, a couple of occasions, isolated skirmishes, but by and large, Bulldogs have just been bringing more members to the party. Wave's not quite synced up, so Siege a little bit less effective than it otherwise would be, but you can see how much damage Puppeteer takes. Trying to clear out that wave. Bulldogs are going to be able to force through the mid as Verdant potentially looking for something in the bot lane, but Bulldogs look to turn it around outside their base. Obstinatus cannot get over the wall. And he will be put in his grave. Now bot lane Inhib tower going to be the focus. Inhib going to be dropping low as well. Verdant, they have got full HP, but Bulldogs have got the momentum and are looking to push.
Yeah, I think they want to try and end on this push. If they can help it, get Nexus towers at least.
Sing's hook going wide. That wave's still pretty tanky as Mishi is dropping so damn low. No Name looking for an engagement. Papatiro trying to pull back Miatek. The Vi goes down first. And with her, the rest of Verdant will follow. Game 1 of this series will go in favor of Bulldogs Esports Club.
First game in the British derby. We've got a couple of British derbies, to be fair.
Fair few.
Fair few. But it feels old guard, new guardy, right? And Bulldog coming out on top, and what an excellent performance, specifically from the carries, right, of Bulldog. I think fantastic games coming out of Exafeng from Cayman as well, and all reliable Kasing, as it were, time and time again, just stepping their marks, making things known for Verdant where they can and can't step. And unfortunately, Verdant, we kind of spoke about needing the pick, right, needing to start fights off with Vi, with Ari, and they were unfortunately never really able to find their way onto Cayman or onto Ezreal consistently, unfortunately, for the both of them. So yeah, definitely need to go back to the drawing board, reassess the priorities of the overall themes of how they want to draft, because I think this opening draft here, not that the draft was a big issue, but I think putting yourself into a position where it's more about the pick as opposed to outright team fighting, because you can't out team fight the other composition, no. Right, as Bulldog. I think 5v5 it's not going to work.
Jamada, these are a lot of words, but all I'm hearing is that Exafeng got first blood and therefore the game is over. We'll see if the analyst desk has a similar take to myself or whether they are as intelligent as Jamada. We'll see you in a sec.
No, we're good. I think we wrap it up. Thanks everybody for coming. Ezreal got the first blood. It's done. We'll toss it to the break. Now, with that in mind, it was a close kill-wise game, but there was 10,000 gold lead. So even though it was bloody every single second, especially starting at the first second of the game, it was still back and forth, no?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this is the classic Bulldog Esports level 1. Like, on blue side, it is guaranteed you're gonna see 5 members walking into your top corner of the jungle if you're on red side. And I feel like they played it so well. Kasing playing on the limits, walking now last second. Papatiro had to press Ghost. Guess what? If you press Ghost, that means you don't have Flash. And he gets chased down. And unfortunately, for Verdant, that kill went onto Exafeng, who's apparently like, I don't know, best Ezreal freaking EU. Like, I don't know. I was told EU has terrible Ezreals. This guy looks pretty good, man.
Exafeng, man. Exafeng is the guy. He's really good. It's someone who, when you did your research for the teams coming to the split, he maybe didn't have the achievements competitively behind him, but it was clear there was something about this guy. He's peaked really high elo in solo queue. I'm hearing words and rumors that he's really good mechanically as well. And I mean,
sources
are saying, and exactly, you're thinking like, okay, is this the real deal or is it just all smoke? And then slowly but surely, he had a good game, then another good game, and now especially on the Israel, I think he's able to consistently reach out at a high level. He looks really good on that champion. I think he's a treat to watch. He was really good on the Twitch as well, just in Wednesday. I mean, at 17 to be this decisive in such a big series, I think that's really impressive. And yeah, I mean, I think the analysis from Middle Cup was spot on. He got first blood and he won them the game. Simple as.
So yeah, Exafeng got the first blood, was able to do a lot of damage, but I also think we highlighted an individual at the beginning of the show. We should do it yet again. Our grandpa. I think Kasing was stellar. Like, it was absurd.
Okay.
That Nautilus is not okay. Okay.
Kasing was great up to the point where he started cosplaying Hylissang, and then there were some oopsies in a few of this way. Like, he was blind
amazing
queuing
until
like,
one point.
He was winning until he wasn't. Let's put it like this. Yeah, there were a couple questionable queues into 5 members with no setup, no vision, no he sees the vision. That's what matters at the end of the day. Now, what I want to focus on was not when they were winning, because that was all great and dandy, was when this happened. Because we talked about Exafeng being so cool and aggressive and decisive, but this almost cost Bulldog Esports the game right here. Everybody piles onto Exafeng, who's overextended, trying to defend him, and that netted them a couple of shutdowns, a lot of gold. They take Exofeng down as well. And this created so much pressure, not due to the Baron, but primarily because they got so much of that vision back that they needed to play around the Vi Ari combo.
Yeah.
1,000 gold shut down for the Cassante as well. Those are not good
That's
news.
scary.
It was not enough though.
definitely is.
Duckling, you wanted to say something. Hit it.
Yeah, it wasn't enough, and I think Trouble had a good point there. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but I think when push came to shove, especially around the last neutral objective, we saw the Cloud Drake, right? Exofeng, when they didn't get onto him immediately, the fight was very hard to win. We saw Pepetero trying to get on towards him, but as Exofeng survived the initial engage, he was all of a sudden able to be the one who could step forward, find the backline, and pretty much just assassinate Mishi. I thought there he performed really well. There's definitely still some mistakes to be had in Exofeng's game, but that last fight was really good.
Well, that's the Baron incident where they were able to bait him in and
Here it
beautiful
is.
gameplay coming in from the support, but now on the Dragon. This is different.
Yeah, this was the fight I was talking about before, right? Keep your eyes on Exofeng. They can do what they want to try and dislocate him out of the fight and make sure he doesn't have any chance of doing damage, but in particular when they finally get the front line down, he feels confident enough at this young age as a rookie in the league to step up, take down the carries, and this was what secured them the soul and got that lead, or made that lead so comfortable that they would just win the game from it.
Okay, this is fake though. Almost 1,000 DPM on an Ezreal is usually a fake stat, so I'm not gonna sit here and do that. I'm gonna put production on their toes right here to see how fast they are with my requests. Can we replay the replay we just had on stream? Because there was something which happened twice this game, and I was like, okay, we don't have it, but I just want to highlight Cayman. Because I came into this series and I was like, listen, I don't necessarily think this is going to be about the mid laners. You guys really believed on the mid laners. I was like, I think it's gonna be maybe about the bot lane. We have really nice carry top laners to look at. However, Cayman was literally coming through and splitting the fights apart with the Victor. He was literally shoving Corki to the side. Corki couldn't enter the fights majority, and the two big team fights that pretty much solidified the game. One, I think it was 25 minutes in towards the top side of the map, and that one we just saw a Dragon. Cayman split the fight in two. He pretty much did as much damage as he could, gave his life at the end, bought enough time with the Zonias to not allow Corki to ever get into any of those fights. And as you can see from the damage dealt, like that was 32k on the Corki without being allowed in. It could have been a completely different story had Cayman not stepped up.
I think Exofeng was a beast. Cayman was so good at providing what he did, the poke coming in from the attack, but also I would like to highlight the jungle. If you look into those objectives, I heard on the pre-game interview, No Name stating that he's so better than the enemy jungler, and regarding to objectives and the way it was productive towards team fights, Lulaj was just outstanding. And regardless of how we end the day, Trouble, you told me we have a Portuguese moving forward.
Yeah, you've got Sinatus buddy, and you've got Lulash on the other side.
And Pepetero too. I mean,
You're
that's
fine.
three.
Pepetero
That's
too, true.
30% of 10 players. That's actually crazy, Ashram. Or country that is not
many
famously
Danish
known
though? How many
for their League of
Danish?
Legends players. Okay, I mean,
Yeah,
you know what?
continue,
The Dane I have has
continue,
already,
continue.
qualified for Landons and Torrent. So, back up, buddy. At least I have my countrymen up there already. So, know your place. The thing is, though, that I want to say here is while we're sitting here praising Bulldog, I think it's fair to mention that Verdant made this a very close game. So much was decided around that Drake fight. We saw it on the goalie just before on the graphic. It was around 1,000 gold between these two teams until Exofeng and Cayman had those big moments at that Cloud Drake fight. That was what decided the game, and I think if you're a Verdant fan, you can definitely take positives away from this because you are certainly still in the series, and I still stand by my point that the 3-0 not looking likely in my eyes.
I agree. Well, I think this is a wrap up from game 1. For game 2, I have information that Verdant is going to jump for blue side. Surprise. Okay, it's that priority pick. I think everybody wants the blue side and getting that B1. I don't know. Counter picking is not on the menu for these teams for right now. But what's on the menu is we have a small pause before we move on to game 2. This is a long series. People are looking to 5 games. I don't know if it's going to happen. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, and with this in mind, game 1 is done. Game 2 is around the corner, but I want to talk about champions before we jump into the champion select. Vi is gone, and I know you're happy with that, Trouble, but so is Ezreal. Are we turning into Twitch really fast? Because Mishi loves that on game 2.
I think we're turning into Kalista potentially. If it's not in the ban list, we're talking at... I feel like top laners have been a point of attack in general. Verdant, they really do like prioritizing... Bulldog Esports, they really do like prioritizing their top laner, and there are very strong picks like Bessa, we have the Jace Owl, we have Gnar, we have Garen, we have all these wacky picks that can be picked over in the top lane. And now the Bulldog Esports is on red side, they actually also have a chance for a counter pick on the top side. This is mostly what I have my eyes on.
I think those are very good points. I think for AD carry, it's likely they'll go a bit under the radar now, and then we'll see something like the Twitch come through, someone less prioritized, right? You've gotten a few of the strong meta AD carries out. There'll likely still be something like, if you're going against Exofang, you essentially have to ban the Kalista Draven. Those are his two famous tricks, you can call it. Obviously, he's still insane on the Ezreal, as we saw, but not a single team has let him play any of those champions. So while the Kalista is very relevant in the meta, I doubt Bulldog will ban it because Verdant are simply forced to. Otherwise, Bulldog, they'll lock it in, given any chance to do so.
Early Rumble, the ban phase. There's a plan for Miatek, or maybe he doesn't like to play against that. And the Jace is out. Bessa is out as well, targeting Papitiro at the moment.
I feel like it's mostly because of the B1, right? And Cassante is out, great neutralizer if you want to play into Ambessa. The second one is Poppy. But do you really want to be giving Miatek Poppy just to shut down or neutralize an Ambessa rather? Definitely not. So I think the Ambessa right here, banned on red side, is very well done, I want to say, from Bulldog Esports. They just want to try and give Miatek a pretty good matchup. And I feel like, no, Cassante, don't want to play Poppy. Ambessa is a great ban on red side. Now, Kalista, out of the picture, I think Varus does come up in the ranks in general as a B1, and it's one of the champions that Mishi really does favor as well.
Yeah, Varus, going through the draft, right? You are Verdant here, you found out two strong mid AD carries, but two strong AD carries for Exofang in particular. Varus, one of the good neutral strong AD carries left open. You'll happily first pick up with so many good first pick champions already taken away by the side of Bulldog. I think that makes a lot of sense. Now though, for the side of Bulldog, likely want an AD carry for yourself already. Twitch is an option. We saw Exofang have a great game on it, and wait and stay. I wouldn't be surprised to see them lock it in, and they do.
Really funny because both of these AD carries play Twitch, and they have picked Twitch, and they have won with Twitch, which is really funny right here. Ooh, I love the Maokai right here. Reminder, Bulldog Esports flexes the Maokai between jungle and support still. We have seen Kasing play that over in support. However, right here, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Pantheon or the Wukong get locked into the jungle. I'm actually quite surprised that people will prioritize right now maybe the Wukong over the Pantheon, because I feel like the Pantheon has such great presence throughout the entire game. But Zyra,
I want to say I like it, and I do simply for the reason that No Name has played a few games on it now and looked near flawless on it, positioning great, able to really get the most out of the champion. But if it'll work here, I'm unsure, right? It's hard to catch the Twitch out. You have long range, but if the Twitch is the one who engages on you first with the spray and pray, he has more range, and it'll be very impossible for you to really do anything before you've just been 3-shot already by a late game Twitch. I think for No Name, it's probably about going back to comfort, something he feels like he can make work now that you're down a game, as Bulldog, something very secure for Miatek as well, that now.
I feel like for Bulldog Esports, lane priority is pivotal. You're playing against the Zyra, and that Zyra also has lane prior, your jungler is going to be so vulnerable in the early game. We saw No Name, particularly yesterday, invade with that Zyra over on the red buff on the first clear, and it made Diana's life absolutely miserable. So Bulldog Esports need to look for priority throughout all of their lanes. Gnar is a great start right here, because if you ban out some of his bigger thorns, I want to say, in the likes of the Camille and the Aurelia, I was about to say Camellia, 2-in-1, whatever. I feel like Gnar is one of those champions that really does thrive in being able to force giving you priority through that top side.
This also makes that Maokai a little bit more towards the bot side? Are you bringing the Maokai into the jungle versus the Zyra, like your clear speed versus the Zyra? Like, you need help. You need help. You have to rely on that sort of AP Maokai, but then you get squishy. I think Kasing will be piloting this one. And when you look into two immobile carries, maybe the Jarvan rises up in terms of priority if you want to take that Maokai as a support. There you go. Those Yone and Camille are out of the question, as you talked about, but it's now time to target Cayman.
I mean, Cayman has quite a few champions in this pool, right? I love him on his Ari, but that's obviously already removed with the Fearless draft, so no need to ban it this time around. Wouldn't surprise me to see Verdant throw one more ban his way. I mean, for Bulldog, you want to save that as the last picture. You're going to have to show your cards now when you're coming into the final pick phase here. Where will that Maokai go? Will it go support for Kasing, or will you send it into the jungle, Ludas?
I feel like the Cassiopeia also is a big telltale that maybe there's a Sylas coming through. I mean, you've got Maokai ult, you've got Gnar ult. If Ronaldo gets a good matchup to play that Sylas in, they've eliminated the likes of the Cassiopeia as well. And it looks like he could potentially pull something like this. And yet again, Kasing piloting that Maokai through the both side of the map. They've got great engage potential on the side of Bulldog Esports, and they have kept that mid-lane matchup for last to try and give Cayman the upper hand. Again, as Jarvan, you're looking to engage in the early game, try and get a few ganks in, but if you get invaded by Zara and shut down, then your early game becomes much harder to play.
Okay, so instead...
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they go for the small, right? You get some scaling. There's obviously a lot of damage in the early game, or in the late game, rather. Speaking of good late game damage, the Jax will add even more to that, so Papatiro gets himself some agency and some ability to survive the Gnar if you play that lane correctly. Difficult to execute comp, I want to say. You don't have a clear front to back, and I mean, yes, your Leona can be the one engaging, and you could definitely have some backup on that engage. I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan of what Verdant are doing here. I think Bulldog, they look way more stable. In particular, I'm a big fan of the Twitch.
I saw that, Trevor. You predicted.
Love that, love that. That was probably like their easiest Orianna game right here. You can force Prior again through that mid lane. The Wombo combo doesn't only just work with the Jarvan, it works with the Submarine as well. Send Twitch over in the backline, send us Shockwave as well. I feel like they've got great engage, and if Bulldog Esports manage to eliminate one target with all of their buttons, it's gonna look good.
I love the way they both targeted this one, but Bulldog's composition is looking hot, to be honest. This is also the second game, and if they win, it means they'll put this match already on match point. What do you have for us, Verdant? Well, we have a pause, and then we have the Rift. I'll see you soon.
And welcome back, everybody. I'm Middlecott, joined by the Thorn by my side, Adrian Jamada Thorn. I think that works, doesn't it? Is that all right? Is it fun?
Yes. To be fair, not enough people do it, so I'll let it slide.
Fair enough.
You know,
fair enough.
It's far from the cringiest one I've ever heard.
Yeah, but
well, it's the only cringe one you can make. To be fair,
Jamada, something that I don't think you'll be letting slide is this Smolder lock-in that Verdant have, because.
Look, I don't think it's horrible. I think realistically, if game one is able to go by, the game's gonna go late.
Yeah.
And you know, Smolder has a bit of a history of making funny things happen.
Yeah.
When the game goes on for a little bit too long. So I'm here for it contextually, for the level of play. Though I would have liked to have seen maybe anything else. But the options were kind of limited, right? You start looking at the real out there things, like you can't, and it's the kind of things you can't really blind, right?
Yeah.
So things like Yasuo or like Lucian, which I think we saw Xiaohu do it in the LPL like once, looked horrible. Don't think we should see it again. You know, that's kind of where we are.
That ward tracking the entrance to bot lane, that feels so ancient to me. Because that's something that we used to see literally every single game around about 10 years ago. Mishi spotting out Lulis and Kasing here. wanting to start up in the bot side quadrant. So it looks like we are going to be having a little bit of a split map situation, at least initially, Jamada.
Yeah, just to kick things off, I wonder how No Name is going to respond, because Zyra still has a very fast couple of camps, right? The first clear speed specifically is really, really ridiculous compared to a lot of other junglers. Looks like we'll just go towards the Gromp, probably blue, and then we'll try to take those topside camps. The question really lies to me in what Lulas decides to do with this lead. He's got those 2 camps locked in. He's pathing up towards that topside quadrant, so he wants to try and lock No Name out of farming anything at all. So now it's about the respect of Obstinatus and Mishi, as they're going to get information and just clarification that the Krugs are still there, which means that the reality is Lulas is probably topside, and Lulas doing red and Raptors is only going to get him, it's going to keep him at level 2. By taking away the Raptors, does make it very difficult for No Name to invade, because then he has to go and commit very far into the jungle if he wants those top camps. So, I like this pathing so far from Bulldog to try and keep Zyra, you know, kind of on her toes. She's got those top 3 camps, yes, she's going to have to path all the way down to Krugs, and Lulas can even be level 3 to try and defend those bot side camps with priority down here from Kassim and Exo thing as well.
I mean, it's alright having a fast clear speed, but if you've not got any camps to clear, then that sort of becomes a mute point. No Name is going to be looking for a gank towards the bot side. Obstinatus burning the flash. Lovely interrupt there from Kassim, completely shutting down the engagement. And that's a wasted flash from Obstinatus, and it's more wasted time from No Name. Could go from bad to worse here, as that Leona, incredibly vulnerable, doesn't have the W yet. Kassim just flashes in though, puts himself in harm's way, but it's not going to matter. 1 kill for Bulldogs. Mishi not quite going to be the second, as it's another excellent start to a game from Bulldog Esports Club.
Everything just goes right there for Bulldogs, right? Despite Kassim's initial flash and the reaction from Obstinatus, everything looking a little bit botched, Kassim still walks away with health bar and his life. So, first blood ends up going towards Kassim. It's not the best target for it to go on, but given how that started, it's honestly close to the best you could really ask for.
Not going to be complaining about it all that much, and No Name is still in this very sort of anemic position where he doesn't really have anything to farm. Obstinatus with an adventure into the mid lane, came in low on mana, low on HP, is going to reset, has that teleport to rejoin things, and that would give No Name an angle to move towards the top side. Instead, he's going to focus on taking out this Rift Scuttler, as Kassim has migrated to the northern half of Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, he's looking to cover Miatek. We'll find out this ward. I don't think he's got the attack speed to get all 3 of those hit points down. This will just allow the Gnar to reset, and Kassim can look for a little bit of additional vision and coverage before he returns back down towards Exofeng, who's catching this wave solo. So it's going to be a nice little benefit for him to try and slingshot him to that level 6 mark ASAP.
Yeah, and I really like this sort of re-invade from Lulas, taking out those Raptors again. I anticipate that he's going to once more go for a defense of his topside camps, and you don't really tend to see a Jarvan out farming a Zyra in the early game, but it's intelligent pathing from Lulas that's allowed this to happen.
Yeah, and honestly, it just kind of makes me dislike jungle XP. And you know, No Name, same level. Anyway, initial engage. Yeah, a little bit awkward. Was expecting Obstinatus to be in a slightly different position than what he was. No vision there, of course, right? Makes it awkward. But again, the coming in of Lulas does make that significantly easier to navigate post. Like we said, kill went over to Kassim. Players Bulldog favored. Exofeng only had to blow the cleanse.
Not the worst thing in the world. For Verdant though, like how much does this kill like really matter though? Because we said that the gold going on to Kassim doesn't really mean all that much, yeah?
Yeah, not that much right now. Little bit of gold onto Twitch is nice, but as you can kind of see on the bottom half of the screen, there is no gold lead right now between the two AD carries. They are as toe-and-toe as it can get. There is no color on the gold difference. I don't think I've ever seen it be white outside of like the actual start of the game. So let that do with that information what you will. Grubs are going to go over entirely to No Name. Obstinatus is here to kind of cover in case there's a half-hearted invade, but there won't be one. There's a Miatek just trading there with Papatiro. clearing out some of that wave as well. Understands I'm on the weak side of the map. I'm just going to take a back step here. Recollect myself. Those grubs go over. Bulldog will also just answer this out a little bit slowly, but they will get this dragon on the opposite side.
Not the worst thing in the world in terms of timings, and majority of these lanes, whilst not massively swung, are just going a little bit in their favour. Decent sized CS lead for Cayman in the mid, and actually with Ronaldo picking up these Swifties, yes, really important on the Smolder to give you a little bit more maneuverability, ensure that you've actually got access to do your damage, but fundamentally not damage items. So if you end up in an all-out brawl, not much that they're going to offer you aside from the potential to dodge a couple skill shots.
Yeah, they're looking for the chickens again, I think. The third set in a row they'll secure. There is no smite here. That said, I'm not really sure Obstinatus can really do much about this one going over. And again, great pathing from Lulus to kind of just deny a lot of potential XP and gold from No Name, as Lulus was kind of just taking a stare at the mid lane there. So he's going to continue his way over and likely just path back down to bot, considering where his camps are. Maybe he decides to go up to the Krugs. I imagine the Krugs should be spawning in a second, but 2 camps on the bottom side, 2 camps on the top side. Reset. Yeah. Nope. Top side camp. Wants one more. Can't make his mind up. I'm looking at the minimap, by the way. he's just like, I do on the top plate. Oh, actually, this mid gank looks pretty awesome. Let's go ahead and look for this.
Could go for it. Is going to be spotted out by that vision ward there, and by the control ward in the top side. So Lewis
is he gonna? No.
He's having a little bit of a jaunt here. I mean, Ronaldo is potentially
Smolder
in kill range here.
Yeah. Gets the plate. Yeah. Go ahead, man. But don't okay. I understand. I partly understand why No Name is ahead.
Yeah.
In XP, but don't you just gotta find it a bit silly, you know? Jungle XP, smiley face. It's just my reaction.
It's a weird and Byzantine formula that has been guarded by Riot Games for too long. 3 members of Verdant converging in the bot lane, and yeah, the smart target. There's no way that Kasing gets out, and hold on, XFM might be a victim as well.
Wow.
Has to burn the flash to get away. Nice to see that proactivity from Verdant in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, good responsive play, right? I think this happens because they know Lulus is on the top side of the map. They recognize he's not going to be able to get down here to respond in time unless we really botch things up as Verdant. So good little counter swing, and crucially, a little bit of additional gold in that Varus' back pocket going on hit as well. So hitting those markers is always very important. Ronaldo isn't going to shoot and stop that reset from Kanan. Just kind of lets that happen. The teleport will come out, and all things even. Early game, right? As things are in their totality concerned.
I will say though,
relaxing, but I think this doesn't really benefit one side more than the other in my head, right? To me, I feel like Bulldog have a very tried, true, and tested team fighting composition, whereas for Verdant, they do have a load of strong individual champions who are great at team fighting. I just don't know about their capability of coming together and looking cohesive. That's really where I'm going to be looking for Verdant to try and take some strides.
When I look at what they've got for each other, and I apologize for this, Ramada. This is just going to be play-by-play analysis. Jax, very strong late game pick, right? Smolder, very strong late game pick. Game 1 of this series went to 40 minutes, so maybe in the minds of Verdant, if this game is going to go long again, they are just going to be favored by virtue of the raw power that the champions they've picked are going to have.
Understandable. It's very play-by-play analysis, but you are right. You know, that could be a part of the read from Verdant here, as we're about 30 minutes from that mark, and Verdant are on grubs.
And Lulus is on Obstinatus, as is Kasing at the moment. Does Bramble smash in the wrong way, but ultimate invested from the Jarvan locks up the Leona and secures the second kill of the game for the Bulldogs into Cayman's back pocket. And Verdant, whilst they weren't able to pick up all of those grubs, they were able to get 5 of them, and they're not going to be in an awful position to contest this second spawn of Drake if they feel inclined.
Yeah, no. Should be able to find that one. They'd want to try and shift Exo thing down to the bottom side of the map, I imagine. Road's a good poke here. Everything looks pretty damn good. for Bulldog. See how they try to set up off the back of that, of course. 5-1 on the Grubs, though. And you know, you did mention loads of strong late game team fighters. Jax, still a good side laner, right? I think his overall identity in pro play has shifted from being a through and through side laner to being a champion that can really contribute heavily in team fights over the last couple of years, just because of the way the rework kind of landed, and generally things like Zhonya's coming in as kind of a core third, sometimes even second item, depending on the top laner. Really just opens up the capabilities of how and when he can team fight. So we'll see what kind of build he also goes post Triforce, and what the priority is on that side laning, because of course Na, kind of the original king of neutralizing side laners.
Yeah.
As down here, Exofeng could be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it does need to be very, very careful. The Varus just throws out autos against him as Mishi gets locked down by Kasing, but we've got multiple members in the bottom lane, and I don't think it's going to be favoring the Bulldogs as Mirtek, before he goes Mega, goes down with Exofeng. Very lucky to be escaping with his life. That's a couple of good plays that have been chained together from Verdant now as they continue to force back Bulldogs. Let's get a little bit of damage on this tier 1 tower in the bot side and maybe have a peek at that dragon too.
Yeah, absolutely. They should be able to get this dragon. Hearts will finish off that Gromp. Yeah, they will. Had me for a second. Don't know why. And maybe, just maybe, Bulldog try and poke their head in. A little bit worried about the mid lane priority, and definitely understand that. Push came in away, so you can't get an easy rotation in. Got bottom side priority, but they're just kind of retreating to camps for the time being. A lot of ultimates exchanged, don't forget.
Yeah.
In finding that bot side play, and because Lulis and Cayman still have their ultimates, perhaps feeling a little bit more apprehensive.
Obstinatus needs to be careful. One more hit, the flash for the auto! Cayman understanding his damage and positioning absolutely perfectly to generate a kill out of nothing.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not a nothing kill either. With that numbers advantage and the chunk onto Mishi, they can get a good chunk out of this mid lane tower, and the dragons being started up by Lulis. So Cayman's play, very, very high yield on what it does for the game state there. Great, great decision. They'll get that second dragon, and Verdant, I mean, honestly, kind of out of a nothing. You know, trying to push Cayman away, maybe looking to pick up the dragon in maybe like 30 seconds or so. What this does allow is for No Name to try and grow out his lead, right, individually. And we've seen Zyrus really take over team fights many, many times as the CS lead has finally swung in his favor and will continue to grow now for the foreseeable future. Being down 2 dragons, though, against Twitch Ori, Joven, it just... You know, it just feels... It feels like you're setting yourself up for unnecessary potential pressure later on down the line. We'll see how Verdant handle it, though.
As things are going, they seem to be handling it just fine. Another early game in this series which hasn't been particularly explosive, but in game 1 it felt like as soon as we hit sort of 20 minutes, both teams really just started going at each other as much as they could. And that is being precipitated by early stages which have been tit for tat, have been a little bit back and forth, but neither team has really generated a massive advantage. In terms of your main characters for this game so far, Mishi on the side of Verdant, a couple of kills in his pocket. Blade of the Ruin King and the Zerk agrees a really nice, really efficient combination of items. And the main character for Bulldogs right now is fighting against the Varus and will fall to No Name. 2 kills, but now 1 death for Cayman as Verdant positioning around the top side. Kasing and Lulis prevent this tower from going down.
Yeah, they will stop this push from happening. 5 grubs, remember, on Verdant. So anytime a play goes their way, be looking at how they can try to extend their lead when it comes to hitting those towers, because grubs, they're a win more objective. I see so many teams sacrifice entire games for grubs when they're not really in a position to hit towers. This is the kind of game where things can be very volatile. Plays can go your way and can happen very quickly, I think, because of the nature of a lot of the snap engage tools on both sides. If waves are in good positions, if you're Verdant, you can really chunk out heavy amounts of health from these towers.
And that's swung the gold lead in their favor just slightly. It's been a nice recovery from No Name. Really out-jungled, I would say, in the early few stages, but the inevitability of the speed of the Zyra Clear And he has found a fair bit of that, contributing to all of his team's 3 kills thus far. As Obstinatus pairing up with Will Jones for some pressure around this Herald.
Yeah, I don't know, really, if Bulldog will be able to contest this. And this is one of the issues, Cayman. No flash, remember.
Oh, this is dangerous. This is very dangerous for the Orianna, but Bulldogs starting to turn it around, and Obstinatus not able to find all that much. Another shockwave onto the owner, another kill for Bulldogs as Papatero flashes into the backline to clean the Clockwork Lady off a Summoner's Rift. Lulas drops, another drops, Exo.
Oh, he's gliding!
He's going for it, but he's not got enough in the tank. Papatero with another kill for himself. As Mirtek now trying to chase down in the mini form, but No Name jumps onto in the burst. Not sure if the flash was entirely necessary, but style points are worth double. 3 for 3 as it's all told in the top lane. Verdant maintaining their gold advantage for now, but Mirtek and Kasing looking for a tower push.
No nonsense from Mirtek when he saw No Name in the
Let's go,
sharp.
let's go,
Mr.
let's go!
Ruffles. Hey, Ronaldo
behind.
flag!
Here comes Ronaldo! Kasing diving onto him to try and get away, but he cannot escape from the flap. Mirtek jumping on his
Big
head.
hop.
The slow, the movement speed just enough to get the Naran out of there.
Well, remember what I said, like, maybe a minute and a half ago, that fight's going to be really volatile? Things can really slam back and forth. I think we just got a A+ case study on exactly that, right? What a sequence. I'm not even really sure. I mean, I guess it benefits Verdant a little bit more. The kills kind of landed on their carries a little bit more appropriately for themselves. So Verdant happy with that exchange. There's Herald. Poor Shelly being pulled around. We'll reset for the time being. So Bulldog will look to get this tier 1 on the top side, stabilize things out a bit. Verdant, I imagine, will want to look to get themselves back on towards that Herald and just take control this side of the map to very quickly get the objective. Though Dragon spawns at 20 seconds, so there is also that to think about, as we'll very quickly take a peek at the replay of this top side fight. As, yeah, the initial play from Verdant very much focused on trying to kill this Orianna, but Ronaldo doesn't feel like he can step forward because of this teleport. Crucially, though, the Mega Gnar bar is just not that high, right? He kind of times out immediately. Exofeng trails Mishi, but it works out because now Lulas can get his way onto the Varus. There's no summoner spells, and he gets blown up. Exofeng, however, doesn't have enough damage to finish off No Name or Ronaldo, crucially, as he gets jumped onto by Jack. So the approach from both these teams, honestly, very, very understandable, and the execution, not too bad either as a trade. As we come out of this, is happening here. Tier 2 for the Dragon. Dragon goes over to Verdant. Tier 2 goes over to Bulldog. Bulldog can get themselves out of this without losing any lives. They'll feel very happy with the trade, I feel.
Yeah, I think this is one of the things that grabbing those early dragons can sort of generate for you. You don't necessarily need to go for the Soul Wing condition, but your opponent is heavily incentivized to prevent that from happening, as now we're looking towards the Herald. Verdant with the position coming in mid lane. Bulldogs sheepishly moving back towards the top side of the river. The Leona ultimate hitting absolutely no one. That's going to be Herald picked up here for Bulldogs, as that's a massive gnar from Mirtek, but that's an even bigger knock up from No Name. Massive pullback for the Shockwave, and Exofeng, he just can't find the targets with the Rat-a-tat-tats. Obstinatus will lock down Cayman, but not before he flashes away. It's another very messy, it's another very swingy fight, Jamada.
Goodness me, 3-man ultimate from Mirtek. I think 4-man knock up from No Name, and the Smolder ultimate flies over all of them, and it was the center as well. I mean, let's just have a look. Engage from Kasing as well. Downtown ultimate, 3-man, 2-man ultimate from Mirtek. Root, it's actually just the 2-man, right? No, it is a 3-man knock up. But again, the Smolder ult then over everyone. So much damage as Exofeng does his best on the side to swing in the damage that he can, but he just wasn't at that 2-item market. And he's actually gone Yuntao, he's going into IE by the looks of those components, so he's not going to have the Runans, right? But the single target damage is going to be incredibly high. And we'll see on that spike, of course. We'll see how he can continue to navigate these fights. Verdant, though, No Name, really stepping up in this game number 2. Felt very muted. And by all means, by his own accord, I feel like, in game 1, right? Like, it was a comp that was kind of centered, again, centered around Viari. Him and Ronaldo could not find many moments to sync up together. in a way that was high yield for Verdant. This time around, though, despite getting very heavily punished by the map split and just the general game plan from Bulldogs, caught right back up and has had a very high level of impact on this Zyra. And it makes sense. You've got a lot of dive, 3 melee champions. Zyra's going to always thrive at just controlling space and zoning.
Yeah, if you don't kill her immediately, then she just makes your life a living hell. Papatero popped the Grandmaster's Might here, looking for a heavy trade onto Mietek, but he goes under the tower, gets slammed against the wall, and he's going to get a rock thrown at his head in a moment's time. Solo kill for Mietek as Bulldog looks like they want to take after their top laner and find a little bit more blood for themselves, but Verdant don't step far forward enough to be put in threat range. They're now moving towards the bottom of Summoner's Rift. That's where the Atakan is. Ended up getting taken very late in the first game of the series. Kasing caught out with a solar flare, but not overcommitted onto Lulas. Jumping on top of Mishi, but there's no one else there. Exofix trying to deal the damage, but he just doesn't have enough. Ronaldo with a kill there. The teleport in from Mietek to rescue his team. Obstinate is forced to flash away to fight in favor of Verdant, but these are on an absolute knife's edge.
Yeah, I mean, it favors Verdant, but the reality is everyone's going to come back up at roughly the same time, and then they're going to look towards the Atakan, most likely. Baron's still a couple of minutes away, and the Dragon spawning on the bottom side too. Exofeng, man. Very, very questionable moment, but it shows you the mindset that he's in. Verdant, though, very quick to punish his positioning. You'll see it in this replay. Looking for Kasing initially, right? Because he does step too far forward, and they know Lulas just used the flag and drag, so opportunity for counter-engage relatively low. Lulas, however, looks for No Name and Mishi, flash away from No Name, and then Exofeng's just... he's so tunneled on trying to hit Mishi here. And he puts himself in a very, very compromising position, to be politically correct about it. Loses his cleanse. We'll see how much that has an impact on his ability to step forward again. Still no IE with 39 seconds left until the mountain. Verdant, despite being a little bit behind in gold, game state still very, very nice for them to be able to contest these fights.
Tiro jumping on out of there, and it does feel like an issue that you can run into with Twitch. Because you are just damage, if you are not able to bring that to bear in team fights, then you don't offer all that much. And I mean, we saw how quickly he got turned on there. As soon as he opens up, Leona's in his face, there's Brutes from Zyra's, there's knockups. There's so many tools to lock down the Twitch if he ever looks for something. Exofeng's positioning is going to have to be very, very excellent. Nicely timed Zhonya's as Lewis is going to be diving in, taking a load of damage from Ronaldo, and he's not quite able to hit the smolder. Exofeng, he's looking for it again, but he doesn't find it. Mishi will go down, but Bulldogs categorically not winning this team fight. Mietek trying to turn it around, though, as Kaming picks up the kill. Papatero just jumping on the Oriana's head, and this is where the Jax thrives, in these messy fights where he could just keep going forward. Verdant wiped 4 members of Bulldogs off Summoner's Rift. A little bit more decisive than the previous 9 million fights that we've had. And this will result in a dragon for the team in green.
Good stuff from Verdant. This Herald is going to be drifted.
Where are we going?
Why did we do that? That's my question. I mean, look, Verdant, very decisive, like you say, looking for that pick onto Cayman. It was a great Zhonya's, but need to calm down in these kind of situations where they're getting engaged on, right? He's a little bit too hypey, trying to find these plays. Lulas too far forward. He needs a Kasing with him at the same time. Obviously, you know, it's difficult to keep up with flag drag Cataclysm, I get it, but Exofeng needs, I think, that third item, right? He needs that Runans, or he needs a Lord Bombs. I think realistically, in this kind of game, we've seen it enough times. I think Runan's third, right? He needs to be hitting multiple people when he comes out for the spray and pray. But him, Lulas, and Kasing, they need to be synced up, right? And I think that's crucially what's been the missing piece when it comes to the responses to what have been a very, very proactive mid-game from Verdant, right? And this is great comparatively to what we saw in game number 1. Verdant need to keep that up. They need to keep the execution levels and punishing of Bulldog high too.
Yeah, but I really do struggle to see how Exafeng's going to do this. I mean, you can hit onto Obstinatus for as long as you like. That Leona, even if you do eventually take her down, not necessarily the target that you want to be focusing. Papatiro, he's got that Zhonya's the counter-strike, so he doesn't take any damage. No Name got the Zhonya's completed as well, and Ronaldo and Mishi are just going to be standing so far back. Asking a lot of the young AD carry to pilot the Twitch in this scenario. He hasn't been successful so far this game, but very similar to game one. The team that's behind this time, Bulldogs, was definitely at a deficit. Far from out of this game.
Far from. I think both these teams still in the race. Very, very competitively. Remember, with Jarvan, Twitch, or it's so many big moments for an explosive team fight to happen. I think Verdant are never really safe, though. Their flashes are coming up, crucially, for No Name, for Ronaldo. And that is a huge, huge sigh of relief if you are a Verdant supporter here, as Cayman takes a pretty big chunk out of Papatiro. Though mid lane, speaking of chunks, whole bite taken out of this mid lane tier 1 by Verdant. That's going to be secured for them and open up the map a little bit more.
Absolutely delicious. And Ronaldo's eaten enough minions such that he's got that mini Elder Burn on his Q. So Smolder getting to that point where he just becomes a little bit BS.
Yeah, and for anyone wondering, because Arhad does not have these Smolder stacks, he's currently at 255 for those at home. Wondering roughly where he's at.
Hold on, look at the Baron, look at the Baron!
Ooh.
Verdant are just going to try and sneak this one away. They've got so much DPS, but spotted out by that blue trinket from Bulldogs, and I think backing away the correct decision.
I think one thing that's incredibly scary for Verdant is trying to do a Baron or an Icon against Twitch. I think it's a risk you just don't take. If you're Verdant, I think you just play the map state neutrally. Again, I think side lane is going to continually, over time, get a little bit better for you, right? Try to look towards that. If if you can't find a fight outside of those objectives being up, don't risk it.
Yeah.
Genuinely, I think it is the easiest way to give Bulldog a way in to this game right now. Obstinatus, I like the positioning. He might even, I was going to say, he might even consider throwing out the Solar Flare just to try and fish for the cleanse of Exafeng, but decides to not for that play. Well, Dragon's up in a minute's time. We'll see how both these teams look to actually contest it. 2 mountains already over to the side of Verdant, and a lot of, you have to remember, a lot of resistances across the board. The Zhonya's, Merc Treads for the Zyra, Jax existing, and even the Terminus, right? From Mishi, you remember, you're going to stack up magic resist and armor as you get things going over time. So those multipliers, very useful as Chains of Corruption.
Like a drag from Lulas. Nicely timed as Kasing has
Ooh,
potentially stepped a little bit too far forward. Exafeng starts to open up there. Hasn't popped the spray and pray just yet as down goes the Smolder ultimate. Papatiro making his way into the backline, and Bulldogs are a little bit split up here. Lulas is just dead. Miatek joining the fray. 3 items on the Gnar. Shockwave onto 2. Exafeng on the side. Looking to rip. Health bars on Verdant. You just need one team fight from the Twitch, and that's going to be enough. But Ronaldo's just that little bit better. He's the last one left on Verdant, but he is full HP.
Oh, they're going to fish, aren't they? No, they're going to take that back. They understand what the assignment is here. 4 versus 5, effectively. I mean, the reason why this doesn't go wholly in favor of Verdant is because of the way that the initial sequence started, right? Burning the Chains of Corruption and that Solar Flare onto Ludus without actually finding those kills. If he, or if they rather, had those elements up when the next part of that fight started, Bulldog get wiped, almost no doubt about it. Ronaldo is going to pick up this dragon, though, as I say...
I can just flat pipe over the wall.
Oh, okay. Hey man, the ball was flying towards the dragon and the last auto was going in. That's going to be... I would love if we could keep a picture-in-picture whilst we're in this replay. Well, actually, we don't have to because we're actually in a pause, so don't worry about that. But yeah, the initial engage, great to pick off Lulush, right? But then I think Verdant just briefly stepping too far forward. engage from the Shockwave is great onto the frontliners, and then Mirtek has the Mega Gnar, flash forward onto 3, wallop onto 2. Ronaldo's immediate flash to be able to get out of that CC is really what saves Verdant here, because then the response is able to come out, and Ronaldo is not killed in that chain CC.
Yeah. And graciously, the players have decided to pause the game so that we could analyse that replay. Jamada, I'm not going to lie, we're post 30 minutes. It does feel like we're going to be in for another pretty extended game, because... Yeah, again, back and forth. I'm feeling like a broken record. No one's really winning at the moment.
There's a small chance, right? There is a small chance that we could be here for a while, brother. We will keep you updated on what the pause is about as we get information. But I do agree, this could be a long game, right? Between the Smolder, between the Twitch, this is just going to be a battle of Dragon and Rat. Just for confirmation, we've got a ping issue from Verdant's side, so we're just trying to get that sorted out. As of course, never nice to play on ping. No, had entire international discourses about it actually. So better we try and keep everyone on even footing. So whilst we wait for that, you will unfortunately have to stare at our ugly mugs whilst we talk about the game for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah. But I like what we're getting. I feel like you can get into these situations where after game 1 of a series, one team sort of just takes the momentum and runs with it. And I think that has emphatically not happened. I think coming into this series, literally every single caster predicted that this was going to be 3-2. Most siding with Bulldogs. I was the lone Verdant fanboy. I've got a shirt like in my closet over there. Like, if I want to put that on at some point,
you know
maybe
what?
I get to game 5.
Verdant, like, you know, I think people, if you're familiar with the UK scene, may believe that I may have an issue with Verdant. If you're familiar with UK law. I don't, for one. And two, they're actually the only org from the UK to have ever sent me a jersey. I have it somewhere too. Yeah. Only organization to ever give me a jersey. If you ever want to get favor with me, just send me free stuff. Like, just do it. I can be sold. Listen, give free merch if you have hoodies, anything like that. I'm a hoodie guy. I love a good hoodie. If you have hoodies in your merch, sign me up. I'm there.
Genuinely, mate. Verdant, they had, and I'm really sad I didn't actually pick any of it up. They did like a phenomenal merch drop last year in summer. Like, genuinely, some like really, really like nice stuff. So if that's still on their shop, I might go and grab some. Like, obviously, if they win, right? Because I'm a glory hunter. Yeah, like, if they lose, then
naturally,
then it's not happening.
Can't support the losing team. But yeah, very shout out to them.
Yeah,
they're a great org. And hopefully for them, as the game state has kind of been a bit wishy-washy, they can find a little bit of a foothold. But this game has been incredibly close. I don't think we have the capacity for mid-game gold graphs, but if we did, I think we would probably see no more than a 2,000 gold swing between these two teams, which for ERLs especially, that is tiny, right? That, you know, you see a lot of big gold swings towards ERLs. Sometimes you can see teams at the high end, they can run away with a game with a 2K lead. This however has been incredibly close.
Yeah, I think that whatever the result of this series, that makes me quite interested to see what happens to the team that progresses in their match versus Nord. Right, when we do get to the land, when everybody converges on Nottingham, and we all have a nice big get together, which has been a long time coming for the NLC. But Bulldogs have shown the ability to punch above their perceived weight. Obviously, you can look at a lot of the issues that Ruddy have had, but fundamentally, there's name value on that roster, or there was name value on that roster, and Bulldogs were just better than them. For Verdant, though, going up against a team like Nord, I see that as a little bit of a punch. So, whilst this series has been entertaining, it's been competitive, there is a little bit of an anxiety in me that says, well, hold on, if we are having these mid-games swinging here and there and everywhere, is that just a case of you can afford to do that against this level of competition, and a high-level team would actually punish you for that? I think that remains to be seen.
Yeah, that is definitely my big thing, and my big worry, not to be a Debbie Downer, but I still feel like no team has come close to matching the macro of Los Ratones. Nope. It is a high bar, right? but that will remain my concern. These two teams here, of course, very, very competitive, but Nord have at the very least shown a slightly higher floor. Hence why they're already in the lower bracket final and waiting. Washington is, of course, in the grand finals. So, hopefully, between these two teams, regardless of whether or not it's Verdant or Bulldog who make their way to that top 3, as we have a few more, I imagine, ping issues, so just trying to get those etched out. Hopefully this is a very short pause. By the looks of the chat, I'm getting signals that it will be.
Excellent.
Just looking for confirmation that Bulldog already. Obviously we saw Mishi DC. We get the ready in chat. Obviously you guys can't see this, but I can! And we are going to be resuming. Short pause, thankfully. But yeah, hopefully whoever makes it out of this elimination match will be able to really put their front foot forward and contest those teams waiting for them in 9.
Additional safety picked up for the members of Bulldogs. We've now got that Seeker's Arm Guard for Ronaldo. He's been pretty good at staying out of threat range in these fights. And it's going to be even harder for Bulldog Esports to lock him down, take him out. There's been a strong performer for Verdant this split as Obstinatus goes wide, and that's going to signal Bulldog to just jump on him. Feels like that's more than the few times that Obstinatus has just been a little bit too far forward, and Cayman's been willing to pull the trigger on the Shockwave and remove the Leona and remove a lot of the engage options that Verdant have for themselves. Bulldogs now securing priority around the Baron. It's the main objective that teams are concerned with. Atakan is on the south side of Summoner's Rift. Verdant does look like they are content to give up the Baron for a free shot at the Atakan for those 3 GAs.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, much like it was risky for Bulldog, or rather for Verdant to contest either of these objectives, technically risky for Bulldog too, but just happy to trade, like you say. It will just be that, so GAs against Baron. We'll see who ends up making the most of these objectives respectively, running out of English apparently. Still no Runans, by the way, for Xfeng. Did decide to go into LDR. And I think that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of armor, a lot of resistance.
The amount of armor, yeah. And Mishi's even going into Jackshow by the looks of things, so certainly going to keep his damage relevant. And once he hits that 4th item, I think that's really the key breakpoint for Bulldog now. Because they've got Death Cap on Cayman alongside 3 other items. Oriana's ready. And whilst Exofeng, again, will be able to certainly dish out a lot of damage, especially if those spray and pray bullets are hitting multiple members. Needs the ultimate.
Nice
hold on a second.
From Mission, he just eviscerates Cayman. Exofeng is going to proc the withdrawal as Kasing has to get on out of there, and when we get into the fights, when it's not about pushing, it's not about waves. 3 GA on every single member of your team looks a little bit better.
Yeah, it certainly does. Lulis and Mirtek here on the side. I'm going to let this tier 2 go. Exofeng didn't pop the ultimate, so he still has an opportunity for a bit of a re-engage if they can find it. Lulis has the Cataclysm and Mirtek's got his Meganar bar up. Remember, we're saying this because Mishi is currently farming red buff. Bulldog don't know that though. And Verdant just clear out the next wave, call it a day. So the Archon buff is going to kind of neutralize the Baron. And middle court, I think we're in for a long game number 2 because yeah, that's not a high yielding in terms of gold off either of these objectives.
It turns out when you've got too many big late game objectives, they do end up just cancelling each other out. Came in with a TP to get back into the mid lane. Still a slither of time on this Baron, but it's not going to be particularly relevant as Lulis is able to catch out Papatera, and I don't think that really counts as catching someone out. Obstinatus going for an invade, Mirtek getting caught, Mishi going forward as it's another split fight. 2 withdrawals already procced on the side of Verdant as Lulis just about dodges away from the arrow. And Exafang flashing from Papatero, who goes golden at the last moment. and will be sent back to his fountain. A big fight where no one dies. Dragon on the Rift. Verdant started up. This would be Soul.
Oh, goodness me. People are still coming back from base. Remember the withdrawals. I mean, this is a really chunked out Bulldog. They don't want to give up Soul, but they could give up the game. Oh!
Just goes
Exo
into the
Fix
pick.
dead!
Not out of there! Silky stuff from the Verdant mid laner. Mirtek getting angry in the pits, but he's got nothing to do with his
That's
rage.
game.
That's the fight. That's the Dragon. That's everything for Verdant. Ace, and they're going to push through the bot lane.
Oh, they do have about enough of a wave. How long are these death timers? I think they can end kind of comfortably, actually, now that I think about it. The wave's coming along quite quickly. Should be 1-1, evening up the score. Very close fought game. Could have gone either way. But Verdant, I think getting that Atacon and being able to utilize it as well as they did. Said we're in for a long game. Ends 2 minutes later. Thank you very much, Verdant. Go to a best of 3.
1-1, the series score. Match point will be secured in the next game by one of these teams, but I would not be surprised, Yamada, if we go the full 5, if we have a very long evening of NLC tonight.
I believe so. I think these teams are very, very evenly matched. Team fighting has been Bulldog strength. For Verdant, it's been, very an inconsistent strength of theirs, but one that they're certainly capable of executing very well. I think a lot of it falls onto, members like Obstinatus finding good engages. Yeah. What No Name can do with his gold, because I think what we've seen out of No Name throughout this split has been his ability to farm has been really incredible. And Bulldog even tried to stunt it in this game. And even last game, in game 1, had a lead on the Vi individually, wasn't always able to consistently pull out, big, high-impact moments. This game too, though, on the Zyra, time and time again, big multiple-man knockups, important roots, just the AoE damage that champion provided, fantastic, and gonna need to continue to find that level of performance if he's gonna be able to help get his team across the line here against this Bulldogs lineup.
Yeah, story player within the NLC. 1-1 this series scoreline. We're going to throw it to the analyst desk who are going to tell us how Verdant won that game.
It's called an action-packed game sponsored by Michael Bay. Every single time you could, fight, non-stop. It was even confusing to start it off. We actually had something prepared and all the game started trouble. At least you can point us out on what you had in mind, even without any footage, just to understand how important it was the early game.
I had the perfect illustrator prepared because Bulldog Esports didn't do their classic level 1, we're gonna bundle up as 5 or whatever. They actually split them up in half and forced the Zyra onto only one quadrant. And this is crazy good for someone like a Javan to deprive Zyra off of perma clearing. But all these replays that are gonna play right now, it's literally how the game went from the second this Rift Herald hit the map all the way to the end. It was back and forth between the two teams. It was either Verdant winning the team fight, Bulldog Esports winning the team fight. It was a crazy back and forth. I will, however, say one thing. I felt like Exofeng just could not necessarily find the angles he needed because Verdant were guarding their carry so well that he couldn't actually step up into a Leona, step up into a Smolder, step up into a Jax. They played that so well to just guard him off of these team fights.
Yeah, there was so much damage on this Verdant roster as well that even when in a few fights we actually saw him find, let's just say, the Smolder, it wasn't enough because Puppeteero had a lot to say on this Jax as well. He had a lot of boost damage and was very hard to kill. He could very quickly assassinate the backline, make these fights even more difficult to execute, and it just became too split. And the thing is, even when it wasn't split, it was also good for Verdant because when Bulldog, they hammed on 3-man, as you just saw in the replay before, the damage Ronaldo could get with the AoE from the Smolder was too much to deal with. Yeah, I mean, the team fights were hard to execute. I thought Ronaldo played them beautifully here, getting so much value out of the AoE and Puppeteero as well. Those were my two standouts on this Verdant lineup, both knowing exactly what they needed to do and positioning themselves perfectly. This was one where you thought maybe Bulldog had found the angle, but it didn't have enough damage. Exofeng wasn't able to take him down before Ronaldo, yet again with his AoE damage, completely stopped it.
And I feel like in the draft, we kind of mentioned how Bulldog Esports, they all just kind of want to engage at once. Zara is a fantastic champion when you want to dive into her. Twitch gets too close, root, ult, gets knocked up, can't move. And you saw it in this replay as well. Even though Exofang found a fantastic angle through the side, he was still not able to capitalize upon enough kills that it would matter for Bulldog Esports to take more room onto the map. And that was the name of the game. I feel like No-Name sort of like stepped back up, I want to say, in this game, specifically compared to that game number 1. And this was pretty much the nail in the coffin, because the two teams traded Baron for Atakan. But if you're going to teamfight, you'll take Atakan any day.
Yeah, the problem with this is, as you say, Trouble, that was an Atakan on one team side, because even if this fight is really just barely won out by Bulldog, well, it doesn't matter, because Verdant, the Mountain Rage, by the way, will get their 4th here, because the rest of the team was so quickly out on the map. Bulldog didn't even have time to reset. Look at Exo's strength HP, look at Cayman's HP bar, and then Ronaldo, who just comes back from the withdrawal, cleans up the fight, and this did decide the game. Had Bulldog waited maybe 10-20 seconds more for the fight, those withdrawals wouldn't have been there, and the game could have potentially still been happening, but that was the problem. They didn't do that.
And I feel like a lot of people will pose the question of why are Bulldog Esports fighting for that dragon? That was Mountain Soul Point. That gets locked in, you're not winning the game anymore. There is way too many defenses on those members, and they were already previously losing team fights like fair and square. With the extra defenses from the Mountain Dragon, it would have been so difficult to break through and win a team fight. So it was all in all, unfortunately, they put it all on the line. They didn't have the HP bars from the previous fight, and I'm surprised to see another mid laner showing up. Ronaldo did an incredible job onto these 80 carry kind of mids. We saw him on the Tristana the other day. Now we see him back on the Smolder.
Yeah, he's stepping up to the cities. We were talking about the mid liners. They are either a hit or miss, and I think Ronaldo hit it on this game. We actually were looking into Cayman, but as soon as you get those stacks with Smolder, things get extremely hot. And yet again, we don't get to see that Twitch working as intended. Your positioning has to be stellar, and if the team is aware of that, vision becomes crucial, and if there's anything to at least ploy the plans, it's more than done. We're now jumping into a best of 3. Whoever wins this one moves on to live event. By the way, Len, keep that in mind, and you could join us on a big watch party, but we'll talk about that later on this one specifically. How can Bulldog come back from this one?
I mean, I don't necessarily thought this was a game to lose for Verdant. I think it was very evenly matched. I felt like they just didn't necessarily leverage enough of that level 1 that they got. And like, again, you can see, like I said, when the replays dropped, it was a back and forth. It was Verdant win, it was Bulldog win, it was Verdant win, it was Bulldog win. But the whole point is that if you let things like Zara, Jax, Smolder scale too far into the late game, it's very difficult to come back. That's why I was very worried when I saw the Java. And I'm like, if you don't leverage your early game, get that Twitch ahead, get that Nara ahead, then you can fall back into an Orianna later on. It's just going to become very difficult, and unfortunately, it was only the Orianna that was up in gold during the majority of the game.
I mean, the game was pretty much dead even for multiple parts of it. We just saw in the gold as well. And that kind of ties back to what we told about game 1 as well. It was really all decided by one fight. The gold was dead even in that as well, pretty much, and it just shows this series is so closely fought. It's all about, especially with how the draft has played out these first few games, who can find the right angle for the team fight and find the right engage that will give that final fight. I expect more games like this, where it is very gritty and these teams are fighting neck and neck, trying to get that win, where the game is very even. Then, you know, when the pressure is at its highest, you know, pressure makes time, and then we'll see who shines through.
Extremely close, and I do believe we don't have that information, and obviously we're gonna have Verdant jumping into blue side yet again. Blue side is turning so pivotal while we're watching these lower bracket games. I mean, we should talk about the game. Yeah.
Look, Esports chose red?
No. I'm waiting to see.
Oh, right. Okay,
If
so I
whoever
believe
loses,
Bulldog.
jumps to blue.
Yeah,
Blue dog.
usually.
There
Okay,
you
they
go.
chose
You
blue.
go
We
blue.
just got the call that they chose, but it just makes so much sense. I feel like their level 1s from blue side have been so much more decisive than their early game over on red side. And I mean, Verdant tried to stop them in game number 1. I feel like you need to have a plan going into Bulldog Esports, because the level 1s have majority of the time given them that extra edge in the early game that they need to snowball.
It's also funny that on this series specifically, we're always talking about level 1 and how important the level 1 is. Regardless of where you start, that's going to be a massive fight. So keep that in mind as we toss it to a break, and we'll be right back because the players also need to rest. So take this opportunity, go to the bathroom, get some tea, and
Grab a
enjoy 5 games of League of Legends. Supposedly. I don't know. I'll see you soon. Absolute cinema. And we are back. Game 3 is on the way. But before we jump into that one, let's talk a little bit about what can we expect. We've seen players shine. We're still looking for that top lane to show up on that greatness as well. And Lulas and obviously No Name fighting it off in the jungle. What can we expect? Risk.
Ooh, okay. I don't think
Hot takes.
I've necessarily gotten what I wanted from top lane yet. I feel like Miatek is a little bit too low profile so far. He popped off in his previous series, and I feel like majority of a lot of those team fights that they were having were due to Miatek sort of being ahead on his top lane pick. Now, it wasn't just the Ambessa, it wasn't just the Jace. He's played like other champions. He's played Gnar as well. He's done so well with. He's played Rumble, so I'm just looking for something that can snowball that top of the map because it seems to be like a very pivotal part to Bulldog Esports' success.
Champion Select is on the way, and now the focus on the Azir. We've seen this being played, but usually it goes hand in hand with that Twitch. Twitch is already out. Revan and Kalista obviously going to be targeted by Verdant. They don't want that to go through.
Yeah, it's very predictable, especially when you're on red, right. You're not even going to take the chance of leaving any of them open because you know they will just be first picked. So, makes a lot of sense. Seems like, though, the priority from Bulldog has switched very much up towards Ronaldo here, trying to limit him as much as possible. As you said, Asia, those two expected bans come out. Mid laner targeted, ADC targeted as Bulldog. First pick champion available. I mean, there will be some left through. You can maybe look at Skarner if you want to put that in the jungle for Lulas, give him some agency as well. And there are certainly options, that's for sure.
If you leave the Skarner open on Bulldog, it also means that Verdant has to pick between Ambessa or Skarner to ban it away, and one of them are going to be open. We're going to quickly redo the champion select, don't worry, but keep that in mind. Skarner or Ambessa?
I don't know. I wasn't very pleasantly surprised by No Name's Skarner. So I feel like if you have to choose one or the other, you probably B1 Ambessa for Miatek, and then you let the Skarner possibly go through. Now, here's the deal, right? Things like Sante, who are okay into Ambessa and can neutralize her, are no longer in the game. So the only other thing that you can play that's pretty alright into Ambessa is Poppy, if you want to play to sort of neutralize her, unless you want to play a more bruiser kind of matchup into her, which a lot of pros don't necessarily really gravitate towards if it's Ambessa top, but we'll see.
Back on the champion select, third ban from Bulldog is going to reveal whether that option is on the table or not. Obviously, champion. Oh, Rumble, there it is. Now you pick it.
Yeah, the Rumble is banned. I think the Ambessa is the likely one to come out here, and no Aurora instead. That leaves plenty of power picks open if a Bulldog to pick. They'll go for the Ambessa. They could take the Skarner if they want. They are not lacking good pick-one options here, despite us being 3 games deep now in the Fearless draft. I'm excited to see what they go for here. It's a lot about the priority, and I agree with Trouble. I'd like to see them give more agency and make Miatek less anonymous, and this is the pick to do that. He has been phenomenal on it throughout the split.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're Verdant right here, you have to take the scraps away. And now, it might sound funny, because calling Skarner the scraps hasn't been the name of the game for a couple of months now. But I feel like if something like this, a hyper AD carry gets locked in here, you definitely want the front line, the better engage, better peel. Skarner does really provide that for you, and you can't also afford to give both Ambessa and Skarner to the other side if you're going to play any mobile AD carries such as Jinx.
So you have to reveal this one, or else you're going to give Skarner away to the Lulas. That would be an interesting take, giving both of them to start off the game 3, which will put a team in match point, as Middlecott highlighted previously. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, you take the Skarner.
Very
I mean, you
little
can go for the
hover.
Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, the Wukong is the
one.
open one, right? Then you'd have a lot of AD damage already in the top side. Obviously, Cayman, a big mage player, he'll likely end up on something on that regardless. But it would be very front loaded. It could make the composition a bit weirder to execute. I think it would be a bit hard. Could obviously be a bit split on your AD carry, but I think there's a chance that Exofeng doesn't go on the hyper carry this time around. If they decide to do that, though, the Wukong less of an ideal option, or maybe actually the Kai'Sa fits well into that. You know, you can get your AD carry right in on the backline with you. Okay, I like this. I think that's a very good AD carry lock, especially with how the draft has unfolded so far. I like this idea. I would like to see more engaged, maybe a full just all-in comp, get everyone in with you. But we'll see what they decide to do here.
Trouble.
I feel like a Sejuani wouldn't be so bad. I feel like he matches Skarner. He provides a lot of engage. I feel like it's a very easy way to sort of line that up with the Ambessa. I don't mind the Wukong either. I feel like Sejuani provides a little bit more non-committal engage if you want. However, having a dive buddy, that's a triple dive buddy that I'm seeing on the left side from Bulldog Esports. However, I feel like the support pool might get hit a bit too hard in terms of all-in. And Verdant realizes that here, they lock in one of the engaged champions, one of the few engaged champions that remain. And then they were like, hold on a minute, Kasink had an incredible game on that Poppy, take that one away too. So the one thing that you have remaining here is possibly Alistar.
Alistar, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that they will be able to find an option that can go forward, right? I think the Bromish want to be that's just, just helping out. You're not going to be the main engage, but you can get in there and help out with the team. But I think very smart here from Verdant to prioritize getting one of the optimal engage supports left in that Rakan and then starting to trim the pool out. I think the Alistar is the obvious ban. Troubling highlight out. It's definitely the best option you have left at the table. You'll have to choose from the scraps here is what I want to say for Bulldog, because you can't pick an enchanter. You'll be left alone and you'll end up being one shot instantly.
Ooh, very interestingly here, one of the more stable bruisers in the likes of Renekton got taken away. The Poppy got taken away as well. So you cannot pick that as a neutralizer on the top side. Renekton was taken out from the side of Bulldog Esports, and you might start hitting the mid lane pool right now because Ronaldo hasn't necessarily picked. What are you scared of? Things that potentially make a lot of space in the mid lane, create space for Jinx to play around. Something like, I was about to say Azir, but Azir was banned in the first iteration. Okay, Camille out as well. What have you got to play into Ambessa that's not a tank?
That's a rough
tank.
one. Yeah.
A tank.
There you go.
Okay.
You also have the sustain, you can be annoying, but it's still not locked in. I was thinking maybe you can even pull Cayman's Cassio in the middle, and that's going to be like annoying. You have the Kai'Sa going in, the Cassio being annoying, not allowing Rakan to just dash in, even with the Shen, another dash cancelled.
I think that's totally fair, right? You're able to save your AD carry for a little bit if he comes under pressure. We saw Puppeteer put in a solid performance on it yesterday, especially in any case that he'll be left on his own to try and survive and feed off the table scraps. A bit of a niche pick there for him, hovering through the other tanks, knowing this is the one he can get the most value out of. It's not an ideal matchup still, but I see his point. Now though for Bulldog, I want to see what they lock in here instead. The Alistar, the obvious option as Trouble mentioned, locked in, and now for Cayman. The Gallia would have been nice, but that's been banned away. So what do you want to go for here? You can't take the Yari, that can't join you either, because that's already been played in this Fearless draft. So I want to see what option they have.
Oh, I wouldn't mind the Silas right here. You've got Skarner ult, you've got Rakan ult, you've got Shen ult as well. Hui's fantastic, or Seraph on that matter, because everyone is gonna be diving in and you're gonna be staying solo behind, right? You see Wukong, Alistar, Kai'Sa, Ambessa, they're all diving onto Mishi or potentially onto Ronaldo if he chooses a very squishy control mate in the mid lane. However, I do like the pre-pick, the blind pick of Hui, because it's a very long-range mage with super good wave clear. So no matter what you sort of pick into Hui, he'll always be able to stay safe, be on the tower, and wave clear his way forward.
So we're looking to both teams quickly before we jump. Where do you stand, Duckling and Trouble Link, really fast?
I'm with Bulldog on this. I like their composition. I like what they're doing.
Okay,
I like
Trouble.
Bulldog Esports as well. Yeah.
Well, the desk favors Bulldog for this one, but Verdant played with Shen yesterday. Will it save the cities? I'll toss it to a break, and maybe Middlecott can tell me about it.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to Bulldog versus Verdant. Both teams tied at 1 apiece, and my webcam might not be clear at the moment, but it's clear what the stakes in this Game 3 are. Winner secures a match point, and with how back and forth the games in this series have been so far, Jamada, having that advantage going into Game 4 could prove crucial.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually going to join you in solidarity and... oh no, that's Zoom. Wait.
All right, get us
Oh
off the
no,
screen,
I didn't
us
get to
off the screen.
unfocus it! Man, it is what it is. In the scuff production, it's us. It's the casters, it's not production's fault. Yeah, interesting looking drafts on both sides, right? Bulldog allowing this Skarner to go over. And I feel like getting enough decent responses into it, in my mind, right? They get the Ambessa, the Wukong champion that I personally hail as, I still think is the best jungler behind Skarner, right? Good at skirmishing, good at team fighting setup. He kind of does everything.
Yeah.
You know, there's not really a mode outside of, there's these like very few, far and few between weird games where it's like you're playing against mid-range and you have no other follow-up, right? That's when it sucks to play Wukong, and that's if you have Wukong in that spot, then that's your fault. So yeah, Bulldog, I think in a very good spot. Lots of strong dive options. Decent over-the-top poke as well from Cayman. On the opposite side from Verdant, a lot more traditional, right?
Yeah.
Very front-to-backy. 2 tanks, Rakan for engage on top of that, and the Shen, which we don't get to see super often. And if anything, we've only really seen it over in the LCK as a soft priority support. It kind of depends on whether or not Delight is in the lobby or not, amongst a few others. Lehens as well. Beryl. There's quite a few career supports very good at that champion. But will be piloted in the top side by Papatiro. Have a little bit more economy comparatively to the support role.
Deceptively strong in a lot of early game fights. But absolutely, once we get towards the later stages, I mean,
There you
you
go.
can see it right there. When we get towards the later stages, it is going to be about getting that ultimate on. Most likely, Mishi protecting this Jinx, securing her safety. Once she gets that first reset, just being able to take over the rest of the game. And if we do look at what Bulldogs have got for themselves, lots of ways of getting on top of the Jinx, but in terms of tanks that she's going to have a difficult time getting through, Kasing with the ultimate is the only one that really exists, and if that gets popped too early in a team fight, then we could very well see Mishi given the space to open up.
Liking the trade patterns of this matchup so far. W seems pretty strong. I haven't seen a Shen into Ambessa, so this is kind of a learning experience. But Shen, very, very potent lane into a lot of champions. Very high base damages. Obstinatus is looking for a roam opportunity into Cayman, but won't find it. And yeah, Papatero just holding his own up here. Has Biscuit and a pot. Got that pot advantage. And that's that irritating thing. When that sword gets left behind you in lane, allowing Shen to get that attack speed steroid is very, very frustrating. I will say, it must be pretty difficult to try and proactively taunt the Ambessa, given the mobility of that champion. No Name and Lulish both looking at full clears, likely a reset. Maybe Lulish looks at the mid lane, because Ronaldo has stepped up a little far forward. But it's not far enough, I feel like he can force the issue. We'll just step away for now, and Ronaldo is basing anyway, so all is even, and all is quiet. As we pan back to the top side. Taunt, that's a lot of damage, I mean, so I'm saying.
Yeah, Neotech though, going back forward onto the Shen. Fair bit of upfront damage from the Shen in these trades, but once you get those autos out, really doesn't offer too much more. This wave not in a particularly great spot for Neotech, as No Name is making his way towards him. Papatiro flashes forward, and No Name slams the Ambessa into a wall to secure first blood for Verdant.
I mean, the comedy of it is, that would have been a solo kill for Papatiro. No Name just gets donated the kill, so Neotech maybe underestimating the power of the Shen in lane a little bit there. It was a great flash as well, as unfortunately, coming to a pause. We'll let you know what the issue is once we get that information. But No Name, off to the races, gets the gets that kill for himself, and we've seen what Skarner can do when he gets that gold, or when No Name rather is able to get that gold. Not even just the Skarner, but it's both of them, right? Skarner with gold, very scary. No Name with gold and a little bit of agency, also very scary.
Yeah, Verdant will be hoping that he's scary enough to push them through to get a match point in this game. Mishi did take an early reset in the bottom lane on this Jinx and has been able to pick up the cull. Now getting into a little bit of a skirmish against Exifeng and Kasing
Oh,
as
man.
we are hitting another pause. The gremlins in the internet cables really not enjoying this one.
Yep, someone is someone's snipping cables, unfortunately. Yeah, hearing it's a comms issue.
Yep.
Though we can see the pause is actually done. So thankfully that's the last of the pause.
Why would you say that?
You know, look, we've already had 2 40-minute games. You know, like I'm not beyond artificially inflated game times here.
No name looking in the mid lane. Came in having to flash away. Nice attempt. A proactive move from Ronaldo there.
Yeah,
Ends up just being flash for flash.
I think came in was fine. But flash is nice, and once Wukong hits level 6, the response from Bulldog can be there. Of course, Hui, equally as vulnerable as a mage, has that fear to, you know, dissuade No Name when he comes through a wall, but still going to be a little bit difficult to avoid, just because of the nature of how many angles this Skarner can come at you from. As Dragon is being picked up by that Skarner, speaking of, off screen. As top lane's both at level 6, and that's where Papatira, of course, gets access to that Stand United, and he's going to be able to assist his team across the map in skirmishes where he is needed. And much like, you know, it's that old golden rule, we talk about like Twisted Fate, Talia, first ultimate usages, getting high value. Same thing for the Stand United, because if you're unaware, that Shed ultimate has over a 3-minute cooldown at level 1. It is not a small cooldown to blow by any means of the imagination, so has to get good value out of that earlier.
And I think that does just speak to how powerful being able to turn up in another lane is. Mirtek doesn't have the flash, but I don't think that Mishi and Obstinatus really have the damage. Level 6 on this Ambessa to the level 5 now of the Verdant bot lane, who have been big fans of switching things up, moving up into the top side off the sort of second reset. Obviously no grubs to contest, but both bot lanes actually have been fairly mobile throughout this series in the early laning phases.
Yeah, definitely have early rotations towards objectives and such. Verdant, I think, kind of rotate on the same timer as when the grubs are going down, so we're probably expecting to pick those up. Lane swap will temporarily be matched by Bulldog, but I feel that if I'm Verdant, I'm potentially looking to just reswap again. We'll look to try and crash this wave in, however. So not the end of the world, but again, no grubs. Does feel a little bit bad to, you know, make this swap happen. This Bulldog not really missing anything for it.
I'm so intrigued by the tempo of the games that we've had, and it feels like we're getting a very similar one. The teams are cautious, a little bit timid potentially in the early game. And then we hit a mid-game where, gotta be frank, Jamada, it just feels like both teams get a little bit lost. Things start getting a little bit frantic, a little bit frenetic. I think that's why we've had games that have been so back and forth, because neither team has really been able to, first of all, establish a significant lead in the early game, but second of all, execute particularly cleanly once we do get to the sort of 20-minute mark. As Kasing looking for an engage onto Mishi here. Exifeng is level 6, pops that cleansers. Teleport comes in from Verdant to protect the play. Kasing has to flash away. Super Mega Death Rocket not quite going to come through, as Ronaldo does have some potential in this situation. Lulas moving over, No Name going to lock him down against the wall. That does mean that Kasing and Exifeng are able to move away.
Very surprising. I remember Stand United and a okay-ish wave state. I feel like Papatira maybe could have sacrificed the wave. Try and force that play, but Verdant go against that. Not willing to flip an early game. Opt for the stability so far. They've managed to find themselves with this 1k gold lead. As I say that, Obstinatus, pretty nasty chunk, but will be able to walk away with his life.
Yeah, has had a propensity to get caught out in some sticky situations, both in this
He
series.
giveth and taketh.
Yeah, but with the Rakan, the Ambessa of supports, the number of dashes that you can execute on that champion does have a little bit of additional safety.
very real comparison.
Yeah.
Has to be said. Didn't feel about it like that. Then they got 3.
I feel like when Rakan was released and he could still do the R flash combo, which was just absolutely disgusting. So often, the way that you look at that champion in pros, you just go, how on earth did he end up there that quickly?
Yep. I agree. Nice. Again, very happy to step forward. Big chunk into Lulis, but won't be the end of the world here. We'll just step away. And, I mean, there's a lot of posturing on the top side, and this really makes me wonder when we end up getting a use here out of Papatero's Stand United, if at all, given all this posturing, because everyone just kind of agreed to stay in Australia lanes for the last 4 minutes, basically. Grubs are coming up. Verdant will get their hands on it, and I mean, the reset's coming out from Bulldog. No contest will happen. And Dragon in 35 seconds, so there's a real world with that wave being neutral and left alone on the top side. We get some resets coming out. You can already see Papatero resetting on the bottom side.
Yep.
He can walk top, catch that wave. Resets come out from the bottom lane here of Bulldog, whilst No Name clears out these grubs. He'll cross mid, look to contest whilst his bot lane makes it out, re-pushes out that wave. Ronaldo, though, needs to stay healthy. He needs to stay on the top of the wave here, but Cayman gets this pressure in first.
And it is Bulldogs who are going to have the first move towards this dragon, establish a little bit of priority there. Obstinatus getting himself over the wall, just completely oblivious to the fact that there were 3 people in that bush. Now Kissing is going to be able to clear out that ward. Slight item advantage here in terms of the jungle. No Name with that Heartsteel completed. Lulis still on the components of that Triforce, but we do now have Eclipse on Mirtek, and that's going to make the 1v1 versus this Shen a lot more favourable. Those short trades that the Shen's going to want to go for, a lot less effective now.
Yeah, between the shield and just that, percent damage proc, certainly we'll see Papatero probably struggle a little bit more in that matchup. Now that we are past that early laning phase. Going towards the Heartsteel too. So, it's going to take a bit of time to ramp up this dragon. So we talk about stuff on screen. We'll go over to Verdant, so that's 2 dragons for them. We'll see how they look to continue to stack, as we do have an Ocean Soul. And I mean, they are the team with double tanks. Ocean Soul feels pretty good.
And Bulldog's composition, not low damage by any means, but the additional sticking power that an Ocean Soul can offer can be fight deciding. I mean, we were talking about how much better this matchup was going to get for Mirtek, and you can really see it there.
Eclipse is just a broken item, man.
Yeah.
It's such a strong one spike. I mean, really can make an argument. I think Bork has always kind of been in the throne for, that one item spike. I think Eclipse might, eclipse it in that ranking.
Oh, that was dreadful.
I mean, I didn't say it in a too punny way, it's just kind of what it was.
We need a twit longer, Jamada. I think that's the only way that we can come back from the situation. Papatero has now picked up that Heartsteel, but level 10 at this point on the Shen. And yes, there's not been a defensive situation where that Stand United has been required, but I do feel like missed opportunities might be a...
Yeah, I mean, they've had opportunities to pull it proactively, right? Like the top lane play, when Mirtek had no TP, giving up a wave of Shen, you don't really care if you can, uptrade it for gold on the opposite side of the map, but just haven't been able to quite do that yet. As he's now currently laning versus Exo Feng. Mishi getting some time to hit this top lane tier 1. Every now and again got himself that play on the previous wave, and you can see here Verdant really looking to eye up potential play. Won't stick around though, unaware of where the rest of the map is, as it seems like Papatero must have found the taunt onto Exo Feng, because there's no way his health would be that low otherwise. Engage here.
Obstinatus jumped onto, but able to dash away. Kasing now thrown into a wall. He's going to pop that Unbreakable Will as the Clay ult comes down. Are seeing a use of that Stand United as this was left isolated and has been taken out by Verdant there. That's their second kill of the game. 2k gold lead now for the team on the red side, as Mishi is getting a decent amount of damage against this tower. Mirtek has burnt a lot of his combo going aggressive and has to flash away from Papatero to prevent himself from going down. The Super Mega Death Rocket is not going to knock out the Ambessa, but does chunk her a little bit lower.
Yeah, a lot of the way that the map also fell whilst this play was going on was quite nice for Verdant. And they will miss a small wave on the bottom lane, but because of the chunk that Exofeng found himself on the end on, because of Apatero, that stand united, enabling the skirmish to go Verdant's way, leads into not only finding the kill, but not really losing it too much on the bottom side, whilst also getting a huge chunk out of the top side play too. So, nice usage that we finally get to see out of this Shen. And that's what we need to continue to see, why it can be so valuable. Just creating those numbers advantages so quickly, especially when you think about the Season 15. And I'm still going to call it Season 15. I know they've rechanged the naming convention. I know what year it is. The teleports being so much slower compared to, you know, older days. Just kind of heightens the value of that Shen even more.
Never underestimate the ability to bring one extra guy to a fight. It works on a high street in a random British town, and it works on Summoner's Rift as well. And Verdant, whilst it hasn't been particularly flashy, whilst it hasn't been particularly ostentatious.
Alright, took a while to get there. Ostentatious!
Ostentatious? I don't know, man. I was looking for another word.
Ostentatious. I can tell you're a teacher. Bloody hell.
Mishy, though. Nearly falling down there. But what I was going to say, between 30-second pauses, is that Verdant have quietly generated reasonable leads in places that matter. 700 gold to the good in mid, 1,000 gold to the good in ADC. And I feel like I've already said it so many times this series, nothing decisive yet.
Yeah.
You can't underestimate the power of an additional pickaxe in a fight.
Yeah, that is the pickaxe is strong. I mean, look, I think if Game 1 and Game 2 have taught us anything, we're going to get approximately 10 more minutes of relative, you know,
sanity.
Yeah. And then Atacon's going to spawn, and everyone's going to lose their mind.
Well,
I haven't learned anything so far in the last 2 hours.
We're not going to have to worry about Atacon for a little bit, as Dragon is going to be the name of the game. Bulldogs with the push in mid lane are going to make their way into the river, but Nono and Papatero standing forward. That's very deep for Kasingas. Obstinatus completely interrupts the backline. Reset for Mishy, untouched on the Jinx, and can start to rain down the rockets. Massive play coming out from Verdant. 3 dead on the other side. All the health bars on Verdant, A-OK.
Great positioning from Mishy, and I mean, the dive from Bulldog is so hard to pull off in this kind of choke. No real way to commit onto the backline. Yes, they find Ronaldo, but no Exofeng trigger pull, and it's so hard trying to dive into a Shen, into a Skana to begin with. Bulldog gonna have to take a little bit of time to reevaluate how they look to approach fights, because I think that's the kind of fight you take and go, yeah, we can't fight them like that for the rest of this game. Let's get a look at it on this replay, because you'll see it's an angle found onto Ronaldo, right? Because of the root, it's not, I think there's a spectator bug there. There is a spell from Hui that roots Ronaldo, which allows Kasing to go in, but then look at all the rest of the divers, right? There is no real way to not only finish off Ronaldo, but ever find their way onto Mishy. And I think the other crucial thing there is that Miatek did not have ult on it, right?
Yeah.
The ability of public execution being able to go through to the last target is so key there, and the fact that it wasn't up and available to maybe then enable Exofeng to follow through with Miatek, critical in Verdant's ability to defend that dive.
And last game that Verdant won, at no point did a team have a greater than 1.5 thousand gold lead. Now, it's still a pretty tight game, and whilst the gold lead was 3,000 for Verdant when I started this point in my head, it has now tightened up a little bit. The way that last fight went, and the way that their play around objectives has gone, it does feel like Verdant are the team that is a little bit more confident.
Just a bit. And that's, I think, what this team needs. Just a bit of confidence. They certainly do look better when they're being proactive, right? I think generally Verdant's reactive play has been, if we're comparing it to their proactive play, subpar, right? So whenever Verdant are the ones kicking off fights, they're good. So that's what we need to continue to see them do. However, in this kind of game, if you do let Bulldog kind of run into you, you're kind of happy. So we'll see how they navigate, right? They've got this gold lead now. The gold is where it matters too, like you said.
Yeah.
Item completion in the mid lane role. In jungle as well, actually. A whole item ahead currently. No Name is. So he's not doing too bad at all. And whilst Exofeng does find himself having 2 items, Mishi has those tier 2 boots and is on his way to an IE very strong 2-item spike.
Tech decently pushed up in the bottom side, but is going to back away from the wave. Just hide himself in fog, so any hungry eyes from the side of Verdant will not look his way. And whilst Verdant have been doing decently in these fights, it is Bulldogs that have got the structure advantage as it stands. Tech, though, does look a little bit further forward than maybe he should have done. Dodges away, does get the public execution down onto Ronaldo, who unleashes the power. The flash burn from the Ambassador to get away. But those are a couple of really big tools that Tech needs if he's going to find backline access. Atakan started up here by Bulldogs as Ronaldo teleports towards the top side. Still 6,000 HP on this objective. Mishi converging as well. Papatiro looking for a play here onto the other side. Came in, dropping low. Came in, dropping down. Obstinatas getting involved with absolutely everything. GA's on the backs of Bulldogs, but are they going to win out in the fight? Really nice knock-up coming out from Kasing as Tech is just walking under the enemy tower without a care in the world. He's going to go back, and No Name has finally joined the fight. Obstinatas doesn't quite get the knock-up and will be slain by Lulush. It was looking so damn good for Verdant, but the way that this series has been, it was only a matter of time before Bulldogs strike back.
What did I say about Archon, man? What did I... It's just Archon spawns neuron activation, the entire map. And Bulldog walk away with quite a few of these GAs still up and available. And, I mean, shout out Papatiro. Finds a way up to Cayman. Ronaldo as well. Gets the damage in. Makes that work. And the teleport from Tech really puts Mishi in a very awkward position. It means that the Jinx really can't respond for a lot of this plays. Basically just getting soloed.
I love playing AD carry. I love playing AD carry, man. This role is so good.
Yep. I mean, look, there's one thing I will say. AD is balanced. ADC is balanced. I refuse to ever hear AD is, like, weak. It just doesn't have agency. Big difference. ADC players need to understand that a little bit more, I feel, as Tech was getting caught out, but he's got a bunch of dashes, so he's going to make his way away. Well, as I say that.
Stun here. Oh, Tech is just dead! And Lulush has no way of getting over that wall. Pops the Cyclone before he pops back to his fountain, and Verdant with the clear numbers advantage around the Dragon look to pick up Ocean Soul scarcely 23 minutes in.
Wow.
Bulldog throw a punch, but Verdant throw one right back. Papatiro just tanking up on the front line as it's secured by No Name, and now Verdant look for the fight. Initial target is Kasing. So damn tanky. Pull back into the rest of the team. Big knock up, but it is absolutely worthless. Another one of those Atakan buffs taken off the board as Verdant strike back in the fight and claim a potentially game-breaking objective.
Well, if there's one good thing for Bulldog about losing this Ocean Soul, it's that at the very least Cayman can just buy an Oblivion Orb and the healing feels kind of easy to cut down, but man, Ocean Soul is so powerful in a game like this. You've got 2 tanks, and I mean, even like as slippery as the Rakan is, right? He loves to dance around on kind of that sub 30% HP level. Those Ocean Soul ticks are going to just do wonders for keeping him alive in so many situations. So Ocean Soul, very powerful, and more importantly, very permanent. Bulldogs are going to have to play against this for the rest of the game. And the lack of objective control around these dragons, right? It's 2 games where they end up 2 dragons down. This time around it comes to bite them in the back, and now they have to deal with the soul for the rest of the game.
I think potentially more important than anything is because they took that Atakan so early, we are not going to see an Atakan for Baron trade.
Nope.
And the team that's currently in the advantage, that's Verdant, will fully be able to focus their attention towards that objective.
Very happy about that. Oh, Cayman He's not going to be in too much danger though. No, nope. Should be able to run away. Oh, I did not see Obstinatus on the opposite
I
side.
don't think Cayman did either. He's, well, going to burn as much as he can, but he's still going to end up dying. Unleash power into his head, but all the meanwhile, Bulldog's just pushing through this mid lane. There is no defense coming out from Verdant. Inhib tower going to be the prize, not overstaying for the inhibitor.
Good response. Really, really good response. Hello, Baron Nashor. Very spooky. I miss the old Baron design. This Baron design's cool. Gotta say.
When you say old Baron, what do you mean?
I mean the you know, the ugly one.
The ugly one.
The really ugly one. Only knowers know.
Drop a Santa hat on that guy, and he looks beautiful. Actually, 3 items completed here for Mirtek.
He's not doing too bad for himself.
Got a decent lead over Papatero.
Serpent's Fang as well. That third item.
That's gonna be really nice against that Sound United shield.
I mean, not only that, you think about the composition of Verdant as a whole, right? Skarner's got plenty of shields through the W. Rakan, of course, as well. So there's just going to be a lot of innate value having that item. Very, very high amounts of shield, I imagine, will be cut. They do, however, still need to find someone with an anti-heal. I imagine that Tome on Cayman is going to turn into an Oblivion Orb, if I had to wager, I guess. As they're, speaking of Cayman, for him, but they won't quite find the pick this time around.
Applying a fair bit of pressure, and as nice as it would have felt for Bulldogs taking those 2 towers in the mid lane, it doesn't really afford them much pressure on the map. Verdant are still actually fine to walk up into the mid lane, and No Name is fine to do things like that. Snappy engagement from the British jungler, and Verdant are more than happy to wipe 3 members of Bulldog off the board.
A little bit too close to the sun. Bulldog. Skarner, usually you're waiting for him to come through the wall. He can just walk up to you and press flash and R. It's not impossible. They just caught a little bit asleep at the wheel. Came in, no flash, and of course the rest kind of just caught in it. Great engage from No Name. Game-winning engage from No Name. That'll be Baron. And that's about how much they can strip away from the remainder of this map as, oh my goodness me. That was a lot of damage out of Mirtek. And if there is anyone who can maybe turn the game around, despite the monumental lead that Verdant now have for themselves, could be this Ambessa. But they've got to sync up. They've got to find an engage where everyone's on top of each other. Look at this flash. I mean, it's out of vision because that ward is being swept too, so just a very good time. Very good window abused here. And speaking of Mirtek,
he is being caught out potentially. I'm not sure that No Name and Obstinatus should have the damage in this situation. Charm going to get knocked down. Ocean Soul getting a little bit of value. There goes the public execution. Mirtek still alive, and Verdant have completely fumbled in the bottom lane.
Oh,
Mishi low. Exofang peppering damage into Papatero.
Mishi!
One more.
No!
Backward to it. The Void Seeker finds its mark. And just as it looked like Verdant had taken control of this game, Bulldogs back.
Whoa!
Mirtek scored the goal, and Cayman is exploded by Ronaldo. That's ball knowledge for ya.
Oh my god, what is going on? These mid laners are going crazy. Bulldog managed to find the response from Mirtek getting caught out initially, and then Ronaldo reminds everyone that he has a 3.5 item Syndra. Papatero, they're waiting. They're going to find him on this plate.
Not quite tanky enough on the Shen, it looks like, able to get the taunt over the wall.
Goodness me. We don't even really have time
Elder
for a
now,
replay
Jamada.
because Elder, yeah,
Elder.
like 10 seconds, I mean, maybe. They're pinging the respawns here. Verdant, they know that Wei
OTP
is
on
going to have to
Cayman.
walk back. This is dangerous.
This is very dangerous.
Keep your eyes on the Ambessa on the side. Hui's almost back as well. I mean, remember, he's got quite a few long-range spells here. And ultimates are crucially almost there for Bulldog. Final ones have just come back up. It's just Stand United that isn't on the table. Cayman!
Oh, they've caught Cayman, they've caught Cayman! He has been absolutely exploded! As soon as he makes his way back, he's returned to the fountain in a body bag. That's the Skarner ultimate onto the clone. Kasing in the pit. That
Look at Mirtek!
He's not dropping low. There goes XP into the backline. Mirtek slays Mishi. The Kaiser able to free fire on the
It
other
went to
side.
Bulldog!
It's stolen away. Lulish, the man who played on Bulldog all the way back in 2021. Gives them an Elder, but Verdant are still fighting up against them. They can't withstand the damage though. Papatero drops. No Name's gonna be falling low as well. The death timers are significant. 20 seconds until Mishi returns to the Rift.
They've got a wave rolling in.
Bulldogs can end.
They've got a wave rolling in. I mean, I think the death timers are too short to end, but how much damage can this 3-man core of Bulldog get done? This game is ridiculous. Verdant had a 5k cold lead, looking for the Elder off the back of what was a very successful skirmish by the end of it. Only to basically fumble the ball at the byline. I mean, look, they find the engage as well onto Cayman. It's a 4 versus 5. But Mirtek is the difference maker in this fight. The ultimate from No Name only catches the clone, and it's 2 ultimates because Obstinatus uses his, but a knock-up finds its way onto Cayman, and then, crucially, Mirtek's follow-up is fantastic. Exofeng finds his way onto Ronaldo, and in the midst of all the mayhem, Smite, it's early. It's early from No Name. That's what ends up happening. And the Dragon goes to Bulldog, and the executions start to roll through. It's just absolute chaos, and it's been the story of this series so far.
Oh my word. I think a lot of people watching this game, myself included, thought that Verdant had put themselves in a position where it was so simple to execute forward, and to be honest it was, but heroics coming out from multiple members of Bulldog have kept them in this game. They're setting up, looking for a potential push onto this top lane tower. Kasing just waiting in the wings as Verdant. They will accept defeat at a defense of this top lane tier 2. Bulldog will take their prize and back away. Still as close as anything. And Jamada, we've got a Baron spawning in 20 seconds. That's why Papatero's going fishing for these recalls. He's not able to interrupt them. But regardless, Verdant have position around the purple worm.
They have position. Elder's dropped off. There's no Elder available now to any of these members of Bulldog. Like you say, Verdant with the positioning, and that's key. Again, remember, it is still very difficult to dive into Shen, to dive into Skarner, Syndra. All these champions very hard to kill when they are standing on top of each other, but if Mirtek can find a good ultimate, and I mean if Poke keeps on layering in like that from Cayman, life gets very difficult on that initial engage. And I mean Verdant they have to find a way to deal with this Ambessa.
Yeah.
They have to blow Ambessa up, frankly. They have to try and either catch her out or try their best to not allow themselves to be engaged on by everyone at the same time, right? Because Bulldog, again, just the ability to snap engage and blow someone up seems pretty potent and possible if the last finds anything to go by.
Start up the Baron.
Aye.
Bulldogs are looking. Kasing on a potential flank here. Mishi flashing preemptively, recognising the threat the Alistair poses. They go on to Obstinatus, but the Rakan able to slip on out of there. Verdant decidedly in the retreat though, and now it's Bulldog who could turn their focus.
Oh, Cayman's gone again!
Oh my god, Cayman has just been exploded! Every single time he tries to step forward, he even exists in a team fight.
Oh man.
They just go for it. Kasing finding engage, Exofeng diving into the backline, immediately getting charged by Obstinatus, but Mishi dies! The AD carry for Bulldog still alive for a moment before he's shut down. Verdant turned it back around though. And there just isn't enough left for Bulldog. Mirtek running for the hills, slammed into a wall. Shut down by No Name. It's going to be a slow Baron from Verdant. They don't have an ADC to do the consistent DPS that they want. But it will be a Verdant Baron at the end of the play. And this game, this series continues to deliver.
No, Lulus, do not. Do not. We're not gonna see a steal. They will do that. They will do their damnedest to keep him away. As the Baron reset. No, 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 no. Oh my god, no. Oh no.
It makes no sense.
Yeah. It doesn't. It really doesn't. The Elder is also spawning in less than a bit of time. They lost the Nexus Tower. Oh. It's a horror. It's an absolute horror. Absolute horror. But I'm here for the chaos.
Yep. Every single time. Can Cayman survive to the start of the next team fight even? It feels like he has just been destroyed and obliterated before he can contribute anything.
Yeah.
And even then, Bulldog have stood tall in these fights and prevented Verdant from getting anything that secures them a win in this game, secures them a match point in this series.
Cayman's certainly having a game to forget as of right now. But all he needs to do is be alive when that dive happens, right? Throw in the ultimate. And his job's pretty much done. I also want to highlight there's still no big source of anti-heal on Bulldog, given the, you know, the Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
Verdant just trying their best to force out Bulldog from this bottom side of the map. So tense, so scary. And Verdant, again, they've been very willing to pull the trigger very quickly. That's what makes these kind of standoffs so spooky if you're Bulldog. Have to do their best to edge their way into the river. And they're going to probably do that now. Verdant have taken a bit of a back step because they're inside the river. They're looking for Lulus, who was looking for a potential long way around that flank. Mirtek.
Mirtek misses with that.
Oh, Exofang!
He just dives into the backline. There's no one around him. A moment of madness for the Bulldogs AD carry as he drops down at the start of the fight. But the rest of his team
I think it's
are
working.
carrying the weight. Mirtek is unrelenting into the backline. Obstinatus is dead. Papatero is dead. It's just No Name. And there's surely no way he can stop Bulldogs from winning this game.
Bulldog had no business winning that fight. None at all. No Name's the only one left up and available. They're going to look for the end, and I mean, why wouldn't you? It's 4 versus 1. Because Sing's going to be bodyguarded out. And Bulldog might have just completed the biggest heist that I think I've seen this split. Nexus Tower. I think the other one just respawned. It looks bugged. I think it has come up. It's shooting right now. No health bar above it.
Oh my god, the wave isn't there. The wave isn't there. Mishi's up in 5 seconds.
Gone.
But I'm not sure that's going to be in time. Bulldog, they just need to get that wave under the tower, and they can't do it.
They're not willing. Perhaps just feel like they can't. What is up with that Nexus Tower, by the way? I assume. Just
What
no
is up
health
with this
bar.
game, Jamada?
I don't know. This is a wacky game. Breath. Breathe. A moment of reprieve. Well, even as I say that, the Elder's being started up, and Verdant are making their way. Hold on!
Oh,
Ronaldo's
Ronaldo's been caught out, but Kasing
I think Sing's been caught out.
surely going to be dropping here. Surely nothing the Alistair can do. We just need to look at the Elder. It's gone too low. They're too late. They can't get it in time.
Oh, Mishi's
and
dead.
now Lulush looks to turn it around. Exofang, Mirtek into the back line, crushing skulls. And it's another one fight for Bulldog around the Dragon Pit.
Grab the Baron, boys. Unless you really feel like you can run through the without ultimates, I think just go grab the Baron, play the safer option. If this game has taught me anything, it's that nonsense is afoot, and they're gonna go and do the same thing. And very quickly, just grab the damn purple worm buff. Safety first. I think a game like this, safety first. Goodness me. 3 games of back-to-back chaos as we crest the 40-minute mark. Great turn. Fantastic turn from Lulus. I mean, we're going all the way back here. What was Exofeng thinking?
Madness.
I mean, the Zhonya's is great, but sacrificing your life like it's such a high... It works 10% of the time. But they roll that 10%. I think that's the crucial thing. And we said Cayman, if he can find a fight where he isn't getting blown up at the start of it, he would have so much value, and he did, right? Between Miatek and Lulus diving the back line, he was able to cut through the front line there. As we return to the map with a minute left on Elder and several left on Baron, surely they look to do some serious damage here to Verdant.
Oh! Big invest on the Cyclone there from Lulush. Key engage tool down. And Verdant, I mean, defending this siege, what you've got the rockets from Jinx, you've got spells from Syndra. But it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. The Elder ticking it down on Bulldogs. They've got 30 seconds to make their play. They've got 30 seconds to end this game. We return to the stalemate. We return to the chaos.
Nexus Tower respawned again.
Yeah, No Name being caught out here, flashing back away. Verdant playing the defensive, going back towards their fountain, trying to find some safety. And Miatek is dead! Miatek is dead! Kaun is still alive, that way able to dish out the damage, but Verdant
They have to
making
kill the
their
towers.
defense at their Nexus. Super Mega Death Rocket dropping them low. One reset from Mishi, and he completely turns it around. The Elder buff is gone. And Bulldogs, they might look for a push in the bot side, but they've got no wave. The last 5 minutes have been extraordinary. The base of Verdant completely torn asunder, scarcely a structure present. But that Nexus is still there, and that's all that matters.
Cinema is unfolding. I mean, the entire lower bracket, frankly, has been absolutely phenomenal, and what is effectively our final game before we hit grand finals, or series rather, is also continuing to deliver here. All I'm going to say, and the game's not even over yet, but good luck, Analyst Desk, whenever the hell we do eventually get out of this maze.
Baron buff, not going to be a consideration for very much longer. Nice stun from Ronaldo, and you really need to be careful around this Syndra. Full build for a little bit of a while now. One-shot territory, definitely if you're Cayman, definitely if you're Exofeng. Towing the line, not overstepping. Poise, precision, and I think above all, a level head is what you need in this game.
Absolutely. Have to stay cool. Have to stay calm. And I think, in fairness, this game has been anything but that. But Bulldog, time and time again, high-stakes situations, they found really good team fights. They continue to do it so far throughout the series. Miatek dodges out! Oh my goodness!
That was the unleashed power from Ronaldo.
Yeah, there's two
no
big
execution
ultimates.
acquired.
Two really, really big ultimates. There's no objective coming up soon enough for them to not be back up. But at the same time, Bulldog feel exhausted of resources. They're going to take a step away. And I think we're going to another Elder Dragon. They might want the chase down. The fear's good though. No, Exofeng!
No! The young ADC, who has defined his split in the NLC by consistent high-level performances, makes a crucial mistake. I'm going to say a rookie mistake. An aggressive recall punished by Ronaldo. 40 seconds until the Kaiser's back. 30 seconds until the Elder spawns. Surely this is Verdant's game to lose.
Verdant have a very big opportunity in front of them. They'll have 10 seconds of time where this dragon is on the map and Exofeng is still respawning. You have to remember, Killer Instinct is very long range at level 3, so if he can get decently close, he'll be able to join if a fight kicks off. Look at Miatek though on the top side, drawing pressure. Papatiro has to answer, but you can see immediately onto this dragon. Exofeng still with 5 seconds left on the respawn timer. They're looking for the gambit! They want it! They're teleporting top!
Oh
they want to
my
end!
god, it's the only way this game can end. It's the only way this game can end. Lulash going into the pit. Tower's already dropping down.
Bulldog got it!
Stolen! Again! No fucking way, Lulash! That's what it means to be a game winner. That's what it means to be a difference maker. Exofeng turns up to the fight at the death. It's just about stopping the recalls. Came in with the
Can he do
autos,
it?
surely has enough to finish it off. The Elder burn and came in. Wales on the Nexus. Match point, Bulldog.
What are we witnessing? What are we witnessing tonight? 45 minutes and 57 seconds of just pure, unadulterated chaos. And Bulldog actually pull through. Despite the deficit they found themselves in. And I mean, I think screw the post game from us. I don't know if we're ready to throw to the desk yet or not. I haven't had a word from my producers, but we need to get it over to them right the hell now.
Nah.
Nah, don't do this to me. Nah, nah, nah. He was the one.
She's muted as well! It's perfect! She's muted! Dude, it's absolute cinema. The NLC has never been more back. I don't know if that's the best or the worst thing I've ever seen, but I loved every minute. What was happening on my screen for half of that game? It's pure, unadulterated cinema. Rookie mistakes, Baron throws 07 to 6-7 scores. What in the world is happening?
Listen, all I know is one thing. I don't care what anyone says out there. Came in, ended the game.
In multiple
I
ways,
don't care.
think.
Came in, ended the game, and gave Bulldog Esports that win. That's all I know.
You locked in.
That's my analysis for this.
Down. How do I even
I don't know what
start?
just done.
Ooh, okay. There was a point.
You know what? Listen,
Early in
we had
history.
about, what, 7-8 replays?
We have to
And we
take them
just
all
started-
back. Look at
and we just
Exofeng. What is he
started-
doing?
Okay,
Goat
that
it.
was actually an insane find in the backline from Exofeng. However, I have to give so much credit to Miatek, because unless you get some CC or snipe someone with W from Kai'Sa, you cannot get access to the backline. And that was the entire point, right? We said from the get-go, from the draft, they need to find that access in the backline so that everyone can jump in and the Kai'Sa can find an angle. That was so well played. I mean, like, I'm just gonna say it, man. The guts on this guy to just jump into 5 members and know when the zone is his best timed. Like,
This is crazy, man.
It was not an easy. I have to do it, but it was not an easy game for Exofeng to play as Kai'Sa, as the state of the game was. Eventually, it turned out to be okay, as things were a little bit more chaotic. But I don't think it was the easiest way. I swear, this comment to me, I think he deserved like VIP on our chat for Lost Symphonies. I'm just saying. When you say it's not cinema, it's VHS. Like, that's the best comment. But it was extremely chaotic, obviously.
wait, you see how Duckling didn't flinch there? He has no freaking idea what.
I know what a
He has no
VHS is.
idea.
I know what a VHS is. I've just never watched anything on it. Okay, I do know Legacy Media, but I'm just too young to have actually experienced VHS. But I assume it's the thing is though,
what the first world
I
problem.
would call it cinema. I think if in my age we would probably say this isn't straight to absolute cinema. It's straight to DVD or Blu-ray, right? That's the generation I'm from.
Oh
Okay,
gosh,
that's the age difference coming through. I apologize. The main point is that
Absolute
let's watch another
Blu-ray.
replay. I mean, we have so many fights, it's hard to even choose a few replays.
Yeah.
This is the final fight. It's pure chaos, man. Gets the steal. Cayman
Lula's-
ends the game. Lula stealing Elder twice. There are so many things to talk about. We don't have enough time. We could be here all evening to talk about this. And even here, I wasn't sure the game would end because somehow it had been going on 10 minutes longer than you feel like it was legally allowed to do. But wow, I mean, yeah, it is absolute cinema. I don't know what to say.
Tell me,
I
Trouble.
feel like in this particular replay, the fun part is that this is a 4 versus 5 versus Bulldog Esports. Exofen had just gotten caught, Dragon came up, Elder Dragon, and the only way you win this game is if Miatek either solo kills the Shen, pulls a second person up top lane to make it even at the Elder Dragon, and they choose to double TP topside, sorry, to solo TP topside from Cayman and pressure 2 versus 1. Now, the fact that Lulash gets the Elder Dragon is what brings back the victory, because then you have members TPing back into the base and then they get killed with the Elder Dragon buff. If it was the other way around, we'd be talking about a completely different game, but Lulash back to back taking that Elder Dragon, winning the 50-50 2 times in a row. It's not 50-50 anymore, it's a 100% hit rate.
Yeah, crazy. It's
It's the
absolutely
You got that.
crazy.
Continue.
This was a game that was certainly entertaining after it got going
It
around that
was.
30-minute mark, and then it just continued to deliver. I think this is a huge blow to the side here of Brent not Bulldog. Sorry, it's the side of Verdant. I've lost my mind with this game. For Verdant now, I mean, losing that game, you had Ocean Soul. I don't know what the loss percentage is with Ocean Soul, but it's very small. And I mean, you had these base defenders, and then you're the team starting Elder twice, losing that. My mental was boomed just from watching this game. Imagine being on that team. You now have to go into a Game 4 Fearless Draft. Many of your mains and one-tricks will be banned or have either already been played. And you now have to pull it back? I don't know how you do that.
Because also, you lost the game. Blue side. No, I'm completely confused as well. Okay, Verdant
You
right
also
now
lost your
picks
mind at
blue
this, man.
side.
It's a crazy game.
Yes, it was 50 minutes. It was 50 minutes of chaos. And this is what Bulldogs like, the chaotics.
They got 3 Elders, man. What?
Man, okay, honestly though, Ronaldo
Wow.
has such a nutty game. Name a more iconic duo: Portuguese people and balls. That's all I have to say.
What?
His Syndra was immaculate, honestly. Catching also Exofang on the side. It must have been like such a crazy turnaround right there because it was the 4 versus 5. Honestly, incredible performance by both of these teams.
I 100% agree. And these are the games that puts you off edge. Where like Verdant were winning at one point, and this turned out to be such a chaotic environment that it's really hard to pull back from this one. Because now you know they're 1 point away from just ending the series. And this is chaos, absolute chaos. I think it's going to be a hard one to come back from as well. That's why they're going to have that pause while we're waiting for what could be the last game of the series. Keep in mind, whoever wins this one moves on into the live event on semifinals, March the 1st. Anything you want to say before we toss it to a break?
No, just send it to the break, man. My head needs a break. That was cinema. That was, I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
I agree. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, Bulldog Esports, one game away from making the LAN event, which is gonna happen next week, March the 1st. On the weekend, it's gonna be on Saturday and Sunday. We have the live event, we have a watch party as well. If you want to join, you still have the comment pinned on the chat if you want to be part of the group that is going to be watching these events, and also the LEC later on, because also the finals for the LEC. Right now we're focusing down on this one, Bulldog Esports versus Verdant. This could be it. This is game 4. Everything is on the line. Is there anything any team can pull off now that could be a surprise? After the last game, I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know. I really wouldn't know what Verdant want to do here. I think it's so hard to predict. They've lost so many of their champions, losing their game in general. It's a hard reset. I've seen teams 2-0 down in series have an easier time coming back from this, because this, losing 2 Elders to Smite steals, Ocean Soul as well, it's a bit horrible. So we'll see here. I think the obvious is you start by banning the Draven and the Kalista, and then we get to see what EXO Feng has to play now. The Rumble ban makes a lot of sense, obviously targeting a bit towards the top lane for Papatiro, and I would suspect the bans to remain the same. That's what we often see. Blue side now for Verdant, that's a big buff for them. What do they want to first pick? Because after the last game, a lot of good first pickable champions have now been removed as well. So at this point, what do you really want to go for?
Sherbel. Has to be banned.
Whoops. Okay, now we're back.
That's a different button.
I was looking at the Kalista right here. Let's see. Okay, it's gonna be the final ban from the side of Bulldog Esports. Now, I'm kind of rubbing my head because I feel like Pantheon has gone completely unnoticed this entire time, and it's one of those champions that I'm actually surprised that Nonim would prefer to play something like a Sejuani. However, the later the games go, we go towards more of Enchanter supports, which are with Hyper AD carries, so having Sejuani as frontline is pretty much a pretty good pick at any point.
So with this Sejuani, you can also go for Papitito with a Renekton. He knows his way around the champion, you know that combo can be deadly, but there you go, you leave the Pantheon open, so he's going to be picked up. It can be flexible. I've seen it being played by supports as well, or even if you're crazy enough, you can bring him into the mid lane, but I don't think that's the K-Min style. I don't think so.
I'm curious to see where this goes, because I mean, just look at the champions that's removed, right? So many of those good engage supports are gone. There are a few left. I mean, the Braum could definitely find his place in this game. Wouldn't surprise me one bit to have some frontline as well, but I would suspect at the very least one Enchanter to sneak their way through. The side though, in terms of the AD carries we have left, it's fine, it's okay. You are at this point, we're really fighting for table scraps. Mill has been left open. Contrary to popular belief, I don't think it's that strong. I think it's completely fine letting it through the draft. And I mean, Ronaldo will get his chance to play. Can also be flexed into the bot lane if you want to. We'll see what happens there.
I don't know. I feel like Mel is sort of like a Xayah type of champion where you need to have some value, at least on the reflect. So at least like with Xayah right here, you can actually frontline with Xayah. We've seen it a lot in LCK, LBL. You frontline with Xayah, and when there's like a backline access ult, it's like the Sejuani ult, you can play in the frontline and ult it. Now you have the Yone, which is going to be a dive champion. Ronaldo did so well with that Yone. Mishi is going to be taking that Mel down the bot lane. We know him as a mage player. He's played pretty much almost every mage under the sun over on the bot side of the map. And now you're going to choose, I would say, you're probably playing towards a range support together with Mel. So I'm glad that they choose to go with the Amumu here, because they can flex both Amumu and Pantheon on the jungle support position.
I think that question mark right now as we toss it to the second phase of bans, where you can focus on what do you want to take away from them? Probably going for that AD carry pool. No, well, Mishi is going to be playing the Mel, so
I think the top lane,
they're Renekton,
right? You'll take away the few brutes that are remaining. So many of them have been played.
Good.
Wouldn't surprise me if they just end on a bit of dog duty in the top lane, having to play a tank, because there are many options left, especially what I would suspect after these bans. They are at the current moment still a few champions that can be played. The Camille, obviously, but let's see what gets banned here and what options you have left, and then you can really start to decide if it'll just be a noodle fight up in the top lane.
Ooh, I'm thinking of Aatrox and Garen. They were both played previously. Aatrox is taken away right here from the side of Verdant. And also Garen is one of those champions that is so damn annoying to deal with. However, other than this, we do know that these top laners do like to play a little bit of a fist fight when it comes to the top lane. However, depending on the composition and what they want to play around, they might also resort in something more tanky. We've seen the likes of Ornn, Malphite, Sion peeking through at many times. So we'll have to wait and see. I don't really like seeing tanks with Sejuani over in the top side of the map, but it could be a case where you just ignore and play for bot.
Take the Olaf. Aatrox could be a big one if you take away the Olaf, by the way.
Yeah, but I mean, Aatrox is banned too, so
oh, yeah,
do you really have left? I think the Garen is the obvious choice, maybe. Emil is also left open, but I would expect it to be the Garen. The question is, does Bulldog want to take it here and make that statement saying, we want the Garen, we don't care what you play against it, or do they want to still hide the top lane pick for Miatek as the final one? A big question there, really see what they want to go for. I mean, if they do this, you could really start flexing around what goes where. Volibear can go both top, jungle. I mean, okay, Trouble.
She has something.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
Warwick top with barrier. I have said over and over again how Volibear is one of the strongest, not the strongest, but one of the strongest 1v1 champions. And Warwick barrier has a word to say against what I just said. Now, I don't know if it's in Puppeteer's necessarily champion pool, but it would be a very, very interesting pick on the top side if you want to go toe-to-toe with that Volibear.
Yeah. What do you... the Warwick, you said a good point, could happen there. I mean, the Volibear is so tough to play against. It is one of the strongest early game champions, the Camille, or something I've mentioned many times. I don't think you find yourself in a fun matchup, to be honest. Maybe you just try and scale, play for the sides, push in the waves, and see if you can play around the macro game, find the right flanks. When you get the counter pick, I wouldn't be happy with that if I was Puppeteer, but I guess with the limited options you have available, it just is what it is. Now, though, for the mid lane... I mean, you could actually have the mid lane. Nah. For the mid lane now, what do you go for? So many champs have been removed. Came in. What's left in your arsenal? A very big mage player, of course, and a lot of them have already been taken.
I mean, hear me out. Cayman plays...
The Pantheon.
Is it going to be Pantheon mid?
It's gonna be
Pantheon
Pantheon
versus
mid.
Yono is good. It's good.
Oh, she
So,
will.
this is it. Bulldog Esports can wrap it up, or Verdant may take this one to Silver Scrapes. One more game for the team to go to land, or another game to make this a best out of 5 games. This would be a banger. But also, shout out to MC Buns with 25 subs. You're a big one. I got none, but you're still a big one. We love you very much.
Dodge.
I'll see you soon.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to the NLC, where we are about to witness what is sure to be a clean and drama-free game of League of Legends. Verdant and Bulldog. Bulldog on match point for a spot in the finals in Nottingham. Verdant, their backs against the wall, needing to win here to keep their hopes alive.
And let's just hope they bounce back well. Right. That game 3 is a rough one to lose. Not only because you had control over so much of the game, but also the nature of that game, right? It's hard to call it a true backdoor, but that kind of, manner. Contesting over a late game objective, TP'd in on the base. It's a bit of a mental breaker to some teams. So let's see. Verdant have a lot of strong and coherent engage tools. Between Yone and Sejuani and the Camille, right? The top side specifically. It's going to be crucial that they get off to a good start. That said, however, laning into Volibear and Pantheon, a little bit rough. Looks like we're going to get a lane swap, though, however, out of Bulldog. We're going to lane Exofeng up and Kasing up towards the top side, perhaps anticipating a lane swap from Verdant, right? Would be my best guess, because I imagine even though Mel is a mage, you would be happy taking that 2v2 because you've got that Lulu into the Brawn, but it seems to be not the case. and trying to read Verdant's lane swap is my guess. However, Verdant are sticking to standard lanes.
And I feel like the Volibear having to go into a 1v2 lane isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. Obviously, you aren't going to be able to utilize the early power that champion has, but you're not going to end up in a situation like Papatero is here, where you really just do not get access to the wave at all. At least you can try and farm a few minions with your E.
Looks like you got one out of that wave. So,
It's nearly a few.
you know, nearly a few. Not as many as you'd like. But this is the reality of playing top lane in pro play, man. In a lane swap. And we'll wait and see just how much effectiveness either of these junglers get out of these lane states.
Pantheon here in the mid lane for Ronaldo. I mean, we all heard how excited Archeron was for this particular matchup, and I mean, just from like an ability by ability look at the champions, Pantheon, the fact that he can just get on top of the Yone so easily and isn't really affected by Yone's ability to dodge and dip and duck away from skill shots would imply a little bit more power. Papatero is really not enjoying himself in top lane, which I think has motivated Obstinatus to be here a little bit earlier for this swap, because yes, the Camille is going to be an incredible late game threat, but she's really not having fun at the moment.
No, she is not. And it's going to kind of stay like this for the foreseeable future. As take a look at the minimap, Mishi is returning to the bottom lane to 1v1 that volley bet. Now we will see Obstinatus lane with Papatero against Exofeng and Kasing. So what this translates to is Mishi getting a little bit of solo XP. Could put him a little bit ahead of Exofeng if we kind of stay in these lane assignments for, you know, more than a couple of waves, to be generous. And I think Verdant would be pretty happy about this. So if I'm Bulldog, I'm potentially looking to try and swap this one out ASAP. Volibear should have a pretty good matchup early on into the Camille. And that's where you'd want it to be, and now you're in a situation where you can get 3-man like this.
Yeah, Obstinatus starting off the play, and No Name getting right on top of Exofeng. The stuns coming through, and the Xayah, no escape under the tower. Kasing not going to be aggressed onto further. First blood for Verdant, desperately needed.
Well, Verdant wanted Exofeng dead. They got him dead. It was surprisingly only the heal and the flash blown out of Verdant, despite how aggressive and how quickly they were able to close the gap. Kasing's just going to do a little bit here to try and prevent as much of the push in as possible, and maybe even try to hold the wave. And he's going to be mildly successful here. He's only going to lose 1 melee, so Exofeng won't lose as much as perhaps you know, he would have. But again, you keep your eye on the XP bar. Mishi's almost level 5. Exofeng's still about the same amount of XP away from level 4, so it is not the best position right now to be in if you are this Bulldog's AD carry. And I like this from Verdant, like keeping this lane assignment. They understand if we can continually bully Exofeng, this is perfectly fine by us.
Papatero trying to bait him down towards the bottom of the lane, and Exofeng has just been locked up. He's not going to lose his life, but the Xayah really not enjoying her time in this 2v2.
Obviously not expecting Braum to be in that third brush, but still suspect to be hugging that wall to give the potential hookshot in the first place. And Bulldog just need to abandon these lane assignments ASAP, even if it costs them a wave to do so. I mean, the problem is when you try and escape this kind of lane assignment, you might end up behind in tempo for a bit. But frankly, given how Exofeng played last game, you want this guy over as many resources as you could get as soon as possible. Continually falling behind here. See how he handles it and how Bulldog handle lane assignments for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I do like this from Obstinatus. He's staying within range of the lane. If there was anything untoward occurring onto Papatero, then the Braum is going to be there, but he's not leeching XP from where he was stood at that time. So Papatero not necessarily falling down as much in the 2v2 as he would otherwise. There is a ward in that third brush, but once again, Obstinatus is trying to play games with the vision, just disappearing away from Bulldogs to try and bait them into an over-aggressive maneuver.
Seeing what they can do in the means of a counterplay. No Name is here, however. Lulis is going to make himself known. Of course, you can see Cayman
as well,
is also there. You know who else is also here, by chance? Mitek. Mitek is also Mitek's also here, so they're going to get these grubs. But again, we pan down to the bottom side of the map. Mishi, because these won't be contested, Mishi is halfway to level 7, getting a plate, and there is a huge wave crashing down here, which has just been missed. No one's here to collect it. So, awesome. Got 3 grubs. Can he get a chase that well?
Potentially not awesome. Mishi is running into the river. No Name and Ronaldo are there, but able to pop that shield himself and get on out of there. So, the first ultimate from a Pantheon I don't think is necessarily as important as the first ultimate from a Twisted Fate or a Shen, but that's still a global tool used that didn't really gain masses.
Yep, certainly agree. Game state gets a little bit closer to even. A lot of the gold is sitting in No Name's back pocket. Picked up that first kill, don't forget. Natural for him to be a little bit ahead. But otherwise, things are almost dead even. And we finally got the real lanes, with the exception of the fact that our bottom laners are now in mid. So I guess we just won't have a traditional setup as Miatek gonna do the Volibear thing here and just look to proxy the wave. Puppeteer shouldn't really have much an answer to this. And there's a good understanding from Bulldog that the likelihood is that No Name is bot, but Puppeteer will, or rather Miatek will give up that proxy, look for a reset, come out on good tempo back towards the map. Hex Dragon kind of wondering who wants it a bit more. Verdant posturing as if they want to contest. Bulldog already here and in the river with priority. Someone needs to come down here and protect Cayman.
Yeah, because he is getting jumped onto, and I don't think there's very much he can do. Big ultimate actually coming out there from Lula. She's able to secure the life of his mid laner, and Miatek teleporting down to further emphasize that safety. Verdant are still thinking about it though. The Volibear falling relatively low. Stun comes out, but not enough damage to finish him off. All this while though, Puppeteer has got a little bit of free time in the top side before Cayman TP's there to prevent any further damage being done.
Yep. We'll TP up there. Puppeteer now has a window maybe to roam down towards the dragon though. You can see if you keep your eyes peeled on the minimap, he's opening out towards mid. He's making his mind up. He's not sure. He wants to go down there. Seems like Ronaldo is being assigned the top lane matchup because he's the one with teleport, and now things at that dragon can look a little bit more positive for them. Awkward game. Awkward early game. No true lanes. So you can never get excited about lane matchups anymore. Lane swaps being so prevalent. But in this case, this is like the extreme. Everyone's rotating everywhere. Trying to avoid matchups. No one's on that dragon, despite all of the hoo-ha, all of the ruckus.
Whilst we may not have been treated to the drama, potentially, and the volatility of 2v2 lanes, I do feel like this series has more than delivered in the entertainment department once things have got a little bit later. But as it stands, as we approach 10 minutes, same again. Neither team really able to find anything in the early game in terms of a significant advantage.
Yeah, nothing yet. Simply waiting. Grubs spawn in 35 seconds. And I mean, if we're to be honest, we're pretty on pace for how these games have played out so far this entire series. As Miatek should be able to wobble his way out. There's a world where Puppeteer can drop this wave and try and lock him down for the rest of the team to get there, but not going to elect to do that. So again, calm, seemingly, before the monsoon.
I think Verdant will be looking to rain on Bulldog's parade. Exafeng has to pop that ultimate to prevent himself from getting aggressed onto, but with Void Grubs hitting the rift, it's a reasonably sized tool down from the AD carry for Bulldogs, which is going to give priority over to Verdant to pick these up. Still, no one really looking at that dragon before Bulldogs start to make their way towards that objective. We are going to be a little bit delayed in terms of our dragons, but with how long all of the games have been going, we should still have plenty.
Yeah, shouldn't be an issue. We will certainly get that. And I do want to highlight, actually, something that was brought up all the way back, if you were here and can cast your mind, to pre-game 1, where We brought up the champion pools of both of our support players here, and Kasing, very notably, kind of doesn't win on these kind of peel champions. Hasn't logged a single win. I can't remember the entire graphic, but I can tell you for a fact, Lulu was on the peel side.
Yeah.
Though I feel like this is maybe a game where that fate can change. So long as Exofeng can stay competitive gold-wise, he's done such a good job this series of simply making things happen, right?
Yeah.
And with the top side being very melee and engage heavy, I think they can probably get away with what they have, especially when you look towards the other side. And again, you're anticipating the dive coming through from Ronaldo, Papatero, and No Name.
It's just what can you do to survive that? Desire with the cleanse, with the flash, with the Featherstorm.
Wow.
So often, all those tools don't feel like enough. You've got 3 people gunning for your head. Verdant have accrued a slight gold advantage, 1,000 to the good, spread over multiple members though, doesn't translate to much in the item department. Miatek on this Volibear. Bossy hasn't had much time to lane against Papatero, has still built a small advantage, but that Camille, she is an impending threat. She will absolutely eviscerate whoever she can get on top of in around about 15 minutes, and it's very unlikely for this game to be decided by that point. Trinity Force in her pocket, and even with trades like that, already looks
Not
a little
bad.
bit more free to play onto Miatek.
Yeah, I mean, my big concern as well isn't just the, you know, for this Camille. It's additionally the side lanes, right? I think the side lanes get really difficult for Bulldog to play out. And I mean, again, when you think about the scaling, don't get me wrong, I think you can definitely see games and builds where a Pantheon can really scale into a game, and this could almost be one of them, right? With so many melees in the game, it's not impossible. But you are kind of working with a 1-carry comp, you know? So, we are gonna have to be very, very reliant if you're Bulldog on Exofeng, dealing a large bulwark of the damage. When we get to those later stages, Verdant, on the other hand, that damage share can be a lot more split when you peep over at the champions available to them. But this is a very decent power spike as we kind of move into the one-item department for them. Pantheon, very, very strong. Like, first and second item feel great for Pantheon to pick up. Volibear, same kind of deal. First and second item, especially once you hit those flicker blades, you really, really spike hard. Bulldog are going to need to use these spikes as a very efficient tool to try and grab some more gold off the map and ideally funnel that into Exofeng's back pocket, who has ever so slowly managed to recover that XP lead that we were highlighting earlier on because of the lane swap.
Yeah. I do feel like it's been a mixed series though for the Bulldog AD carry. Impeccable Ezreal play in game 1. But as the games have gone long and as the series has gone longer, we have started to see a few mistakes creep in. None game deciding yet. But that silly death whilst he was recalling towards the end of the previous game. Those over-aggressive Kai'Sa ultimates in, maybe weighing on the mind of this young man. You don't want to make mistakes, but you don't want to be scared to make plays either. It's all about towing the line. It's all about knowing what you can do as No Name jumps onto Cayman as he joins the fight. The Pantheon locked down, retreating back to the rest of his team. Caught by the Fate Sealed, and he will go down. Another route coming out actually onto Exofeng, who finally pops the ultimate. Lula's getting good value out of that Curse of the Sad Mummy, but it is Bulldog in retreat. Locked down onto the Volibear, and Verdant are determined to send us to a game 5.
Excellent skirmish, and I mean, it was Bulldog looking for that play. Flash forward polymorph from Kasing is what kicks that off. But they just can't kill Nishi, and the response is immediate. And now they'll pick up this tower. 4 kills, 3 kills, I think, in that exchange. And the tower. Now all of a sudden, that small small increment of a gold lead that Verdant had a few moments ago has ballooned out to 3,000 gold.
The question becomes, what happens next? Can they take that 3,000 gold lead and grow it, or will Bulldogs find a reply?
Yeah. Here's the engage. Very unfortunate, to be honest. The response is just there. It's being covered by Obstinatus and No Name. Then the root finds its way onto Exofeng here. Doesn't ult that initial root, right? And it does bring Verdant into an almost compromising position, but Exofeng's no longer in a position where he can, you know, stand in auto attack range, right? It's very, very difficult to dish out damage under those kind of circumstances, and he still needs to hit items before he can do that. Very concerning for Bulldog, especially we spoke about one carry comp. How much work can they get done on some of these, you know, more imminent item spikes? I think we may have been offered up an answer, and it's not one that looks particularly good for Verdant or for Bulldog.
Might be looking for Ronaldo, and that's as easy a kill as you are likely to find in this series. Obstinatus there to prevent any moves onto the tower, but Bulldog do just get a little bit of gold back.
It's not bad. Not bad at all. They'd love to have gotten the tower off the back of it, but we'll see if Cayman does in the extended. Looks like it's going to be covered by Obstinatus, and down here, this plate onto Miatek seems like a dud. Not going to be any way to kill him for the time being. Herald's up, mind you. Wonder if we end up seeing a play there. Not a bad play, very easy onto Ronaldo. Not much to really talk about once he gets polymorphed. Knock up as well from Kasinga's nice, just to keep that chain CC there. Not allow Ronaldo an opportunity to even potentially flash out of that situation. This is Miatek. Slightly poor end of that trade.
The 1v1s really haven't been favouring the Volibear for a little while now.
It's weird. It's a weird matchup. You have to remember, Volibear's a champion that really thrives in, you know, overtime exchanges because he can heal so much, and Camille's kind of similar because she can get those Cho'Gaths out. As a... Well, Cayman, let's see what you can do.
You are dead,
Wow.
buddy. Killing spree for No Name. Again, a response from a member of the opposing team to prevent the tower from going down. Miatek dishing a fair bit of damage out as Exofeng starts to step forward. Hit by the slow, but not really anything more that he can find.
Bot tower as well whilst this happens, you know, like you're trying to cover for a play which isn't your strong side.
Dive.
I mean, dive, sure.
We can go for the big ultimate potential from Lulus. He gets
good.
all three members of Verdant. Then fall immediately. And the third will drop in short order.
Oh,
Bulldog
that's big.
are still in this game. It was a T3 from Papatiro that gains Verdant absolutely nothing off the back of it. Herald going to be the prize for Bulldog. And I asked a few minutes ago, what will Verdant do with this lead? And the answer is throw it away.
All of that hard work, slow play, undone in a single play. Really well executed by Bulldog to punish, though. They did kill Cayman, Verdant, but at what cost? As
Ooh.
very close, very, very close. Tactical sweep, not quite in range. Let's see if they kill Cayman again. Is the question on my mind. Cayman's definitely had a bit of a bumpy last hour or so of gameplay, though he was the one that secured Bulldog their game number 3 win, so swings and roundabouts, I suppose.
Yeah, just don't look at the KDA.
Yeah. Keep your eyes partially shut.
He killed the Nexus, he won the game. That's how it works. Miatek going to be able to kill this tower. Trading it for that top lane that was taken a few moments ago by Verdant, who look like they are committing pretty heavily to this play. Came in, TPing in, getting caught out and exploded once again. And Lulush now potentially in trouble. Miatek bearing down on Verdant, but they turn onto the Amumu. Curse of the Sad Mummy, completely defensive in its usage. And now Kasing in a really rough position.
No.
The Asagan trying to do a little bit of work for Verdant, and as soon as Bulldog find one decent play, Verdant find another in response.
It's a hard watch. It's a hard watch. Bulldog, one hand getting caught out in the mid lane, the other punishing a Verdant play, and down here, just overprotective of a play that was realistically going to be a dud by the looks of things. And now Verdant walk away with the Atacon. Now there is one big, you know, big and beneficial thing to them, I believe. Atacon's not going to overlap Baron.
Yeah.
So, you know, worst comes to worst, they lose this dragon, right? Maybe you yield a tower. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's not the worst thing in the world. And if Exofeng can get to 3 items, I suppose if you're Bulldogs, you're kind of okay with that. But again, I think the scaling capabilities of Verdant top to bot are so scary that losing out on this lead, right? You not being in the power position right now as Bulldog has got to feel horrible. So I feel like we may have said that last game. And look how that turned out.
Yeah. All it takes is a couple of moments of magic from your jungler. And the game that looked lost turns into a match point. And now Lulush looking for a little bit of magic in the top side. Papatiro getting that GA off, but Bulldog doing very well to overcommit to one side of the map. So Verdant can't force a fight with the theoretical combat advantage that they've got, and the tower is going to go down. Came in. Oh, it's just been a very, very bad day for him. Not going to get worse for now as he's able to keep his health bar relatively intact. But Verdant seemed to have pinned a target to his back and came in. I'm not sure if he's worked that out yet.
No, and I think the kind of the crucial thing there is that Mirtek just decided to not teleport down there to cover the play. If we've learned anything from some of these Bulldog sequences and fights, Ronaldo without that ultimate is a little bit less threatening, but of course Blaze-Luring King and a Rod of Ages, relatively low armor Mirtek is going to step away. Not willing to try and take that 1v1 up front for the time being. Though he surely would have... Actually, the vision might have been a bit awkward for him to have spotted Ronaldo here. But look at the healing.
Percentage current health HP damage is pretty significant, but Ronaldo opting in a situation where he definitely should not have. You cannot disrespect the power of the Volibear in the 1v1. And that's flashed down on that Yone. Key tool for getting into the backline and taking out Exofeng in later fights.
Strange champion Volibear, isn't he?
Yep.
So hard to gauge. No tabbies. Just Aegis for armor. And a bunch of health and attack speed. Some AP. Truly beautiful. That aside, maybe the side lane. I mean, I wonder how high the scaling cap really is for this Volibear, especially because he's actually ahead. You have to remember that Roa has additionally pushed him a level up, right? He's almost level 16 now. At 24 minutes and 45 seconds into the game.
Yeah, roughly.
Roughly.
I suppose
So it could be something they lean on. But I don't think they should play into side lanes, even with the Pantheon for a global support. I don't think it's worth it. You've got 3 items on Exofeng now on a Lulu with Mikhail's. I think grouping up is fine. Use the Amumu for dive. Protection. Hope it's enough. Answer out on the side lane where it's appropriate. I think that should just be the macro plan. Very simple. Try and force Verdant. I mean, at the end of the day, Verdant have to... Like, if they want to fight, they have to commit their melees into you, right?
Yep.
I think when you've got these kind of defensive tools, use them like that unless you can really punish someone. Speaking
down
of punishing...
onto Mirtek, which is probably not a good idea. Lulush looking for an ultimate, but not quite able to find access. There goes Cayman into the backline of his own team. At least he won't be dead on arrival this time, but a whole load of nothing in mid lane.
Strange one. No Name loses the flash. No one else off the top of my head. And just by eye has utilized some of the spell there. But wave clear from Melt, not bad. Is keeping Bulldog at bay for now. That Winter's Bite did connect onto Exofeng, but Verdant, no real way to pull the trigger and follow up on that. Man, slow and steady. And Akon died very quickly, so there's no immediate shenanigans, I don't know if they can...
No, I don't think you can. Well, Mirtek is taken pretty down low, but the thing about the volley bear is you take him low, he presses W, and then his entire health bar
He's not low anymore. Yeah. He's gonna shortly pick up the unending despair as well. There you go. And in those extended fights, you're just gonna heal. Just those extra ticks really make the difference. Honestly, we should be thankful that the winner Fimble build, Volley Bear build, got kind of nuked. No longer as potent. And the Flicker Blade one took over a bit more. But the Flicker Blade one is still very silly. Pay your respects to it. Lulus.
Obstinatus needs to be careful here.
Whoa.
Spidey
Staring at each other.
There's Papatira getting jumped onto by Mirtek.
Wow. A lot of respect.
Flashes away, yeah.
A lot of respect.
There's
In
a
the
full
threat of
item
Cayman
down,
maybe walking
essentially,
down
and
was present. Oh.
This
Oh,
is
do they know?
balls, but they do not know.
They're pinging,
at
they're pinging.
all.
There's an assist ping, there's an assist ping. And then there was a blue ward, so they know. It's all good. Very scary for a
He's
moment.
going to peel away, teleport into the mid lane, I think, just in response to that attempt at the Baron. And the way that this series has been going is generally by this point,
They're going again.
it would just be chaos. We would have fights constantly, we would have action all over the place, but I think the magnitude, the importance of this game, the importance of whose
gonna try
Nexus
pick Cayman.
explodes at the end of this
They're going to try pick Cayman.
really dawned on the teams. Teleport is going to come in, and he is just going to jump on out of there.
Wait, he's on top of Braun.
He's on top of Obstinatus. May have turned this into an engage as X-Fang throws out the feathers. Doesn't find all that much. Able to get the root down onto Ronaldo, but snaps back to his body. Lulus getting into the backline. Flash over for Exo-Fang! Dealing the damage, throwing out the feathers, and Bird is the word for Bulldog. Verdant get a little bit too happy, a little bit too hypey in the enemy jungle. And Bulldog wipe them off the map. Baron potentially on the cards. No name still around. Ronaldo with that teleport when he respawns in 30 seconds. But this is a very difficult contest for Verdant.
Can they make it work? That's the question. Flash forward onto the mill!
Oh, Mishi caught out. Mirtek not quite able to get on top of her before finally shut down. Back onto the Baron. Lulish very low. No name still in the area.
Do they know just how low Lulus is, though?
He's not in
Because
the pit.
No Name's still here.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, Lulus died! He died to the Baron
There's no
behind the
smite.
pit!
There's no
He's
smite
died to
in
the Baron! There's no smite!
No Name's just got to get in there. He's just got to get in there.
No!
It's No Name, the victim of larceny last game, repays the favour to Bulldog, secures a Baron, and Ronaldo comes in with the ultimates. Mirtek is persisting in the pit. He might even get a kill.
How much work can he do? He's got Lulu pocketing him!
Got the Baron, the hill coming out. Ronaldo turning on to Kasich.
Oh my
Here
God.
comes Mirtek. Okay, it took a little bit longer, but this game has returned to silly mode.
We might be back in cinema. If you're watching on a TV, adjust the theater mode now. Bloody hell. Why did they keep doing the Baron? It's just...
No.
I mean, I don't think they had vision on just how low Lulish was.
What does he
But
die
he steps
to?
behind the Baron. Like, he steps behind the Baron. You still take damage when you're behind him.
No. I want to cry, Jamada.
Was I'm gonna very quickly just go back on my PC just to double check what actually was the culprit of his death, because I didn't even see Leandri's procs. It was just the Baron, as far as I can tell. Oh!
No.
Okay, so for clarity for those at home, because the spectator mode, as we know, is very, very bugged. This is the all-seeing Baron. It's the one that throws out the lines on the floor. It threw out a line towards Lulus. One that I assume he obviously didn't see. Otherwise, he probably would have dodged it. And the spectator seemingly did not catch it in either the replay or live. Don't know why. There you go. There's your answer. And we've returned to silly mode. As you said. Very unfortunate from the spectator, but that is just what? I don't know. There's plenty of spaghetti in the spectate. That aside, don't let that detract from what is probably going to be an incredibly hilarious next 10 minutes of League of Legends, regardless of who wins. I'm just here. I'm here for the experience now.
What on earth is this? Oh. Regardless, we find ourselves Verdant, 20 seconds left on the Baron. They have been able to gain, I'm going to say nothing with this. Tier 2 still intact. We are seeing a two-man tandem of Papatero and Ronaldo pushing in the top lane. Mirtek moving over to respond. 4 items on this Volibear now. I mean, we saw what he was able to do in the Baron pit. But what can he do in a 1v2? Pops the ult down, going on to Ronaldo. Here comes the Pantheon as well! Mirtek just keeps going! The shutdown finally secured from Papatero as he goes back in, giving a double kill over to Cayman. I don't know, man. I do not know what on earth is happening.
I'm speechless. I'm genuinely speechless. And this isn't even around an objective. The dragon spawns in 5 seconds' time. I think Bulldog should be able to get this one for relatively free. It doesn't seem like Verdant aren't really interested, and we'll go over. I don't even want to talk about it, to be honest with you, Middlecourt. No. Soak it in. Experience it. If there's one thing I'll say, you might be building up to a very quick accumulation of being able to drop another F-bomb at this rate. Just that insanity's levels right now. Tier 1 picked up. Obstinatus. A little bit of a for fun poke. But now it's just about the Baron. 9 seconds time. And we will talk about this top plate because, like you said, man, Mirtek. Q runs out so doesn't get the initial stun, but it just doesn't matter because he can't die. He's healing so much. His ult obviously buffed him up too. And the only reason why he even dies here is because he's got so much health that when No Name actually procs the Frost passive, he takes almost 1k damage for it. So, absolutely insane stuff. Don't worry, disengage does not amount to anything. It's just No Name has no R now. Baron's up in a minute, and that ult will probably be back up in a minute too.
Bulldog picking up that dragon, though, does mean in 4 minutes they're going to have an Infernal Soul potentially to play for. No Name has accepted his role as a jungler after building 3 items that make him very tanky, able to waddle into basically any situation that he wants. The Mikhail's Blessing secured. The amount of point-and-click stuns that exist on Bulldog, that could be pivotal to free up a Ronaldo, a Mishi, a Papatero. Just about find something in a team fight. Baron in 15 seconds, Bulldog with the position.
Tension. That's what's building right now. Once that Baron is up, and it is. Oh. Not over a nothing. Not over nothing, boys.
Papatero moving, Lulus also rotating over. Ronaldo is here. Mirtek remaining in that bottom lane as Bulldog move over and start up the Baron. Exofeng, all the tools available from a defensive perspective. Lulush looking for a flank. No Name being jumped onto by Cayman. The Amumu trying to find his way into the backline. Only finds the Sejuani thus far. There goes Mirtek jumping onto the Sejuani. She's so damn tanky, but it might not be enough. There goes the ultimate from the Amumu. The direct to the backline. Ronaldo finds them all. But Verdant will find precious little in this fight. Bulldog somehow all still standing.
Oh no.
No wave to push with. Pings
It's
going
on
towards
the
bottom
way.
lane.
It's on the way. I don't know. I think this is kind of risky. But I think they can end. They've got more than enough time. We're 36 minutes in. That's it.
No way. No way. Not like this. The series that swung
Wow.
so many times, the pendulum in Big Ben would have got jealous. But at the end of it all, after what could only be described as League of Legends, Mirtek, Lulush, Cayman, Exofenka sing, "We will see you in Nottingham."
What a great series. Say what you will. People will always comment on the quality and whatnot. But from a sheer mechanical level, that was something to behold. Truly. And Bulldog crossed the line. We spoke about their team fighting throughout a majority of the split. It's gotten them to top 3. Verdant could not overcome any of, not only their own issues, but really exploit any of some of Bulldog's, right? It's not like Bulldogs are an infallible team by any means. And I think Verdant will probably be going back, kicking themselves a little bit, feeling like this could have been a series. Not only they could have brought to 5, but they could have been going into this game as the series leader. But Bulldog, one final fight in front of the Baron to take them all the way to the Nexus and to bring them all to Nottingham in a week's time.
A team that has been consistently underestimated. Bulldog, they're a top half team. They can scrape into playoffs. Either in the lower bracket, or what can they do there? Well, they beat Ruddy. They beat Verdant, and they set up a match against Nord in 1 week's time at Confetti for the chance to face against Los Ratones in the grand final of the NLC. I've been Jamada. No, I haven't. I've been Middlecott. That's been Jamada. I've got no idea what's going on. Desk, take this off my hands.
He's so lost.
This
He's
is
so
just
lost.
I'm dying as well now. This whole...
See, you're coughing. Is it you in trouble?
I'm actually dying. I'm sorry.
I think at the end of the day, we should summarize this as Bulldog Esports move on to LAN finals. They're going to be playing versus Nord, and whoever wins from that one alive, they're going to be battling versus Los Ratones on the final. It's going to be best of 5 non-stop. I agree with Jamada. Action-wise, this was packed. And now we need to start breaking it down to understand what happened in this game. Absolute chaos.
I don't know what to say anymore. This game was crazy. I thought Verdant had it in the bag. They looked to have control of things, but Exofeng would not give up on this game. I'm still slowly dying, but I mean, this was the fight that turned it all around. Up until this point, Verdant were in control. They were looking for a game 5. But this fight, I mean, this is a replay that could go on for a minute. I don't even want to get into describing this, but I just want to say Exofeng, I thought he positioned really well this game. He made this Sire work. And I mean, yeah, that flash forward, beautiful. The balls on this 17-year-old guy to do this, to qualify for the LAN finals and turn this game around, I have so much respect for him.
Trouble.
I just felt like the composition on the side of Verdant was oh, hello Ronaldo. Oh, all you. Okay, no, not all you. All me. Back to me. I just felt like the composition from Verdant was a little bit too all over the place. I mean, we saw and we did talk about it, the Mel over from the draft. I just felt like it didn't necessarily have any use. Like, if Volibear is on you, what you gonna do? Amumu is on you, what you gonna do? Reflect his Q? Get back into enemy team as a mage? Is just... Oh boy. I'm gonna say, I did lose hope towards the end. But then Volibear came online, the Pantheon. I don't know what happened with Cayman, but they were like, whatever you do, whatever champion you play from now on, you're building tank. We don't care. You want to play Soraka mid, Fimble Winter into unending despair. We don't care. Buddy. We don't care.
I spent around 20 minutes complaining about Mirtek not playing Volibear properly. I was annoyed at him not taking any fights, but when he finally started to push the champions to his limits, it looked so beautiful. Lulas, after dying to the Baron, stayed miles away from him. This fight, the key thing I want to highlight, the engage and Exofeng yet again managing to stay untouched. The bear is obviously big, but again, look at Exofeng. He doesn't get touched by any CC, and he manages to dish out enough damage to just cut through anyone that stands in his way. Bulldog, man. to bring these games back from, I kind of want to say the brink of defeat, especially in game number 3. It's incredible.
To anyone who's willing to say Volibear is not a good duelist, nah. Type it in now. Mods. Take care
Ban
of
them.
it.
Don't worry, I got it. I'm on it.
Take
You want me to
care of
repeat
it, take
myself?
care of it.
You want me to repeat myself? It's fine. I'll repeat myself. Open ears, everyone. Whoever wants to add me, come into my DMs. We can discuss about this. Volibear is one of the best skirmishers in the game. Flip it.
Especially if you
Ship it.
bark as you go. Like that's on the green room. We kept like screaming. Everyone was screaming that one as Volibear got his build. I think it was a hard one for Bulldog Esports. Regardless of how the game and the series ended, you showed, I think, every single weakness. Also, you showed that you're willing to fight over anything, even when you don't have a jungler on Baron. You're willing to fight it. There's a lot of weaknesses, but there's a lot of strengths as well.
I'm not gonna lie, when I saw Kasing looking the Lulu right there, I was like, oh, this is not gonna be good. I even brought a graphic at the very beginning of the stream where it was like Kasing on non-engaged champs, team doesn't win. Kasing on engaged champs, team wins. I even saw this guy flash forward to W someone to engage. Like, Kasing was going above and beyond to try and engage with this flash. So yeah, props to them. I think it's going to be a very, very enjoyable weekend over in Nottingham. If Bulldog Esports bring the bite that they did in this particular series into the Nord series, we're going to have a really good one.
Yeah,
I
mean, my main takeaway from this, and this is something we had throughout the whole series pretty much, just look at the goal difference, always within reach, right? Yeah, I mean, the absolute cinema all the way through.
I agree. And yeah, we're about to jump into the interview. I really want to do this interview, please. Please, I really want to do this one, to talk with Bulldog Esports, because it's also an opportunity to play live. And I think that's massive. Like, playing for an NLC live, it's different. Having a LAN for the NLC. I do believe he's ready. I think Lulas is waiting for us on the interview. And if we have him, toss it to the interview. If we don't, we'll keep
You can interview us.
Worry. Trouble Link.
Hey,
Lulas! Welcome to the interview. There's so much I want to ask. So much. Congratulations before we begin. Do you feel like this was the most clean series you've played so far?
Hell no. But I gotta say, like, are you guys entertained?
Oh, we are 100% Lulas. We enjoyed every single second of it. It was so lovely, man.
That's what we're here.
Okay, start this one off. Lulas, are you afraid of Baron now?
Possibly, but I think that was a combination of a lot of things. I was trying to stay as far away as I could. So, I was already afraid before, but somehow he still got,
It happens. Chat really enjoyed that play where you stood a little bit too close to Baron and he just yoinked you away. But my question is, you were within the call. The team was doing the Baron. They saw Sejuani. You move on into Grey Screen Simulator because you pass away. What was the idea of continuing to do the Baron?
Okay, look, I make a lot of calls in the game, but in that scenario, I'm dead. I'm not the one with a smite. Just Jesus take the wheel. They were saying the right things like, yo guys, we have Xayah E, we have Panther Q, let's stack it, blah blah blah. They just forgot to say a number, like suddenly Miatek just says, okay, when do we do it? And boom, they just do it like, not together and Sejuani gets in, like whatever. That's
Still,
why I
you're
cannot
able
die.
to delete too. Yeah, please don't. But also, like, aside from that, from the game 3, it was so chaotic and you're willing to fight. I think that showed the spirit of Bulldog Esports, and you're willing to fight regardless of what happened. We got a 3 Elder Dragon game. I just want to know your feelings towards moving into LAN.
I haven't played a LAN in a long time, in a lot of years, so that's gonna be a very pleasant experience in a different country as well. So I'm hyped. I have no idea how it looks, how it's gonna be, how big it's gonna be, but hey, we're here for it. I don't think anyone expected us to, be there from the start of the split. Probably not even us. But the thing is, we put in the work. I think everyone's really humble in this team. We knew what we were building. we got the right names and the right mentality, and that was it, and the right support as well. Like recently, I just before I forget, I really need to shout out the additions we've got to the coaching staff, because I think it has been like night and day from the beginning. So just bringing in a new person to not only like scold us when we're doing mistakes, like you guys know, we're very aggressive, a bit stupid sometimes, we're a bit lost on the map. I just saw that my mid laner is 10th place in terms of CS. Like, what is this? So yeah, disregard that for, you know, the finals. Like, we're gonna get better, we're gonna get there. But for now, we just had to band-aid a little, just a little bit. That's all.
There's a voice in the sky, I think, wants to communicate with you.
Hi, Lulash. This is Trouble. First of all, congratulations on making it to the LAN. I have a very important question for you. I was going to ask it to that person, but we have you for interview, so I'm going to ask you. Were you worried that if this game does go to Game 5, it could potentially be very close to your support's bedtime?
Honestly, his internet almost ran out, but before the series even started, I think that was the least of our worries. We were just hoping every game that he could play another game, you know? I don't think he was worried about the bedtime, he probably forgot about it. But, to be fair, he probably had, he probably has 2 or 3 kids by now, so he probably would have to take a break to put him in bed or something, I don't know.
He has the elderly discount, so probably he's good.
He's used to it, it's fine. It's just part of our script already.
Tell me something. Lulas, final question before I'll let you go and you just enjoy this moment. Versus Nord. Big matchup as well. What's the takeaway? What's the expectation? Let me know.
You don't even give me time to think, huh? It's just straight up to the hard question.
Yes?
I think they're very, very, very good, but I respect them just as much I respected Broody, and we've been watching them play, we've been doing our scouting, I think we'll do our best. I go in there with no expectations, to be fair, at least till maybe our practice and so on, because I think them and LR clearly are just way above the whole league, so we just need to match them. We have a week for that, so give us some time.
I think that's the best answer I could hope for. Lulas, thank you so much, congratulations, and good luck moving into LAN. I hope to see you soon, man.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
Always. Honesty, and that's all we need. There you go. Mietek, Lulas, and Exofang are the series candidates. I would also like to include the Baron as an MVP during this series. If he got the kill, he would probably buy boots and just solo 1v9. But yeah, you go onto Twitter. You tell me who do you think was the player of the series and put in your vote. And I can't express how happy I am by seeing the chat as fluent as it is, just moving constantly. It's always lovely to have you with us. What do you think, gentlemen? Boys, the boys, what do you think about the MVP?
Exofang. Has to be Exofang. I mean, he did have a few oopsies, especially in Game 2 on that Twitch, not always picking the correct angle. But I thought over the course of this whole series, over the course of this whole split, it's all been around him in my book. Maybe a bit of hero building from me, but I think he's definitely showed his name out there. Kasing could have been put on that list as well, to be honest, but with those options we have, I think it has to be Exofang.
Maybe the Nautilus had one too many Ds on
Happy
the
moment,
KDA.
right?
So yeah, but I will go with Exofang as well. I feel like the fact that generally in Europe we do produce a lot of really good AD carries, and to see somebody in such a young age sort of play as if there's no tomorrow, you know, like this could be literally your last fight. You could lose the game by just pressing R and going in on Kai'Sa, and he would still do it because that could be the game changer, and I totally respect that.
Fear is not part of Bulldog Esports vocabulary. I love it. With that in mind, for the last time online, let's look into the bracket. It was a winter split,
Wow.
A beautiful one, filled with surprises. Ruddy Sack losing so early, Venom Crest, winners of previous year, not even making it. Like, oh gosh, this is... Any surprises for all of you, like for both of you? What do you think?
It has to be Bulldog. I mean, they're my biggest surprises at the very least.
Yeah, I feel like Radisak not having them probably on the LAN is a little bit weird, as considering that in everyone's sort of rankings they were number 2 or number 3, like Los Ratones never lost their throne, but I feel like the teams that were close to them underneath were always playing 1 and 2 with Nord and Radisak. And honestly, because there's the whole meme like Radisak lost to this, major props to Bulldog Esports coming out of freaking nowhere and making this lower bracket run and making it all the way to the LAN semifinals or lower bracket finals, if you will, versus Nord. That's a huge achievement.
I agree 100%.
I very much want to double down on that again, right? I took a lot of time before the split looking into the teams. I made my own little tier list. I think, in my book, Rudisec not making it to LAN is sad. They have a lot of good characters, you know, and the brand as well, the organization is always fun to just, you know, sit there and watch from the outside perspective. But I thought if one team were to disappoint, it would be them in my book. But I did not expect this from Bulldog. I mean, I looked at them, I saw they had some players who'd achieved some things. Mirtik in the top lane looked to be a solid one guy, right? He got top 4 in Ultra Liga. I think Exofeng, you heard all those good rumors around him, but how good was he really? And obviously Kasing would be the rock, but was he gonna be able to carry this team? And yes and no, because he has carried games, but he hasn't needed to carry all games. Because Exofeng has stepped up, Mirtik has stepped up, Lulis has stepped up, everyone has stepped up at different points of the split. And this is a roster I predicted maybe only to finish top 6 or 7, not to make it all the way to the finals. They are my biggest surprise, and yeah, I think they've been a beautiful story to watch.
Only you can climb the mountain. That's the story we take at the end of this winter split. We have the LANs finals, and this is gonna be lovely. I hope to see you in Nottingham from back at home. If you don't make it to the finals venue, at least on the watch party. Until then, it was lovely to have you with us, all of you as well from production and casters. And we love you very much. It's not the same without you. Until then, you know what to do. Play Volleybear and continue. I'll see you soon.
See you at LAN!